Let me try noise suppression. Hey, seems to work. Alright, getting set up here. Hello, hello, Han. Absolutely first. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna get a little bit of lighting set up, and then we'll go live here. Knutsune! Welcome in, welcome in. We'll be getting started in just a couple minutes here. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Fimorth on Twitch, or better done right on YouTube. We're going to be doing some laser projects, but first we need to clean. As you can see, that's been the last week. A good bit of my free time has been cleaning more in here, and I'm making really good progress. I basically cleaned the room to the point that there was space to organize, and now I'm organizing. But I wanted to go live today and do some stuff, do some projects. So first we'll clean to get some space. And I'm actually gonna write this down because your boy has been up since 2:30 because work called, and then he went to work, and I work outside and it was really cold. So I'm tired. I'm cold, but the projects must go on because they're just too much fun. So I think for the agenda today is laser project. I'll just write that down. Literally, it's in the title, but I'll add some subheading to that. So I'll just say laser projects. And what I'm wanting to do with that is I made a little world clock converter for myself. I'll get you guys a better view of this later, but this basically shows the Greenwich Mean Time for specific time zones. And I have it for mine, UK, South Africa, and Melbourne, Australia. So those are some time zones that I'm frequently trying to keep up with people for. So yeah, I made a little converter sheet for myself. But a friend really liked this, so we're gonna make one for them, but I wanna make it nicer. Also, I forgot that daylight savings exists. So this only works for half the year, but we'll address that. I have a couple ideas, but we'll try to address that. So that's one thing, is the, I'll just call it the GMT calculator. And I will catch up with you guys in chat in just a moment. I just need to write this down before I get completely haywire. I can already tell my brain's gonna be a massive sidetrack today. So, another thing will be a project priority list. And I have a couple ideas for that, but that I think is going to involve me going through all of my project notes. So that might be kind of an admin / co-work test thing that we do. But I think it'll be fruitful, and then I get to blab and get excited about all these different project ideas I have. And then we're probably gonna make little cards, because I'm kind of on this card kick. We'll make little cards with holes, hanging holes, and then we'll maybe make a something to hang them on, and you can take them all off, sort through them. It's kind of like just having physical media. See which ones you like, reorder them as needed, and then put them back on the hook, and then you can see like your top priority. So I've got like upcoming video editing projects for me and for other people, projects in here. I keep adding projects, obviously, and then I'm slow to get them done. So we got the laser projects, and I'll add go through project list. /task list. I just dropped my headphones. Okay. And then first, clean. So what usually happens on these kind of like Saturday streams is if I don't get bothered by work, then and I get wrapped up in projects, I tend to stream for a very long time. So we could be here for quite a while, or just a few hours, but something's gonna happen because I am, despite the tiredness, feeling very motivated to get some things done in here. So let me catch up with you guys now that I have the proper things organized. But we've got Han with the first message, thank you very much, and Knutsune, thank you so much for dropping in, appreciate it. Han says, Charlotte had to get up early for the test, and she only had she had like 20 alarms. Same. So you've been out putting together a room divider with some soundproofing foam so we can have something in between us that's easily removable while we're streaming. That's dope. Hopefully it works. If the foam, because I know a lot of foam can be anemic, for lack of a better word, you might try one of those moving blankets you said you had. If it doesn't do much, like test it out, throw a bunch of blankets on there, basically just try to build up a lot of mass of things that contain a lot of air. So a lot of things that are insulating also have that quality. And that might be better than foam in some instances because proper acoustic foam is really dense. But a lot of the stuff you buy that you see on like YouTubers' walls and stuff is the really cheap stuff. And it'll take down the high frequency reverberations because those get absorbed a lot easier. They're higher, I don't know if higher energy is the right word, but they're absorbed by lighter weight foams. But you need a lot of physical mass and space and density for lower frequencies. So it won't work like this technically, but like foam might work better blocking Shala's voice out on your mic, whereas like a moving blanket might block your voice out better on Shala's mic. It won't work like that because the spectrums really aren't. Your speaking spectrum's like this and the audio spectrum's like this. So it's not really how it works, but kind of to illustrate it. Nade, welcome in, my man. Good to see you. Hopefully you got some good sleep. Hopefully your stream later this evening goes well as well. Some Arc Raiders, that'll be exciting. Okie dokie, welcome in. Says, hi there, how's it going? RIP headphones. It's going okay. You might have just missed the kind of intro there, but I got woken up at, I could look it up. See when, okay, just before 3, but basically 3 a.m. So I went into work for 4 hours this morning, and it's one of the colder days this year. So I'm cold, my core temperature is kind of low. I'm hoping to kind of overheat in the room doing some work and then get back to normal. So I'll be a little tired, a little scatterbrained, but the projects need to happen. The projects need to happen. And I've written down my little agenda for this morning. First, we're going to clean and organize, hang out with you guys a bit. And then we're going to dive into some different laser projects. We got a couple different options there. Heck yeah, thank you, camera. At least we got audio, which has been peaking. Let's knock that down. As excited as I was about these cameras to begin with, they give me a touch of bother from time to time. So let's see, is this one? Neither one is working. So I will end the virtual camera. You'll see the little, you might see the OBS sign, and restart, nothing. Okay, well, you guys can be entertained by my voice while I unplug these. I've never had them freeze like that, which is a little surprising. So I wonder if that was the cam or if that was OBS freezing on the last frame. But it could have been the cam. So, but thank you guys. Appreciate it. Got a little action shot of me. These do take half a second to reconnect because they're kind of they're a multicam setup, and they have like a hub, technically a USB hub, but it's a little more special than that. So it takes half a second. Oh, you guys got to see the curtains, and then I accidentally ended the wrong thing. So now we're back over there. And there we go. Hey, welcome back. Zerotics, welcome in. Yeah, why'd you freeze? Okay, welcome in. And then let me bounce back up. Canusi says, I'm excited to check out your project. Yeah, there's so many projects, honestly. And that's, I think, what I need to do just for like mental clarity is write them down. Like, I have them written down, but in a way that I can sort through them and present them, like make it special, basically. Like if it's a good enough idea, good enough project, then it has to get through the filter of I have to put it onto something physical that takes a little bit of time. And if I can do that, then I get a collection by default of my best ideas. And then I can sort through those, which will be good. Yasmin, welcome in. Welcome in. All right, bouncing back up in chat. Nate says, dudes, the clips you made made me laugh. Michael Jackson mod content was perfect. That was so chaotic because I had put the stream down to like 1%, bounced over, came out of lurk on another stream, and then I kept hearing ee in the background. I was like, what the hell's going on? So I went back and there's I think I got one good clip in there. But yeah, there's a lot of good content in there. That was hilarious. Lots of messages about the camera freezing. Thank you guys. Stuck looking at my clock. Yeah. Fingers crossed it works. Yes. Yasmin says, hey Fi, hey chat. I'm half lurking because I'm getting ready to go to a birthday party. That's exciting. Can you please write your project in chat and pin it just in case anyone comes in and wonders what your current project is while you're halfway in it? That's actually a fantastic idea. Thank you guys. Yeah, I could kind of set that up almost as, yeah, instead of like changing as if I were like to start playing a game or something, kind of changing the title and the status. I guess I can try chatting in here. The pop-out window doesn't work the same sometimes. So, chatting and cleaning. Let's try that. Yeah, I can pin that easily. Customized time. Actually, yeah, why don't we put that for 35 minutes. Oh. 30 minutes is the maximum. And we'll do that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Good idea. That way we have an idea of what's going on. Nate says, gonna lurk us and trying to get some steps in. Hell yeah, dude. Hey, I'm on your TV. I'm big. Get your steps in, Nate. I bought software and instantly have a project. Tell me more. Tell me more, okie dokie. The thing is, I don't know how to use the software, and the deadline is a few days. Do you need help? What's the software? What's the project? As some of you know, I love projects. Knutsune knows that. I think we're going to eventually have a little collab project, which will be fun. All the Dana A community people will know, so that's Zerotics and Yaz. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Yeah, so you guys know I like doing collaboration projects. Thank you. I get so many compliments on this jacket. Not the double compliment. So yeah, it says love the jacket, and then not like 2 seconds later, just after I read it, Knutson also says on a slightly random note, I love your jacket, looks so cozy. It is very cozy. It was the last one they had at the old Target, and I was beelining for a different one that has sheep on it. It's like a knit sweater, and it's really cool. I love that one, but it's worn in a video that I'm making, still editing, still working on, so I don't wear it outside of that because I don't want to overdo it because I wear it constantly in that video. It's kind of a gag, I guess. But yeah, I ended up Pixelmator Pro. It was bought by Apple a couple of years ago. I cancel your W sub. You don't want anything. You don't have anything for graphic design plus 100 HP for the jacket. That's hilarious. Janet is community. Oh my gosh, not the guilty by association. Okay, yes, technically now we're associated in a variety of groups, but that is the original place that I met you at. Yes, technically that's where you rated in from. So that's your origin story, unfortunately for you, apparently. Has anyone used Pixelmator Pro? Knutson, are you at all familiar with Pixelmator Pro? Knutson was learning Procreate several months ago. She does a little bit of, don't let me put words in your mouth, but graphic design, as far as I know. Let me look up Pixelmator Pro. So what's the project, if you can give any info on it? Okay, so this is like your Adobe Illustrator? Or is this more of, I guess it would fall in the realm of Photoshop. Photoshop's so weird. I think of Photoshop the way Lightroom actually is. But Photoshop is more of like a general purpose software, as far as I know. I really haven't used it. I use GIMP, which is just open source, and I use a super old version because I'm not much of a power user or anything. So I get by with that because there's a lot of basics that work. I bought Affinity Pro for photo editing, and then it went free a year later, so that's cool. I've used Inkscape, but no, I have not used Pixelmator Pro. So you said it's owned by Apple now. That's probably a good sign, just for its longevity. If it was owned by Google, I would say it's probably going to die in a couple of years, because if it's not absolutely incredibly amazing, they just kill off the project. But Canute says she's not familiar with it. Okay. So it's both Lightroom, Photoshop, and Illustrator all in one. So that makes a lot of sense. Is it, okay, you can't give too much info about it. No problem. I completely understand. Lost my thought process. Like I said, bear with me today. I'm going on EP mode, like asleep. But let me read back through chat and maybe I'll understand it. Yaz says, reminds me of Adobe. Yeah, not familiar with it. Okay. $50 one-time fee is good. That's what I was going to ask. Was it one time? Because that's been our thing. That's like our discussion point, is one-time payment software. Opened it yesterday and it seems very user-friendly. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, Apple seemed to, make it very simple. Good. Let's see. Your original. Okay, BRB. I see ya. Yeah, we'll kind of. Yeah, well, maybe we'll just keep the discussion alive on that as we go. Okay, so you bought the software and now you have a project. not necessarily since you bought it, but they just happen to coincide. So now you have a deadline and this is the software to use and you're not familiar with it. I guess the question is, you're currently AFK, so I'll save my question. I should write my question down. That'd be kind of fun. I would make an absolute mess of it, but like a little tray of sand, and then I can just like write a question in it or a reminder, like here's the next question for Okie dokie when they get back, kind of thing. That's fine. I'll just make my brain struggle a little bit. So I'm going to do myself a slight audio check because I have not as of yet. And you guys know how these things go. If you don't check, it won't work. Vibes are good, not gonna lie. Turn the mic down just a touch more. Okay, I'll keep myself at 1%, so maybe I count as a viewer. Okay, headphones are back off. There we go. All right. Canoe today says, speaking of one-time apps, I recommend Procreate on iPad for those interested in graphic design. Okay, not great for vector art, but amazing app for realistic feeling digital art. Interesting. Now that I think about it, yes, it had a lot of textures. I remember that being a discussion on that storefront you were designing, Canoe today, was, do you just use a color block or do you do more of a texture? And you ended up being able to do a texture, and that looked really cool. So I think from my research, and this is very limited, again, I don't use these professionally, I just make shit happen with it, but Inkscape has vector functions, and it's open source, but GIMP does not, at least not in the same way. So I guess Inkscape has more of the like Illustrator side where you can like draw vector lines and fill out shapes and things like that. I've been using Lightburn for some of that stuff just because it's the only thing that works and it's built in with laser control, and that's why I'm doing it there. So that's how this, I'm gonna just keep showing this off in case you're wondering. That's how this ended up getting made primarily, was some vector type stuff. But we're gonna get rolling with some cleaning. My goodness, the turnout this morning is lovely. Thank you guys so much. I'm actually 2 followers away from 100. Not gonna lie, I wanna do something for 100 followers. It seems worth celebrating. The growth on Twitch has been crazy. I got affiliate within a month of starting streaming. I've gone from streaming on my phone to basically building 2 computers, but building a computer, retrofitting it with a different computer, testing out all kinds of stuff, learning all kinds of stuff. It's been really exciting and really fun to have people come in and chat with and see the different projects as they go along. So I'll have to think of something, do something, but in the future, I'm gonna have extra little gazmos and gadgets, like the microphone I'm using. I do have another one coming that will probably be a replacement. So I need to decide how I would want to go through a process like that, but there will likely be some giveaways in the future. I don't know if it's going to be randomized based on just anybody that's interested, or if it'll be more like, I see a need, I will give you this type of situation. Not sure how I want to make that go at some point, but there's a variety of things. I can't be bothered to manage a sale on it, and obviously returns aren't always amazing for your effort. So I figure giving some stuff away, like webcams, microphones, you know, stuff I have duplicates of pretty much. Oh, Han says, yeah, about the idea, the sandboard. It would be an absolute mess. But Han says, my daughter has been really into drawing and she uses Procreate. She's getting really good with it. That's exciting. How did her basketball game go, if you don't mind sharing? I'm assuming this is the same daughter. I don't know how many children you have. It seems kind of similar age, kind of related things. And Knut responded to Han with Procreate is such a fun app. I love all the realistic brushes. I also like that I can create your own brushes. That's pretty dope. That is pretty dope. Han's saying he didn't know that. Okay, very cool. Well, friends, now I clean, which I'm realizing is probably going to devolve into what I typically do, which is I just take things off the table that I want to use instead of actually organizing it. But the good thing is I have done a lot of organization in here. And curtains. There's curtains now. So here's the breakdown of how this last cleaning session started. And there's been many, many, many cleaning sessions. I was trying to find tilt. Let's pan up. Yeah. So the bar that goes wall to wall is called a varipole. I think that's an industry standard term, but it is a adjustable. It's like a shower curtain rod, basically, on steroids. And you can hang things off. Obviously, I'm already hanging things off it, but heavier things, lights, cameras, and such. Sorry. My YouTube stream is so far behind that it confused the heck out of me. I thought we were frozen. So they have these adapters. They're called a super clamp. That's also kind of a standard thing, but it's a somewhat rounded clamp that has rubberized soft jaws, basically. And these are special because they have a baby pin, which is used for mounting lights, or you can swap it out for these little U-shaped hangers, which ironically don't hang this way perfectly. They like lock, they key off slightly, but it works fine. But yeah, I can hang a regular backdrop rod from that. And then I can hang curtains. So I'm gonna experiment with those white curtains. I'm kind of realizing I don't have enough curtain, which is disappointing because curtains can be expensive. But I think it'll be nice to break up the background a little bit. And then since they're kind of white, kind of transparent, I can blast them with light and mostly like an RGB light or something like that. And I'll get some nice effects. It won't just be a flat wall. Anyway, I was looking for those U-shaped hooks and I couldn't remember where the heck I put them. So I was like, I'm gonna clean the room until I find it. I ended up finding some other stuff, which is excellent. And I eventually found them in the last place that I put them, organized and tucked away in one of my lighting accessory boxes. So I didn't think to look there. Instead, I spent a week cleaning the room, hence no streams during the week, but we're here now. We're gonna finish up the remnants of this last cleaning session, and hopefully the room will actually look a little bit tidier. Han updates with one daughter, one son. Her game went well. She's learning still and playing against some girls that are already quite good, but she's 12 and almost 6 foot tall. So she's making plays without knowing the game as well as they do. That's crazy. almost 6 feet tall. Shala's pretty tall, but I don't think that's a factor here, as far as I understand. But I'm guessing you're pretty tall. That would kind of make sense. But yeah, I guess around that age, growth spurts have happened for young people, so that kind of makes sense. Okay, both you and Shala are 6 foot. Oh my God. That's awesome. That's super tall, super tall. The tallest person I've ever met was 6'8", and I sold him a bicycle. And it was the largest frame I had ever seen. And my shop manager at the time took a photo next to this guy. My shop manager was 6'2" and looked like a child next to this guy. That was absolutely crazy, but I'm gonna keep an eye on chat. Thank you guys for hanging out and lurking. We are gonna start cleaning off a space to get some work done. And I will chit chat with you guys. We'll let the music play in the background. And then before too long, we'll be working with, probably with Lightburn first before I turn the laser on. Last time I turned the laser on first and let it run for about 6 hours. And we used it once, once or twice. So not super necessary. But let's do a sexy camera change to a terrible perspective. Good perspective, bad lighting. And we'll kind of position it over there and call that good. I do kind of need a super wide angle in the corner. That might be good one day. Han says, yeah, I've worked with a couple 6'7" people, and yes, it's good. It is just kind of ridiculous how tall people can get. Gravity just doesn't affect some of us the same while we're growing. All right, let's get to work. Let's turn this down or off or something. Can't quite decide. But how is everybody? What are your weekend plans? I know Han and Shala, for those that don't know, Han is a streamer and his fiance Shala is also a streamer. Right now they're mostly streaming Fortnite, but they do play other games. And then somebody from their community, Upon Bullet, has a podcast where they interview streamers. And this evening, Shala and Han will be the first streaming couple appearing on that podcast. So that's very exciting. I'm hoping to catch that live later. That'll be very exciting. If I had shout outs, I would give shout outs. This camera. But I'm avoiding as much of the like software side of streaming as long as possible, so I can just not be bothered by it when something goes wrong. Like I don't want to add a bunch of, I'll call them widgets, and then start having things break when it updates and then not know how to fix it because I don't use it enough. I'm lazy with that stuff, so that's my excuse basically. But yeah, I'll give verbal shout outs. Yeah, if anybody wanted to follow a couple new streamers, you could follow Han, and then I'm sure that would link through to Shala. Some good people from down south in the Americas. Pretty damn good at Fortnite too. They carry me all the time, that's for sure. And we get lots of W's. So I guess I'll kind of just talk out loud while I am mentally processing some of this stuff. I do, ironically, have a video about how to clean. Really, it's a video about how to sort through complex problems, because I struggle with finding a path through those sometimes. And cleaning was the analogy for that. But honestly, pretty good advice, not gonna lie. And I do actually kind of think back to it sometimes, and I'm like, okay, what did I, how do and how apply here, basically. So kind of, I guess I'll kind of use that as a crutch to explain how I clean stuff here. But let me blow my nose. Maybe I'll mute for you guys instead of like last time where I was just being loud. I'm back. Hans says, I definitely understand that. I would say mix it up for your bot when you decide to do some of the software side. I haven't had the first problem with it. Like you haven't had a problem with it yet, and you've been using it for months. Very good. That's a strong recommendation. Thank you. Mix it up. I guess, I've got a pen and paper here. My whole thing is paper. Nobody's really seen it yet, but I have a bunch of organized paper over there for projects. So if I've got paper and a pen, lots of pens, I should write stuff down. So mix it up. Stream bots, we'll say, per Han. Smiley face. There we go. It's not good without a smiley face. Now we know it's good. All right, so my general process, what I like to do when I clean something, like if it's a congested space, let's call it, like this room has been for literally over a year, is if I can set up a table. If I can't do that, clear space on the floor. Push stuff out of the way, make space on the floor. Then identify somewhere to start. It doesn't have to be logical in any way. You can literally just pick something, but your goal is to find a bite-sized piece, something that you can manage. If that's a box full of things, just grab that. You basically don't want to overwhelm whatever space you're going to be organizing in. So in this case, this table is a little bit too cluttered already, but if I had an empty table and I was going to clean something else in the room, I'd put it up on the table, and I wouldn't want to put so much that the table gets overwhelmed. But the goal is you lay it out in a space where you can look at it, kind of in a way without distractions. In this case, I like putting spotlights on stuff. Helps me focus on it more. And then you start to unpack the problem. And in this case, I've been doing this over and over and over again, and that has resulted in kind of some organic organizing. I can kind of piece together what I've been trying to do here, but the main gist of what I do is instead of looking at a box that's full of shit, I put that shit out on a space where it's more two-dimensional and I can see each thing. Then what's easiest for me is to remove any bulk that I find. Either bulk, like there's most of this thing, or the most identifiable things, or trash, which could also be the most identifiable things. In this room, I found a lot of old product boxes mixed throughout other boxes, and I'm like, you know what? I don't need the box. If I'm going to sell this again later, they can live without a box. It does help. Honestly, I've sold things much quicker because it has a box, but then I'm storing a box and it messes with my life and the feng shui. So yeah, pulling out recycling, pulling out trash, and stuff to donate or get rid of. All good things. Another thing that's been working for me in this room is identifying the things that I want to keep in the room versus the things I want to take out of the room. So I have a box of things to leave the room. This is the leave the room box. If I don't have that box, then I make a shit ton of trips out of the room to drop little things off and try to put them in different spaces. To me, it's more efficient. Just don't think about it. Just put it in the box and go back to your main problem so that you're spending your mental energy on the big problem. So we have a space to organize. We have kind of a process to not overwhelm ourselves. And then as we break into that, we want to deal with like the lightest mental load things or the bulkiest things, because we're trying to pare down what is in front of us, trying to make it more manageable. The other key component of all of this is as you identify things. So this is an X-Acto knife. I don't have a spot for X-Acto knives yet, but I have been developing an idea that it should probably go with tools. But I don't have a spot for hand tools yet. So my goal has been, as I find more things that are alike, I can send them somewhere. Either the place they go, which will probably be on a shelf at waist high, or with that like item in a box, for instance, earlier with the stuff that's meant to leave the room. So the X-Acto knife has stayed on the table because the table itself has slowly become tools. But the point of that is, as you find things and you identify, oh, I want to do whatever with it, you know, it goes with this thing, or it serves this purpose. It basically, if it can be grouped with something, I try to push it towards that. Because if I can exclude it from the table and still move it towards its end goal, I'm winning. But if I just take it off the table without thinking, I've created more mess. So if I had something that specifically went to the basement and not just out of the room, I would probably put it by the door, because it's making progress out of the room and it's removing it from the situation, and it's also not going to just go floating back into the room. It kind of makes progress towards its thing. Then, kind of as another efficiency add, as I leave the room, I'll look down. Sometimes I see stuff, I'm like, ah, and I move it even closer to the basement. So I might actually like drop it off at the basement door to move it later as I go do something else. It's kind of just idle work in a way, as you're just moving around doing things. But that's my cleaning process. It's taken me 28 years to figure out. Hans says, magnet by the tool for the X-Acto knife. Magnet by the tool for the X-Acto knife. Do you see a magnet? Or are you just saying have a magnet to identify it? Confused on that one. I'm going to sip some tea. Ah, our pinned message has expired. It's already been 30 minutes. Good grief. I haven't even started cleaning. I did give, honestly, based on like how my prior video went, a pretty damn good description of how I do all that. So yay me and tired brain. That's not too bad. So yeah, I have an odd assortment in this box of, that was another component of all this. You will find things that don't belong anywhere. They're all singular items. A lot of times for me, they're like kind of trinkets as I stand off in the darkness. They're like trinkets, mementos, or just random odds and ends. They don't have to be alike in any sense. I guess the way they relate to each other is that they don't relate to anything else. Those go in a box, and you collect all of that excess stuff that just would take too much energy to place each and every little thing, and you condense it into a smaller box. Then that box can be addressed at a later date, but it leaves your brain free to kind of sort through the rest of it, in a sense. That's what this box is kind of becoming. It kind of started as like some camera type stuff, like there's a really old GoPro and an old lavalier mic, but now I just see wires, so I've been throwing wires in there. Things that aren't critically useful and just need somewhere to go is kind of what this box is becoming. But yeah, we kind of have craft supplies and tools on this table. So the goal is to clean it off in some type of way that is more productive than simply moving everything off the same space. So it's kind of a touch everything twice to figure out where it should end up going, but I try to move like things together and get more and more of the extraneous things kind of out of the way. And it's just how my brain works at this present moment. It's a dedicated process that my brain is comfortable following. That's cool. Nice. I actually do know where this goes. Put that in there. At work, but you're lurking, says Zerotix. He said, oh, that doesn't work here. Probably with the sorting and the organizing. Well, enjoy work as much as you can, Zerotix. Sorry that you have to work on a Saturday. But hopefully it goes smoothly. Time passes quickly. There's very little drama. And you get to laugh some. Hans says, no, I'm saying use a magnet close to the tools. And that's where the knife can go. As long as you know where it is, it's put up. Like having a magnet to hang the tools on, like a dedicated space to place that tool. I guess it's either that or like a name magnet that says tools, and it just goes wherever the tools go. Use a magnet close to the tools. Or better yet, for me to comically misinterpret what you're saying, a really strong electromagnet that when I turn it on, all the metallic tools in this room just fly to it and everything organizes itself. I like that idea. That's a good idea, Hans. Okay, I have ended up with more paintbrushes than I kind of expected, which is the nice thing about cleaning sometimes, is you will find other things you're looking for that you weren't even intending to find. We've got some screws assorted and another thing of assorted screws. So I will combine those. Another twist tie to kind of throw in the twist tie pile. I've got a bunch of adjustable feet from the shelves. That was a huge thing several weeks ago when I took like a week to organize the room. Is I removed these gosh darn little feets from the shelves. Terrible lighting. Sorry, normally I do better, but this is not show lighting. This is think lighting. That's not the thing, but it is now. So I got caster wheels with locks and replaced all of the feet with swiveling, rolly, soft wheels. So now those two shelves move out of the way, which is amazing because I actually have to access the window fairly often now for venting the laser engraver. But oh my God, they were like $7 a piece, something like that. I could have bought another shelf for the cost of the 8 wheels, basically. Maybe they were 12 a piece, I don't know. It kind of hurt, but it was the right move because it's the right way to do it. And these feet The floor in here is pretty uneven, so these catch. Even the wheels catch because the floor is so uneven. But yeah, it's life-changing having these things on wheels. Even my little cart that Han has seen a couple times, my little camera rigging cart, that has wheels, and that is super important to me. So I do have a spot recently where I put a bunch of 3D printed, I made a bunch of 3D printed feet, like carpet feet, for these same adjustable feet once, and I thought they might go together well, but I don't think I'm gonna remember that. And I don't want this to get lost, so I may put it with some memento stuff. One of those little odds and ends boxes that I seem to have way too many of. Hey, we have another pin. Dope. We have a little third-hand magnifying glass for soldering. I'm gonna keep that handy because I think we had some soldering stuff out earlier, and that needs to go with, it might even be right below. We've got some command hooks, which I guess that could go with adhesives, with tape and things. So that's gonna sneak over by where I keep all that, kind of by the scissors. And as you guys know, I'm a huge Twitch lurker. So you will hear my phone go off periodically as I get notifications. And I gotta go look at my friends. We have one, oh, cool. They have 2 cameras going now. They are a crocheter. And yeah, super chill. I can't even remember what they were making the first. Oh, they were making a geode. That was super cool. They crocheted a geode, and I had never seen the layers that these things go to, like the depth of a project. But there was like multiple layers, an inside and outside, and then like an inner, it looked like the crystalline structure of a geode, and then like an outer part, and they had like crocheted all these different parts, and they were like joining it. And I didn't realize how much stitch counting happens on this stuff. It's absolutely incredible. But yeah, I like to go lurk on my friends. So that is, I guess, kind of a distraction, not really distraction. I don't know. Trying to think how to describe this. What was my sentiment with that? I guess I'll try to describe it in more loose terms after I've limited. I guess it could be found annoying that I would stop frequently and check my phone and go tab people up, but I don't care because that's the whole point of doing it. Yeah, Canute. They're live now. It's I will type it out since I don't have a. You'd just be able to copy paste it to kind of see. They're not doing a geode at the moment, but they are doing something round, which is in itself very intriguing. Cat, bees, knees. They don't know me very well. I just lurk there. I haven't like popped my head up for 3-4 weeks, if not more. So you could say that I sent you, but no big deal. But you might see what they're doing. I know they have some projects. I haven't strictly seen all the projects they do, but there is somebody else I follow. Unfortunately, recently I've added a lot of people, so it gets a little bit tricky. And we'll have to try to remember. That actually might be a good project one day, is writing down and making little cards. That's like a Twitch username and then a description of what they do and how I met them. Because Twitch doesn't have any kind of note-taking function, but it'd be kind of fun for me to have reminders for sure. But yeah, Cat Bee's Knees is a crocheter. Part of the making and crafting section of Twitch that I peruse from time to time to find like-minded people. But here's a prime example of something that has no place in this room. This is Pump and Grow. Houseplant. Dr. Earth houseplant Pump and Grow. It's just plant food for indoor plants. But at the present time, it has no purpose in this room. But I don't think it makes... Well, it could go in the box of things to leave the room. Or it could go by the door to leave the room. I'm going to put it in the box because we do have a lot of things leaving the room. But yeah, now it's off the table and I can think a little bit clearer, not busy looking at it. I end up, funny thing, I bought all of these different containers so I could organize all these different things. And now, as I organize all these different things, I find I have a lot of leftover empty containers. It's almost like I had too much disorganized stuff and containers were not the fix. They were just holding the disorganization. So I think we're getting closer here. I have a scissors obsession. Let me bring out my scissors collection, which I've done this once before to like some IRL friends, and they got super pumped to see all the different scissors. And then they were maybe kind of let down by the actual collection. So I've realized it's just a me thing. I just like scissors. Not everybody likes scissors. Yeah, Mel would probably like their channel too. So there was somebody else. If at some point you want a recommendation, I will dig them up for you. But they were making a little dinosaur. And it was crazy. And it's just standard crochet stuff, I'm sure. But the way they had to make each section, but they had to, they corresponded to a pattern, but you had to accurately make it to that pattern. And then you had to count all these stitches and place things in different spots, like placing the spikes on the dinosaur's back and things like that. Just a fascinating technical process to me that I never want to do. I do not want to crochet. I used to knit. Actually, I had a little knitting business. I used to sell scarves. But let's go through my scissors. I think it would be fun to hang them all on my fingers. So we're going to do that. Then I can look like Edward Scissorhands. And then we have a few. Actually, I have even more scissors than this. Would you believe it? Okay, we'll start with these little guys from the, you know what? It's time. We need a little bit better light. How though? Maybe the easy way. That's, if you're at all interested in lighting, that's what this room is based around. It's a studio with lights rigged so that I can light things quickly. Lighting is an art that I am learning, but if anybody is ever interested, I'm happy to talk through the technicals on it. It's just very, is ethereal the right word? Or like, not everyone's gonna care type of thing. But I'm gonna see if I can get some light. Let me actually frame this better. Yeah, there we go. My scissors collection. Plus these. There's a thumbnail for you. Okay, these were from the dollar store. I believe these are for sewing, but they have a very fine tip, which would be useful for probably cutting stitching, getting into stitching and cutting stitching, but obviously very precise scissors, no brainer, why not? Then we have these, so those were from a dollar store. These were from AliExpress, one of those types of places. I try not to shop too much on those. I have come to learn that like most businesses in a lot of places, the employees are treated like shit, but that's where this came from. These are more heavy duty scissors, but they have a slight kind of recess back here by my index finger, which lets you dig into like a stack of paper, or I guess you can almost prune with something like these. But these are a little bit heavier duty, and they also have kind of the ribbing or the teeth on the blade, so it grabs onto whatever it's cutting. These are actually metal shears, which I'm really excited I found these because I did not use these the last time I was cutting an aluminum can. And these would be perfect. I'm actually gonna put these on the table. But yeah, very thick reinforced blades with a very, the bevel, let's say, on thinner blades is typically going to be angled thinner as well. Oh, it actually focused. Good job. So yeah, lighter duty tasks, your bevels are going to be swept back more, if that makes sense. And then heavier duty, if you can kind of tell, they're maintaining a steeper bevel because there needs to be more material backing up the cutting surface. You'll see that on actual tin snips. They're very, very wide at the bottom with very shallow bevels. Fi, I gotta bounce. Oh yeah, you got the birthday party. But best of luck on your project. Thank you so much, Yasmin. Enjoy the birthday party. Have so much fun. Hope it goes well and have a fabulous weekend. Hopefully I'll see you around. I'm sure we will see you. Cider. Hello. Welcome in. First time chatter, but it seems you know the community. Why you need to know and meet Cider. Hello, Cider. I'm Fi. Declan is my name. I stream on Twitch. We do projects, lasers, 3D printers, designing stuff, building stuff. I want to make a sim rig. I want to make a stained glass plant terrarium. I want to make an LED clock. All kinds of stuff. But I also have a YouTube channel called Better Done Right. But do you come from, what community do you come from? Because you know Yaz, you like homies. Making a latte and said, ooh, we making things here. We are going to make things. Right now we're talking about scissors because it's Saturday and it's my time. We're gonna talk about scissors. Okay. Dana, no. Maddie, who knows? Eamon. Midi, who knows Eamon. These are names I'll have to learn. Beyond Dana, I know Dana. That's how I know Yaz. You linger a lot of communities, to be honest. So do I. Yeah, I'm kind of usually quiet in the background, and then I try to devote some quality time to like each stream like at a time and not just like bounce between them and just say hi and disappear. I try to actually, Fi is making a clock to help him keep track of different time zones. Yeah! Hey, I can actually show you guys too. This thing is my little calculator sheet. It's a card that lays out the time zones that I frequently have to mentally compute or look at. I could look it up, but this is way cooler. So yeah, I've got a graph across the bottom. I can look at my time and compare it to other time zones. It works, except I didn't think about daylight savings time. So this only works for another 2 months. And it only covers the time zones that I currently have to care about. But I have a friend that wants a copy. So we're going to make them a custom copy, make it nicer, and in the sense of thicker paper, maybe double-sided, like daylight savings versus non-daylight savings, customized to their time zones of their preference, and we're going to try to laminate it or preserve it in some way, and then I'll ship it to them because they live close enough that I can ship stuff. Yeah, it says cider's gorgeous. You should swing by and say hi to Cider too, if you can, because Cider is one of the sweetest, most loveliest, and kindest people out there. Well, that's an excellent recommendation. Why don't I just drop this person a follow? One for the homies. I totally get it. We don't do daily. Daylight savings, so you have to keep track of other places times 2. Interesting. You're just a taco. Understood. Yeah. You guys are awesome. This is awesome. Super cool. Okay, scissors. These are Wahl scissors. If you're not familiar with the name brand, can we get... Oh, yeah, we can, folks. I gotta cover my face because it's looking for my face to focus. Wahl is just a brand of like hair care. They sell hair clippers, the noisy, buzzy ones. They are like the most entry-level things you can get. They were incredibly popular during the pandemic. Yeah, these came out of a hair care kit. And it's a pair of scissors, so I kept it. That's the story on those. These came out of my neighbor's garage when they moved out and said I could have whatever was in there. So these are some kind of old, I say old, I guess they're old. The design's definitely old. But I'd say they're just paper scissors, but they have a cool little catch for your finger. I use these when I don't need something very precise. So I have cut the aluminum cans with these that I plan to laser etch and engrave at some point. But these are probably not the best thing. They're not the most stout. So we put our metal scissors over there earlier. Okay, let me go through some more boring ones. These, but I gotta say it like it's interesting. These from Harbor Freight. If you don't know Harbor Freight, they're like an import hardware store, but they have the goods. They have the cool stuff. They have an English wheel. It's a device. It stands pretty high because you use it at waist height. It's got a big arching deal over the top that holds a roller. And then you put a different roller at the bottom, and you can set a specific gap, and that gap is meant to be adjusted. And you put a piece of metal, sheet metal, into the English wheel, and you move it around. And depending on how you shape the two wheels and how much you're pressing and which way you roll it, it starts to shape flat sheets of metal into more curved shapes. And that's how they would make fenders for cars. If you ever looked at like car restoration videos, you'll probably see, I guess if it's old-timey too, you'll probably see an English wheel. They'll use part of that, and then they'll use some hammers to shape it, and then they'll do a bunch of welding, and you'll end up with seeing like tens of thousands of dollars of tools. But anyway, Harbor Freight has an English wheel. I'm pretty sure. Maybe they don't. Maybe I just thought I saw one. Maybe it's a big bandsaw. But bandsaws, same shape, but it runs a blade through it constantly, endless loop. And it's narrow, but very long. So you can fit tall things in it, and you can move them around if you wanted to and cut curves. You're only limited by the distance between the blades and the structure. But bandsaws are super cool. And you can't just normally go to a hardware store around here and just buy a bandsaw. But Harbor Freight has like 4. So cool store. Anyway, that's where these scissors came from. They're probably free. because that's kind of Harbor Freight's thing. But I like I like scissors. These are cool because they're almost like a good engineering example of put your money where it counts and then design something well. So these are mostly plastic and I don't care. You would think I would care because I have some pretty kind of bespoke scissors. I love these. These are amazing. These are like engineered perfection in certain ways because they've saved money by having like a cast polycarbonate exterior for your like ductile strength of the thing, and then they put metal where you need metal. And yeah, they're super sharp. They also have, I don't know if it's a bottle opener or just a gripper. Oh, where my index finger is, the teeth. Ow. But yeah, really clever. I have 2 pairs. You can imagine they really don't see that much use because I have like 30 pairs of scissors. I'll catch up on chat briefly. Let me get a little bit of tea. What's everybody drinking this morning? I heard latte. Was that cider? Cider, did you have a latte? Or was that Zerotics? I'm thinking Zerotics. I should have like a chat search feature. That'd be cool. Somebody in chat at some point mentioned a latte. I have tea. It's all very, very exciting. Cider. Okay. Yes, cider's community is also so sweet too. Big love to you all. And thank you guys. Have fun, Yaz. We'll see ya. Enjoy the birthday party. Cider says, I've been there, but now I have to go to see. Haha. Wait. I missed context here. Yeah, said, I wonder if you both are near each other. Hee hee. Okay, I need to bounce for my friend's birthday, but I hope it goes well. Have a fabulous stream. Thank you so much. Cider, are you American? I'm presuming that Yaz is living in the UK. That's all I'm guessing. And that's purely based on like a time, somebody mentioned a time at some point. And that's because now I'm an expert because I made a sheet. But yeah, cider. Maybe you're American. Okay, more scissors. Let's look at a little pair. These little bad boys are cute as hell. These are shears. Shears. However you like to say it. But super cool. Again, polycarbonate. Polycarbonate is a term I use very generally, I guess. But I think I'm pretty accurate. I think it just stands for glass reinforced plastic. So fiberglass, almost. But also carbon. There's like carbon, and plastic. Poly, plastic, carbon, carbonite, glass? I don't know. I understand that they have glass fibers embedded in it. That's part of the strength. And it's lightweight. You can make a lot of stuff out of it and it can be cast really precisely. But yeah, polycarbonate, kind of like springy shape. And then just a couple metal bits. I totally flipped it the wrong way. What the hell? But yeah, these are cool. These are really common. This might even, says Eagle on it. I think this gets rebranded and sold in a billion different places. But if you went on like Etsy and looked for sewing scissors or thread scissors, something like this is going to come up. Something light, sharp, precise. But I think I got these in a plant store. Like snipping little bits of dead stuff off plants. Yeah, kind of cool. I don't use them much because Honestly, most of what I cut is paper. They don't cut very much paper, so I like my long scissors. You know what I mean? You've been... No, that was an earlier comment. Got to drop off for a bit, have a fun stream. Might drop back in a bit later. Sounds good, Canuse. If not, I'll probably see you on KG's stream. Sounds like he's going to be going for a decent length of stream time today. So speaking of which, he had a YouTube notification that he was going live soon, but those go about 30 minutes early. So yeah, not live on Twitch yet, but soon. And then Zerotic says, tickle, tickle. Diabolical, how dare you. I refuse to laugh. I refuse. So we have some more scissors to look at because we're looking at scissors right now. We got another plant store find and a total ripoff. These, don't buy from this brand per me and my scissor qualifications. Focus. Yes, Bare Bones. Bare Bones is like a boutique reseller. And gorgeous scissors. Honestly, it's like it looks hand riveted. Oh man, this macro shot is gonna be tough. All right, camera. Can we cover my face enough? You know what? Why don't we give up on struggling? Wouldn't that be nice? We'll switch from face focus to global. See if that changes anything. It's a really small thing to focus on compared to the rest of the frame, so I don't blame it. So I think we're gonna go straight up manual focus here. And we're gonna focus all the way in, and I'll just adjust. Pretty! See all those different, very organic facets? Not quite, because I'm so shaky. But you can kind of see the reflections and stuff. So that's hand... I'm reluctant to say it's actually hand riveted. It looks hand riveted, which is the cool part. And I've actually taken a blacksmithing class before and riveted stuff, and it looks just like that, which is super cool. So instead of like the other side, which is super smooth, kind of see the reflection there, it's very uniform, and then the reflection on this side is kind of more spread out because all the different facets. But anyway, the scissors, not the rivet of the scissors, but the scissors themselves, very long handles. And then that gives you a lot of leverage, and then pretty stout blades on the end. You could get away with some serious cutting with these. These I think are meant for pruning, which is hence why I got them from a plant store. But they're really expensive. I bought a lot of this brand stuff, and honestly, I think they just find kind of like bespoke looking tools and then just brand them with their brand, which is literally what my laser is for, by the way. Like, that's its whole purpose. It's a marking laser that I just use improperly to cut things. You can use it for whatever. But yeah, the little Bare Bones logo, that was laser etched on. Almost a guarantee. I would bet 3 marbles on that. Maybe one day I could demo and remove it or something. But yeah, cool scissors, pretty sharp. Just like, we're talking like 30-40 bucks for those bad boys. Ridiculous. That is the 3rd and 4th sweater compliments. Thank you so much. The reason I'm wearing it, if you guys didn't catch, is I've been up since 3 a.m., work called, and I work outside. And it's was to 17 degrees when I left work. So maybe 15 when I was working, but then there's wind chill, and this is Fahrenheit, so this is well below Celsius. what would that be? 15, 30 would be 0, -5, something like that. That's one thing I want to make. I want to make a card that converts Fahrenheit to Celsius. Literally, shit I can Google, but it'd be cool if I had it on a wall and I could just like, yeah, I made that cool chart. I'm trying to justify the laser. It was expensive. Yeah, whenever I work outside for a while, I do things that keep me warm and I do things that don't keep me warm. So there's part of my job where I'm standing and there's part of my job where I'm like basically working out. So in between those, I have to manage my temperature, and usually I get really cold at some point. So when I work in those super cold temperatures, it's like my core temperature drops for a while and I have to like overheat before my body recovers. Otherwise it takes a couple days and I just feel cold for like 3 days straight. So warm jacket, lots of lights, a computer, monitors, everything's on. So the warm heat builds up in the room. I'm gonna say best for last. Yeah. Okay, other bare bones brand scissors. These bad boys, same riveted style where it looks hand riveted. Even the tines for the handles look like hand forged. That was the word I was looking for earlier. They're like a carbon steel, so they rust, but it's kind of cool, kind of build up a patina. They have a black oxide finish, which is just, it's like rust, but when things are really hot, I think. But it's more preserving than rust, but it can still rust. Kind of it adds to the look. It's cool. These are good for scissors. These are good for paper. They're good scissors. But again, they're like 30 something bucks because I bought it from a boutique place, from a boutique brand. And I found these at Harbor Freight for $6. And I was pissed. And that's why I don't buy from that brand anymore, because I realized I got bamboozled. But yeah, like $6 at Harbor Freight, I think, if I'm recalling correctly. Maybe another store, but yeah, super cheap. Just a brand, put their label on it, put it in a nice store, and then I'm like, wow, this looks so cool. But these are genuinely fucking fantastic. We're gonna go macro-ish. We're just gonna zoom. I keep saying zoom. We're gonna focus close. Look at these glorious bastards. Wow, that's way too close. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Lighting's a little off today, but these are super cool. Again, bought in a boutique store. You can see I have an obsession with scissors, but these have a very rough appearance, which is super cool. So it's cast brass onto blades. So there's actual like, you can see like pinholes. Yeah, you can see steel through the brass. So they've actually made two separate parts and they've cast one onto the other. So it like encapsulates the other part. So it's physically locked in from every direction, which is not something you could do with a lot of construction methods. So what they've done is they've casted a shape and a little bit extra. And then they've sanded back to perfect the shape, but for the style of the scissor, they stop short of making it perfect. And it has this very rough appearance. Like you can see on, I've been out of focus when I'm talking, but you can see, I can kind of get a sick reflection off the fill light there. That's kind of dope. If I can line this up, I really need more light than what I'm playing with here. But on the back of the blade, you'll take my word for it. On the back of the blades, they never finished it flat. They left some of the rough, what looks like forging. I don't think or know necessarily. I'm very much a skeptic after being burned out of like $80 of scissors. But they have kind of a forged look in certain areas because they didn't finish it all the way, which I like the look of. It's very rustic. Then where they cast the brass, they left some of the texture of the actual mold. So if it was like a sand mold, it has like a grainy texture on it, which is super cool. So it's a really neat mix of stuff. Again, decent scissors, cool looking, but probably not worth the money, because they're more of a style piece. And I just realized I've been touching the blade a bunch, and bare steel can react with fingerprints, so maybe I'll swab that later. The stainless steel, no problem. We got 2 stainless steel scissors to look at, and it's the last 2. Oh, maybe these aren't stainless. It's kind of rusting. These are from the same brand, Heritage. It's an American brand, it says, and these were purchased from a really cool, like, oversupply hardware store that I came across. They buy new old stock and then resell it. These little bad boys, as I again realize I've been out of focus. Why don't I just turn the autofocus back on? So I'm in focus when I'm talking. But these are glorious, shiny, beyond the rust that's on the exposed, the ground edge. But the exterior is a nice stainless. I don't know if it's plated or if it's solid. I guess that is a difference, but they're like these little tiny compact scissors. Super sharp, you know, high marks in the sharp and precision scale. They're built to last. Nice, like, intentional fasteners and things like that. And then they have this little pointy cap that goes on it. Yeah, you get the idea. But it also holds the scissors closed. So kind of little compact scissors. I guess it, you know, pocketable if you're working and you just got to snip. Very handy. But the bad boys, also from Heritage, I can actually give you a model number. So those little ones are the HTC-5 from Heritage. These are the Heritage 207s. Oh man, we gotta get some manual focus. These are just too pretty to not. These are glorious, glorious scissors. Again, I'm not a scissor expert. I've just bought a lot. But yeah, these are my favorite pair. Trying to get some nice lighting for you guys. They are, they get used, so they got some adhesive and stuff. They actually, a video I just posted a couple days ago about building a battery adapter for my camera. These appeared in that video. But these have a beautiful ergonomic shape, super precise. They're a nice, like, controllable size, but also pretty long cutting distance. They work really, really well for paper. They're basically your general purpose kitchen scissors in a sense. But again, adjustable fasteners, if you will. The screw is adjustable, which is kind of nice. Your cheap things are gonna have a rivet. They're gonna have a permanent thing. Rivets you can actually hammer again. You can flatten them again. So that does kind of work, but it's not like a plastic pivot or anything. This is actually a metal construction, and then you can tighten it over time. But yeah, polished stainless, absolutely everywhere. Wonderful cutting edge, great shape, gorgeous, gorgeous scissors. And these are my favorite pair. They're not meant to be in this room, but I could not find my whole box of scissors. So they've ended up in this room temporarily. They normally sit out in the kitchen. Kitchen drawer or they get used day to day. Because I figured I better use the best pair, my favorite pair. But yeah, those are my scissors. Let's carry on. Thank you for the follow, Cider. I appreciate it. You are my 99th follower. Oh, that was a strong drink. It's not. It will be later. I may be drinking some Penelope whiskey later. Or I've got some Shakey's Whip, which is a Irish black maple whiskey, which is delicious. I'm not a big, I've never been big on alcohol. I don't drink many beers. I detest wine most of the time. I'll drink mixed drinks that are like on the fruitier side, less on the bitter side. Seltzers I can get by with just fine. But I've developed a little bit of a taste for whiskey recently. So Roddick says, I'm off tomorrow. All I have is Kahlua and some vodka in the freezer. Nice. I'm not familiar. I'm gonna look it up. And that's more just my ignorance, not knowing things. I know lots of things, just not the important things or relevant things. Kahlua. It sounded Hawaiian. Traditional Hawaiian. No, I missed an H. See, I don't know things. Aha, okay. A Mexican coffee liqueur. Liqueur made from rum, sugar, and why is this word so hard for me to say? We're gonna do a little camera change here. Nice. My brain is tired, so normally I already suck at spelling and reading. This is extra. Arabica. Yeah, Arabica, a type of coffee. 100% Arabica coffee, known for its rich, sweet flavor, sweet coffee flavor, and it's used in cocktails with the White Russian, Black Russian, espresso martini. Those are good. Or enjoyed over ice cream or both. That's an AI summary. Don't believe it for a second. Let's check chat for the real info. You don't know how it's spelled. No, you got it, I think. Oh, K-A-H-L-U-A. I looked up a type of Hawaiian pork, I think, which is delicious. No, I'm kind of hungry for that. We do have a place that has some stuff like that. You had a peach spritzer last night. Nice. Yeah, I like spritzers. Very tolerable drink. Very, very tolerable. Good stuff. I just realized the light that's above my head is shining on the camera because I pointed it at the mirror to get the angle I wanted for the scissors. Silly. Funny, funny, funny. Don't drink it all, so it's been in your freezer for a while. Nice. But coffee, alcohol. That sounds pretty cool. I am actually off coffee. My job benefits from having copious amounts of caffeine, but I started getting like heart flutters. And in my investigation process, discovered that one, I do not have a genetic condition, which I was a little bit concerned about. We do have the possibility of that in my family. And two, it was probably caffeine related. So I got off caffeine and it went away for like 99%. So just tea for me. But yeah, if you get heart palpitations or flutters, consider cutting back on caffeine. And if you can, go cold turkey. I went cold turkey, but I also already limited my caffeine. I think I'm just very caffeine sensitive. But let's skip ahead on the YouTube side. So it goes back to live because it always delays. Oh, you've been getting flutters. So for me, to describe my symptoms, it would feel like an extra, very noticeable heartbeat, but I would feel like I had to cough to clear it, like it created an impulse to cough, like I wanted to cough. It seemed to happen like when I already exhaled partly. It showed up a lot more when I was stressed. It showed up a lot more when I was had a lack of sleep. I've had long shifts, and I skip sleep. Like today, I'm skipping sleep because it's fun. You said you're addicted to caffeine. Zerotics also says, I've had palpitations until about 19, heart murmur. So yeah, that's what I got checked out. Yeah, somebody in my family has a slight murmur, and we wanted to make sure I didn't have one or inherit the thing that was causing that. I'm all good. It was just caffeine. I'm sensitive to caffeine. So, oh, Zerotics, you said you think your son has it. Yeah, 'tis genetic, as far as I know. Yeah, so it was described to me. I'll be vague about it because I don't know and I don't want to be wrong. But there's like these different cells around the heart, the different quadrants of the heart, and they trigger the reaction that causes the heart to contract. And what the doctor was describing to me was likely that would get out of sync briefly, and the heart may try to contract when the rest of the heart was like trying to take blood in, so it like counteracted, so it would like really be struggling for a beat. So you just felt like to me it felt like an extra beat or an extra strong beat. So yeah, got it all checked out, cut out caffeine, we're all good. Pretty much no issues. I have had tachycardia before, which is like a rapid heartbeat. That was purely my doing, staying up super late, lots of caffeine. That's not like a genetic thing for me. I just did it one time. But that can be scary too, and that can be something that's simpler that people have chronically. As Rodok says, one of those things they can't do anything about, and your heart eventually grows strong enough to handle it. Mine went away, you're in 1920. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't look into the murmur side so much because that was going to be determined. We were basically going to determine if that was even a concern with some imaging. And so I just didn't think about it. So I didn't look into it. But the understanding I have is that it's like the blood flow path is obstructed. Like valving can be an issue or something like that. I think that's what a murmur is. So it affects blood flow, which affects oxygen to things. So it can affect stuff. But interesting that it can be grown out of. I think that's kind of fascinating. It felt like I had to stretch, but couldn't stretch enough to really get under it to relieve it. So you'd stay up until 4 a.m. watching infomercials on Channel 4. Fair enough. We all have to find reasons to stay up until 4 a.m. watching infomercials on Channel 4. That's hilarious. Okay, why don't we get back towards the stop distracting myself with all the things that I distract myself with, and get back to cleaning. We point the big, not really big light, a little light. Dial that bad boy in. Okay. Let us change cameras. What was your experience with a murmur anyway? I feel like it's different for everyone. Yeah, I'd say it's probably different for everyone. And then there's also like a great variety of things it could be, because the heart is a wildly complicated thing. I think, friends, we have officially reached a stable body temperature. So the cute jacket is going to take a hiatus because I'm finally warm. Wow, chicken, wow, wow. Yeah, I should have taken the bed. Ooh. I need like a little blurb or something I can play. Just spring that on people all of a sudden when I take a jacket off. Like put some, I've got some shades. When I did a Johnny Bravo cosplay. But yeah, I could just put some shades on randomly and then just take my jacket off. That would be hilarious. Okay, back to cleaning the table. Every time I look at it, I want to deal with it less and less. I bet that's relatable to everybody. I have a box for all of these little bags. Where do I put the box? Where'd the box go? I like to save all of these little baggies that little screws and things come in for different products. Because one day I figure I will use them and it'll be nice. There's my baggy box. Look at all these baggies. This looks like I'm prepared to distribute drugs. Good God. In my defense, some of these are like electrostatic bags from like GPUs and computer hardware. So in my defense, these are not all cocaine carrying. Did I say that? Type things. This is like a memento or a reminder, so I'll kind of set that with those type things. We've got an SD card. That was actually a fun discovery. So I found my first camera. This is a little point and shoot from Vivitar. It is the Vivitar Vivicam X018. I know it's 10 megapixels at its best. I don't think it focuses. I think it's literally the bare sensor. I don't think I have light to actually show you that, but I think it's the bare sensor. You can switch from landscape to macro. There's this really hard to move switch on the side. It does have a built-in flash, but I modified this. I put a bottle on the end, like the threaded portion, and then I made adapters that would fit, usually bottle caps. This one happened to fit on the inside, and I made a detachable, DSLR, detachable single lens reflex. This would be a mirrorless camera before there were mirrorless cameras. I would have bought this when I was 10 to 12 years old. It was like 50 bucks, I think. I outgrew it almost instantly, but I got around a lot of limitations because I adapted all kinds of little magnifying lenses to this bad boy. And that got me a lot more usability out of it. And I actually got some pretty cool photos. Mostly those worked for macro, just being able to close focus on things and get kind of detail shots. But I found it, I cleaned it up. It's going to be a fun little thing to kind of have as in the background or even use. I have put batteries in it. And what reminded me of it was I found some old SD cards, and that's what I put in that. So I have a little electronics dry cabinet in here, which if you find that you have a lot of electronics that kind of sit, they're not like constantly used, and you want to preserve the life of it, not just electronics, lenses, camera lenses, very big reason, almost the exclusive reason, honestly, for that purchase. But An electronics dry cabinet is just a low humidity environment to store sensitive things. So camera lenses are a great example because you don't want fungus mold to grow in lenses. So you don't want to store them in a fridge where it's humid. I guess warm and humid would be the worst case. But you want a dry environment that's dust free. That's what an electronics dry cabinet is. So that's what I keep digging into over there. I store microphones, lenses, cameras, that kind of stuff in there. Things that I don't want to get damaged and also want to keep kind of together. So I might, this really doesn't need to go over there, but I'll throw it kind of closer. We've got a little light in like a monitor shade. The shade doesn't really fit where I need it to go because I've got a cabinet that I built under there and it would go perfectly in there if it would fit, but it does not. The light might go, but I think I'm just going to put these both on the shelf with lighting. I don't really have a lights. I have light modifiers and I have lights. Yeah, I could put the light on the light. We'll do that. Light goes on the light shelf. That makes sense. And then I'll just lay the shade kind of in there to discover at a later date. The monitor that it goes to does not get used all that much. So, although it might, just not with the shade. So got a couple knives, utility knife, and so on. We do a lot of unboxing here because I have a gear obsession. If you haven't noticed, I like cameras and such. So yeah, got to keep the knives handy. So those will go there. Usually by this time on Saturdays, I have something new to look at. I would have a new microphone if it would get delivered, but I cannot figure out where the heck it's gone. I think it's just delayed and they don't want to tell me. But yeah, usually we're messing around looking at new gadgets and gizmos that I get for my obsession with making physical things and then making content about those physical things. We've got another anti-static bag. And would you believe it? We found our baggy bag box. Bag and baggy box. So that can go in there. I think I will mute because I need to blow my nose. Back. Honestly, for some very kind of unintentional lighting in here, I do really like this setup right now. It's an umbrella, a silver umbrella with a white diffusion on the inside of it. So it's like, it's not a hard or a specular source, but it's also kind of constrained and kind of shaped. I used to just fire a daylight color temperature light into the ceiling and let it just fill the room as a fill light. But it would literally, I mean, there was no contrast between the middle of the room and the walls because it lit the whole ceiling. So this, having the umbrella on there, has directed it. So now the corners are darker, the room has depth to it. It's really cool. But the color temperature and like the contrast level difference between the warm, brighter, and the subtle, lower, softer fill light. I like it. I dig it. It's kind of got a silvery vibe. I'm sure it's the shirt. I'm just looking at a gray shirt, but it's got a cool vibe. I'm digging it. I'm gonna pay closer attention so I can kind of use that in the future to craft some different looks. So we are making some significant progress, albeit very slowly. This needs to go in the cabinet with the rest of it. Hey, that's exciting. Okay, so one thing, for those of you that are new, that we're gonna do eventually is clean camera lenses. One of my projects is to buy old, used, large format lenses, build a box that focuses those and projects them onto a surface, and then use a modern camera with modern optics to then film that image. I'll try not to get too into the weeds on it because I definitely can, but basically, the larger the projected image, the shallower the depth of field. So think how blurry a background is when you use your cell phone without like a fancy portrait feature versus when somebody uses a professional camera, professional lenses. It's that kind of difference, but from the professional camera to an even higher magnitude, which is super cool. My thought is, if I could eventually rig it all up, I could basically make a webcam that looks like nothing else in this world. There are people have done this before, and they've, you know, it's a camera, they just point it at stuff and film. But to use it in like a streaming sense, I think would be really cool and it's a fun project. The thing about it is I don't want to pay like full price for the lenses because I like to buy a lot of a new hobby and experiment a lot with it. So I'd like to get a few lenses. So the thought is, can I instead invest some money in the stuff to fix and clean lenses and then save the money in the long run buying maybe lenses that aren't perfect? So these were lenses I bought. They're like adapter lenses, diopters, basically. They go on the front of another lens and they let you focus closer, farther, things like that. And these have not been properly stored. So I noticed one of them has started to grow some fungus. I think just on the front. But this would make a really good contender for practicing on, because I have bought an old zoom lens that I intend to use on my camera and in production of things, because I don't want to spend new lens money yet. I probably will. I always end up doing that. But this big honkin' lens is a full frame Nikon 50 to 300 f 4.5, so constant aperture, which is cool. That's probably why it's relatively large to let in a lot of light. This was one of the first mass-produced full-frame zoom lenses. They made some for like Super 8 cameras. I think that's what the actual designer of this lens was doing in Japan before he got a functioning version of this. He had an earlier model. I think it may have been produced just a little bit, but it still had some quirks and things. This was like the first mass-produced zoom lens in the 80s, I believe. Don't quote me on that. I need to do my research for proper content later, but cool lens. This has fungus in it. If I showed you the optics, it would look like there's a dirty element way down somewhere in the middle. So I have gotten some tools. I should be able to completely disassemble this lens, I hope, without breaking anything, clean and sterilize it, probably everything, and then reassemble it. This is the boss battle. This is the Souls-like boss battle, and I'm not ready for it, so I need some stepping stones. Ideally, once I've fully cleaned these lenses and I trust that I've done it right, these can go back in the electronics dry cabinet and they won't have problems again. But I don't want to store a moldy lens with my clean lenses. So this goes on the outside along with those other lenses that I just put back there. But again, the end goal is to be able to buy more or less any lens I want, clean it, and save a little bit of money there, actually doing the work myself. I have bought a lens before that was like professionally cleaned. I didn't store it very properly, and it like almost instantly regrew the fungus, which tells me they didn't sterilize the lens. They may have scrubbed it clean, but they didn't like clean the actual walls of the lens, stuff like that. Okay, we are getting real close now. We have a Bluetooth speaker. Where to put that? It's gonna go on the shelf. I don't really have a better spot. Now we're kind of getting down to the really nitty gritty stuff that is kind of here because it's close to where it needs to go, because said thing is under the table. Then we have some small hand tools, paint brushes, and a couple of odd assorted things. We do have some like laser materials, and generally the laser stuff is back here. This is kind of my organized paper. It's not very accessible, but it's kind of organized. So I'm gonna just put this is black acrylic. I'm gonna put that back there. It's actually for this guy. This is an orbit table. So you mount a camera to it, it has a counterweight on the other side, you put something in the middle, and you spin it. And if you film in slow motion, it's really, really cool to get these slow motion, super smooth orbit shots. If you put a panel even behind the table on the opposite side of the camera, so you're looking at it, but it's big enough to fill enough of what you want in the frame, then it looks like the camera isn't orbiting the object. The object is just spinning by itself. So it's like it's on a turntable. I think with ads in just under 3 minutes. Just a heads up for the Twitch people. So it's cool, really cool. But the black acrylic, you can put on the tabletop surface, and it gives you a dark mirrored reflection of whatever object you're looking at. It's really cool. I can also laser cut, etch, and engrave the black acrylic. So it'll be kind of a pretty cool thing to use. Let me check on that notification. Yes. All right, we are super lurkers here, so I gotta go lurk up my friends. And for this guy, we definitely gotta say hello. Hello. I didn't quite type all that out. We got Zackaboy in that chat. Fuck yes. Nice. W Zackaboy. He has 1 year of subscription to my buddy Koroku. That's awesome. And KG has an affiliate anniversary. Super cool. Let me check on stream streaks and such, so I got an idea of how that's going. He's one of the people I try to keep that big old stream streak going with. All right, getting back to my tabs. There we go. All right, we're back from the super lurking that we were doing. Okay, that we're just gonna put to the side for now. Screws and such. We do actually have a giant fasteners box down here, so I'm just gonna put it on top for now. This actually goes to something that's been moved out of this room, so I'm gonna put it in the box that goes out of this room. And now we're just down to a few things. So this is where
the process gets much easier. You've eliminated all the clutter. Now you can see just the few things that are left. This is actually a bunch of rigging. We'll call it rigging. Parts and accessories for a vertical monitor arm, so it would hold like 2 monitors, one above another. I just use it to hold a monitor at the top above another monitor. Works well, but that's ended up with some extra bits and bobs that I'll probably end up using on a project in the future. So I don't really want to just stash it. It's gonna go in this box. That seemed mildly related. I'm gonna clean a little bit of this clutter just for the visual component. These are all empty. I say that. What the heck is all this? Not quite empty. I'll put this like that. Likewise there. We have some more baggies. Put the baggies in the box of bag and baggies. Sounds like I'm talking about Bilbo Baggins. I've got a bunch of these lovely trays. I want to see if I can nest these in a sensible way to where they're not going to take up quite as much room. Ish. That kind of works. That doesn't quite work. Neither does that. That might work. Lots of back and forth because I'm missing so much. That's what happens when you buy like 3 different brands of organizers. That's cool how that fits. That's almost like a piston, the way that fits on there. I'll put the lid with lids. Hey, that almost works. That's relatively compact. I'm fairly proud of that. Where to put it though? Maybe I can make some room. We've got some kind of, I guess the main story of these shelves in the background is they're not very well used. Like there's a lot of disorganization on them, and if I actually organize them, which I've been trying to do this last week, I could really utilize this space a lot better. So that clears up quite a bit. I still think it's gonna look a little messy. Maybe that's because we were just throwing things around back here. So I'm gonna continue trying to clean a little bit of this clutter. It always counts. If it's gonna be on camera and you can make something look just a little bit better for like pretty low effort, do it. You will be much happier that you did. All right. These I had been looking for forever. Really glad I found them. It's remote light switches. You have a little kind of key fob remote that controls switches that you just plug into an outlet. So you can toggle on and off for devices that are plugged in. These are really handy for fans and for lights. So I use those a lot in these kind of studio spaces to power on fans and lights. Go figure. We've got a couple adapters, which I think I will put over there. All right, we've got some dusting towels and a random clothespin. Heck, that clothespin could be handy. I guess I'll hang these towels together with this clothespin, since the universe has given me all of these things at once. Hopefully that looks somewhat tidy. I think the floor leaves a lot to be desired. So I'm gonna see what I can do quickly to redistribute some of what's going on. Maybe this little box will get removed with the lampshade. I do actually have a video, fun little short video, removing this lampshade from the room. It's gorgeous. It's not real. Pretty sure it's all plastic. I don't want to find out for sure. Man, I can't tell for shit. Is it real? It looks real enough, at least. Just the glass part sounds like plastic, but maybe that's how glass sounds when it's surrounded by like a soft metal. It's certainly heavy enough, almost too heavy to be plastic. So maybe I'll be a little more delicate with it. But it can leave the room because we replaced it. It was in the middle of the room, but it would hang even at its like highest chain hook setting. My rolling light stand would hit it constantly. Every light stand, always, everything hitting it. So good riddance. It's really cool though. It's kind of Art Deco, Art Nouveau. I need to learn my art history. So it would be neat to keep around. We have another box. I think we get this box out of here, and then we get that other box out of here, and we move some more boxes, and then we'll be ready. So I'm gonna pin a chat for what we're about to get going on. Because great idea from Yasmin. So yeah, we have a 12-minute timer on that thing. So anybody that's joining will hopefully see that. Fantastic idea. What a good use of existing tools. And as a fun visual aid, I have an hourglass. So why not zoom? So I'll zoom quite a bit in on our, that is way overexposed. Let's look at a spot that's not so exposed. And I'll run this hourglass. I don't think I'll be back before that's done. It's a really fast one, but it's a cool timepiece. I'll leave the mic, use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. I wanted to spare you guys the gulping sounds as I chugged down some water when I got back. Now we're doing a little chapstick. Because you gotta. This time of year, it's cold and dry. This time of year. I don't want to reset the camera. We'll just zoom all the way out. So that sand timer is a lot more useful than my shorter one. That's a more usable amount of time for a break. So, pardon me. And again, super cool. Okay. We are on the home stretch, friends. Thank you guys for sticking around. Those of you that have been able to, but also absolutely no hard feelings if you have life to get to. That's absolutely do that. But yeah, those that are hanging around, really appreciate it. It's a nice little confidence boost seeing some numbers. All right, so we are cleaning this table off. And then we're, more little baggies for the box of baggies. One thing I've thought about making is labels, kind of custom labels for boxes. That could be kind of fun to make, like box bag and baggies, something like that. Would be kind of fun. Okay, another empty box. Gosh, dang it. Can it go there without falling on my head? I don't know. But we're gonna leave it there. Ah, my glue box. This needs to stay. This got on the table, and then I realized I had to clean the room. This was about to start the project, and then the discovery was made that, hell no, I need to clean up some. This is cool, this little rivet tool. This is from Aero brand, which, what are they? They're like they're around a lot in hardware stores. And they're maybe like a mid-range brand. But what's cool about this one is it has a swivel head. So you can get at different angles. And then it also mounts the different bits on the tool itself. It has a little tool wrench, which I don't want to struggle to get out right now. But rivets are super cool. I'm gonna have a lot of projects with those. So I've got rivet popping gun. And I also have a bigger one for thicker gauge rivets. And I also want to eventually get like stainless steel or brass rivets, some like more specialty materials to match specialty materials that I want to use in projects. You'll find I have an obsession with brass and copper. I'm going to be trying to incorporate those a lot into my various projects. In fact, speaking of, I literally have samples of copper. I don't want to peel too much of the film off, but you can probably see that reflection. Hey, okie dokie, welcome back. Yeah, this is a piece of copper. These are pieces of brass, if not bronze. And then I think this is the same again. This might actually be stainless for these. But yeah, the idea, these were purchased as like electrical terminals to slide into batteries. So a drill battery, you could solder. Solder will stick to brass and copper, but not necessarily like steel. As far as I know, you would need a like a welding process for that. Spot welding, I think, is the technical thing they would do. So it's cool to have brass that you can actually cut to shape because it's a softer metal, and then be able to solder, kind of do low temp stuff, and then make pins to go in batteries and then use the power for other things. Kind of cool and exciting. But yeah, brass is going to be a big deal on these channels, I'll say, because I have so many varied places I post and everything like that. Oh, but it can still get really in-depth. So Okidoki says, the software seems very simple so far, but it can get really in-depth. So they were looking at kind of some combo software that is a one-time purchase. And if you know anything about me, I love one-time purchases. I really detest subscription model software. So I will spend quite a bit more for a one-time purchase if it's good software, rather than, you know, saving money on the cheaper month-to-month plan. There are some services I pay for. They really do matter to me, and I get that, but professional tools, I detest. I will gladly pay, like I'll pay each year. I'll pay like an update, like Lightburn, $100 to start, some amount, like $60 to get a Galvo license to run this particular laser, and then every year I think it's $30 to re-up. Basically it's a service charge in a sense. Now a subscription model builds all that in instead of, I don't know, 12 bucks a month, and they hope they keep you for 4 years to make their money back. Difference kind of thing. I just don't like subscription models. I don't think it's fair. A lot of times for me, I'm such a generalist with my hobbies. I just need a little bit of what a piece of software can do. So I don't want to pay $70 a month to use something when I can find another tool. So I like my one-time purchases. I use DaVinci Resolve to edit. That is probably my main example of that. But Okidoki has been using some new software and trying to get a hang of it. Pixelmator Pro is what they've been working with. They got a fun little project they're working on with a tight deadline, so they're trying to get used to it. But yeah, welcome back, Okidoki. We have finally achieved the goal we set out to do 2 hours ago, but we're here now. We've done it. We've cleaned off the table. At this point, I'm just kind of moving things. They don't all have defined destinations, so I'm kind of getting a little bit lazy with it, but I'm trying to keep some of this stuff localized to where it should be. We do have a few boxes at the foot of the table here that need to be dealt with. This is a multimeter. These are connectors for wires, heat shrink tubing. Oh, we got some capacitors and resistors, so electronic stuff. This actually needs to go out of the room. It's recycling. That needs to go with there. This is hot glue gun and soldering tools and solder. This is kind of mixed. This could go going all the way up top. Maybe it'll go here for now. It's kind of like kind of some memento type stuff that I might dig into soon. And this is some laser related stuff. So this is actually all kind of relevant, but I can finally remove the last thing. Come in. Who's jealous? Tell me. You've got to be. I have pizza. I have pizza, and you may not. Just saying. Maybe you do. Maybe you do. That's exciting. And good timing, because I can clean my hands, eat some pizza, clean my hands, and then we can get a crafting. I do have a couple things here. Okidoki, I found my gray card. I've been looking for this thing forever. No pizza, you wish, though. Fair. This is from Delta. You know, I think I bought this as overstock from a photography store. So this is probably not even a relevant product anymore. But, you know, it's supposed to be 18% middle gray. I should probably compare it. Do I have two of them? I have two of them. That's exciting. One for me, one for you. But But yeah, hopefully it's, you know, like not sun faded. It's definitely warped to all shit. But yeah, it lists on the back, which is really cool, that I need to dig into. The Zone System of Photography for Perfect Prints, Negatives, and Slides. So this is some old school shit. Focus on this again. You can almost see that. But it gives you relative stops and contrast ratios, which is funny because I've been getting a bunch of like video creator, content creators videos pushed to me recently, and a lot of them are like, I got a light meter, now I can show you how to do all this. Yes.
Sorry, I don't know. This might be the package you've been waiting for.
Thank you.
Do you want me to take the audio thing off?
Yes, if you're able, you could just, yeah, perfect. Okie dokie, don't go anywhere. Is thank you, bro. Look, just in the nick of time, we have something to unbox today. Now, this is the SmallRig S70-A sub model wireless microphone system. So I have the Hollyland Lark M2S on. It comes as a kit in a bag, but it has this little charging case with it. Love it for what it does well. Super tiny microphones. You get a receiver that can go aux cable, or I guess mic out cable, line out, something like that, into your camera. So you can always have synced audio on your camera. Or you get a dongle that plugs into, you can get Type C or you can get Lightning. This will receive it to your phone. So it's like a content creator style microphone. They work quite well. They have a noise canceling, like AI noise canceling type thing, which you preset in the app what level of canceling you want. And then you just toggle it on or off with a button press on the microphone. So we've been using that now. So there's actually no noise floor to the mic because it's cutting it out. It basically puts a threshold filter on, is what it's doing. My problem with this microphone, so I did a backflip challenge. I used to do backflips a lot. That used to be a big part of my life. I did parkour and free running, super active, much lighter at that time. And as a challenge with my friend Stargazer, to kind of mutually push ourselves towards bigger goals, I was going to do backflips and she was going to follow her own goals. So we both kind of, you know, like, hey, here's an update on how I'm doing. Here's my struggles, but I'm sticking with it, basically. I forget the exact. Jelly! Hello. Oh my God. You're my 100th follower. Jellicious. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Make yourself at home. We're getting really nerdy, and I have pizza, and we're gonna make stuff. So that's the vibe at the moment. But yeah, if you have time to hang out, feel free. But I do know KG is streaming. I'm lurking on him. Absolutely understand if you want to just lurk here and catch up on there. No harm, no foul. That's literally what I'm doing. So, but I absolutely appreciate you coming in and following. And be my 100th follower. I'm gonna have to write that shit down. Gonna have to write that down that it was Jelly. Oh no, my pen. There we go. Okay. Mel / Jelly was 100th follower. Smiley face. Because that's a good thing. Hell yes. That's awesome. Okay, so exciting things. We just had a package arrive, Jelly. And then Okie Dokie in my chat is a camera nerd, like I am. So very, very excited at the moment. So what I was running through was the backflip challenge that I did. And Jelly's actually seen some of these videos, which was a lot of fun to share with them. Yes, okay, I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd. You're a nerd. Most of us are nerd. Yeah, not just with cameras. That's true. That's true. As I am learning, I would actually like to get to know more about that. I'm gonna have to set up a Discord properly one day so I can really get to know people in the community and hopefully collaborate offline on projects and things and get updates for what people are making. It's the vibe. I love it. But yeah, I used the little Hollyland mics and encountered an issue. I don't know if it's just in my backyard, but I think it's also the mic. The transmitting strength is fairly low to where if I turned my back and walked like 10 to 15 feet away from the microphone, I would lose connection, which sucks because that's literally how I get away from the camera. And so I just can't talk when I'm not facing the camera. And then I would do the backflip. You know, I actually did it. It was cool. It's fun. And then I would try different positions. Sounds sus. Face different directions to start the backflip because it was like a psychological challenge. I would get really comfortable looking at certain horizon lines, references, and things. I'd turn around and it would be scary again. So I tried to keep it varied for, I don't know, scare myself constantly. But these mics didn't cut it. They're good if you're facing the camera and you're close to the camera. They're very discreet. Quality is acceptable. Battery life is in excess of 4 hours per mic. I have hot swapped mics. I've plugged one back into the charging case and pulled another one out on stream. It took about 2 seconds, let's say, and I was up and running again. However, the receiver would have to go back in the case to charge, but it does have USB charging. Caveat, make sure you're not picking up static from the charging source. I have had a battery plate. When I had it plugged into that, it was sending some kind of signal out, probably distorting the noise, putting a signal out onto the ground, basically, is all I can really kind of think of. So then it was losing its reference, so you'd hear something. But if I connected directly to the battery was clean, but not the battery adapter plate. So that's something you have to kind of watch. But this mic kit from SmallRig is maybe $50 cheaper. This runs about 90. This was about 130, 140. So they're getting cheaper. This is an evolution, as far as I can tell, from a more trusted brand, or at least they've packaged maybe a better product into something of a similar size. So it's just basically an evolution of what they do. Hollyland has stronger microphones, absolutely, for transmit distance, longer batteries, and so on and so forth. I could get a different one, but I like the discreetness of this. It still looks nice with the little dead cat, the windscreen on it. But this, I'm thinking, is going to be a straight up replacement for the Hollylands. We will be looking at this today. When this becomes the solution and the replacement, I will be giving these away. I can't say when I'll be giving these away. Part of my concern is it's kind of a nice thing to give away, but I don't want to do a giveaway that has like 3 entrants. That seems disproportionate to what is being given away. That is the plan. I won't guarantee it. I do want to give away a lot of these random little things, light stands, light modifiers, if I can, to people that would appreciate it. It will just find a time that it makes sense to do stuff like that. But yeah, Okidoki says, I use the DJI Mic 3s, and I've heard the Hollylands have some features the DJIs don't. That is possible. I think the Hollylands probably just came after the DJIs, and They probably just included more features. So it, in a sense, at that time was the evolution. I think the small rig is now the evolution. I'm sure Hollyland will update their thing. It just depends if they can get a stronger signal, because I can't lose signal 10 feet from the camera. That's not acceptable. They advertise 1,000 feet line of sight, but in the reviews I've seen before I purchased it, I noticed that not too far away, when people faced away from the camera, when their body was a physical obstruction to the 2.4 gigahertz connection, that was too much. It's a small transmitter. Makes sense. So let's see what that one does later. But yeah, Okidoki says they're interested in the small rig ones. They're available for pre-order on B&H at the moment. They are $69 without the camera receiver and about $90 with the camera receiver. I'm sure they're going to be getting stock soon if they're actually doing a pre-order and not just a notify me. Delicious Bean says, make it to some goal. When we hit 500 followers, there'll be a giveaway for this item. And people got their friends and grannies in here to achieve it. That's fair. That would be there's an opportunity to push some channel growth and things like that. My concern, which probably isn't valid in a sense, I like the way things are growing now, because we get a lot of people that drop by, and if it's not their thing, they just leave. I want that to continue, because what I'm doing in here is not for everybody. This is very, most of the people that are here because they know me. They've seen me in chat, Discord, they know me personally, or they've become acquainted with me. Getting to know me, you already have to have, if you just dropped in, you'd have to have some familiarity with what I'm doing, or just vibe with the vibe, because we don't have dedicated content. We're not, yeah, Okidoki just randomly found this channel, but they have an interesting cameras. I was talking about cameras. Had I just been gaming that day, maybe I would have caught them on the backside, them coming back. And that's what I try to do. If I don't vibe with the channel right away, when they come back in my recommended, I try to go look again and see if I just caught an off day, something like that. Yeah, you saw the camera tag, so stuff like that works. But yeah, content is like a giant filter in a way, or at least the algorithms they use. So I do my thing, and I'm figuring that out, and I try to narrow it down some, and then I put it out there, and then it kind of trickles out to different people, and then some people land in here, and we continue on. But yeah, Jelly says, yeah, for sure, I get that. You don't, let me move my mouse. Want just a random follower feels good for 1 minute, and then the person never comes by again, and it's just a ghost follower. No one likes ghost followers. Yeah, that's the concept, pretty much. So I don't, for live streaming, for Twitch, I would rather have people drop in that know me, we're friends, we catch up, we hang out, because that's most of what this is to me. This is like a social experience to me, half of what I'm doing here. It's partly co-working, partly making stuff and crafting, but yeah, if it's not the vibe for a person, it's not. It is getting stinking cold. I got distracted. Okay, we had new exciting tech. I thought I was doing, honestly, fuck. My wet wipe is dirty now. Honestly, I thought I was doing good. I was like, you know what? I haven't bought anything this week. I'm saving my money. I'm not spending it. I'm gonna prove it to everybody that I'm not just an absolute gear hoarder, that I don't get new stuff every single weekend to look at. Lo and behold, the shit arrives that I ordered weeks ago. I ordered it on the 5th. It's supposed to get here a long time ago. So now I just look like I'm constantly acquiring stuff, and I've been spending. Anyway, we're gonna look at some things. Pizza. Would you guys like a slice? We're gonna have a slice of the pizza. Very nice. I always forget how quickly time flies when I'm streaming, which is a good sign. You know, time flies when you're having fun. Shh, I definitely don't have gear acquisition syndrome, says Okie dokie. I don't either. I don't even know why you'd bring that up. It's not like I do. Jeez. You do, clearly. Not me, though. That is interesting, Jelly. That's a compliment. I appreciate that. I never would have looked at myself cleaning my hands and thought, that guy's classy. It is a compliment, yes. I'm just laughing. That is so funny. Also chewing. Trying not to not be classy and talk with my mouth full. What if he takes it the wrong way? Nope. I'm pretty chill, Jelly. As you know, I don't get upset. Unless it's Fortnite, and then everybody can die. Which has kind of been a consideration of mine. My end goal is making things. I happen to game. This is a gaming platform. I enjoy gaming. But it's very weird to stream games and do this stuff as well. People do it, and they're successful at it, like relatively. So it's kind of funny. So, Jelly, interesting that you mention classy hand wiping. I think that probably comes from, I used to be a bicycle mechanic, and obviously your hands get extremely dirty. So I think just out of habit, I'm like very thorough and particular with how I clean my hands. No, mostly guys just go, did you just say I'm feminine? Like, if I did, so what? If you're masked enough, then, you don't take it as a negative thing. So if you go, wow, that's classy, I'm always afraid people take it wrong. I don't know, classy is just put together. It doesn't have to be like effeminate or anything. It's fun you say it. It's fun you say it look like that when you wipe. We're still talking about Jelly saw me wiping my hands. Not just any type of wiping, just to clarify for chat or anybody that may be dropping in. That's my other channel, check it out. No, I'm kidding. He wiped chat. Yeah, I'm not a, I mean, it's obvious, but I'm not like a typically masculine person. I don't particularly care for all that. At least I don't get hung up on it. Do you guys fold your pizza so that you get 2 slices in one? I've even done 3 slices because I was so hungry. That's how you eat pizza fast. That's how you eat half a pizza and then your coworker shows up that was busy, didn't have time to eat, and there's like almost no pizza left and you feel really guilty. Jelly also folds pizza over. I asked this to a chat yesterday. If you fold pizza over so it's bread at the top, bread at the bottom, does it become a sandwich? What do you guys think? I'll admit, it does feel a little weird to sit here eating pizza, knowing everybody can hear the slight crunches. Whatever you say, Vi. Fuck. Oh shit. Not the clips. I always love these URLs that they make. Acceptable. Depressed. Fuck. I look like an idiot. Depressed tire keyboard cat. That's an interesting one. There's some wild phrases that they put in those. I think I have a suspicion that they just pull random words that their like closed captioning system or something is processing for a bunch of different depressed. Jelly says depressed because that's, I didn't see the D at the end because it was on a different line. Let me point with my pizza pointer. Jelly says, imagine being a depressed, tired cat. I guess I'm depressed. I don't follow any particular religions. Technically fall under atheist. So does that mean I am not priested? Or would that be more of like a baptism type thing? Because I have been baptized, not by my choice. Too young to protest. I'm sure I protested. I was a child. I probably cried. I go in the priest boat now. Well, I think the priest is going to become a meme here. Maybe also the fact that I was thinking I need a pizza pointer. It's a triangle. It's not a bad indicator when it's uneaten. Maybe I should change my mouse cursor to a slice of pizza. Jellylicious says, I don't believe in gods. I believe in spirits, like spirits of the forest and stuff like that. Hell yeah. If I were to be spiritual, that would be like the first place I would go. That was the last place I left, I would say. I was raised Christian, went to a Catholic church and a Catholic like Sunday school, we'll call it. Wasn't my thing. Eventually was allowed to explore my own options, we'll say. And yeah, wasn't for me. But some people I know have gone through a much wider spectrum of spiritual evolution. And I've seen a lot of that variety. That's been really cool to see. But yeah, not currently really any kind of spiritual. I don't know if karma is even a thing. But it's fun to believe in. It's fun to be like, it better be. I just try to be good to other people. That's my baseline. I figure if I put good out in the world, that's better than Okie dokie says, I just like cameras. That is fucking hilarious, dude. I love that. Oh, man. You can have God. I like cameras. Yeah, totally understand. No, Jelly says I wouldn't say I'm spiritual either, really. I just really believe in the nature, I guess. I would say spirituality is, it's not really definable. It doesn't have to be, you know, is secularized the right word? It doesn't have to be defined down to like a particular set of beliefs or anything. Like you can be spiritual and just like embrace things. I don't know. Jelly says she's a modern hippie without the hashes the weed. Yeah, that's so funny. Okie dokie. Hilarious. Okay, we're on to the last slice. At this point, I'm just getting through this pizza. Not that I don't enjoy it. I love it. But it's going to be better than leaving a plate of cold pizza around. And you guys are very entertaining. Sounds good, Mel. Go do your rock, paper, scissors. Yeah. Okie dokie says, have you seen the Fujifilm Instax Mini Evo Cinema Hybrid Instant Camera? This is very tempting to me. Is that the one that prints out the QR codes? That's a video link to what you just filmed? I think I have. That's a really neat idea. I think does it film vertical too? It looks like a little tiny Super 8 camera sort of deal, like a film type camera. I think that would be really, I mean, obviously Fujifilm nails the colors of whatever they do. They are the masters of film, emulation and film. I guess Kodak could be also, but Okie dokie says, yes, that's the one, and it has the eras from 1930 to 20. Oh, interesting. So it has all their film and like their film stock emulations from the last like 70 years or so. That is super cool. Well, I say 70 years, that's a lot more. It's like 90 years at this point, but that's super cool. Yeah, that's a fascinating product. Like I was showing chat earlier, okie dokie, I found my first camera when I was cleaning. Little point shoot Vivitar X018. It's a little 10 megapixel. I don't know if it's CCD sensor or what. It's got a flash. I bought it for like $50 when I was like 10 or 12 years old. I ended up hot gluing the threads of a bottle on it, and I made lenses that would go on there. So I had like macro lenses. I could do macro photography with this little thing. That was my first camera, my first foray. It still works. I got a selfie of it the other day. But yeah, talk about the 2020 vibe. Well, 90s vibe. There it is, right there. There's an ad in about 5 minutes, just as a heads up for you guys. Jelly, you are all good. Say whatever words make sense. No harm if I don't understand it. You could say perfect English and I might still misunderstand it, because I can be silly too. So you communicate very well. So you are all good. Okie says $410. Of course it is. You'd use it mainly for video because it's hard to emulate the old film look. Pee pee poo poo is what I'm saying for myself. You know, if it's, yeah, exactly. Okie dokie. They said English is my first language and I haven't mastered it yet. That's what I'm saying. I talk to people that English is not their first language, and literally their English is better than mine. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't even speak another language, and I can't even master my own. Exactly. Feel you there. So, okay, I gotta look this camera up. I've seen a little bit. It's, okie dokie, I've been exercising restraint by not looking this up. You know how I am, because I'm like you. We'll call it, no, that's Kodak stuff. I was gonna call it the Instax. Oh, it is Fujifilm Instax. What the hell? Oh, I thought I had a Kodak thing that was called Instax. What am I thinking of? They probably try to sound similar. Instax. Mini. Evo. That should get us there. There it is. Yeah, 410 on B&H. Yeah! Okay, so what I was gonna ask is, what's the build construction like for 410 bucks? It sounds like it'd be really cheap, but I wanted to see dials, because that is the Fujifilm way. That is so cool. Oh, it's got a viewfinder. Wait, oh, okay, so it's an LCD, but with an optional loop, so you can block out light. It kind of, oh, maybe it's a camera that's recessed. It almost for a second looked like it had a rangefinder, which would have been sick. But they probably want you to see in with the emulation applied. So that kind of makes sense they would do it like that. There's a really big side panel. Is that for the QR code printer? Interesting product. The funny thing is it's probably going to be lower quality than a phone would be, especially if you had certain phone apps. I've heard the QR code videos only last a year to 2 years. Oh, only last for 2 years. I would believe it. Yeah, if you can't rip that or download it at full quality and put it where you want, I'm sure you can, but that would be an absolute no-go. Like, what's the point? I'm not going to trust you to host stuff because you're going to give up on it. It's too expensive. Really cool, really neat. I think it'd be a lot of fun to use. It's just into that, you know, tempting price range of where it seems like it's probably a pretty decent quality product, made well, performs well. But yeah, if it's any good, it's going to be hard to get. Right, you imagine it's worse than phone cameras, but that's the aesthetic. Obviously, you're not going for a clean look like a modern cell phone camera. But I'm wondering, like, I can drop I think it's on the free version of Resolve, just a Kodak film emulation LUT on. It's not easy. You got to click in a few spots and know the process, but if you can remember that process, apply that to a video, I mean, that's not... It'd be really cool to compare. I'm sure there'll be a lot of content creators comparing what you can get from a phone. I've been rocking, as you know, Motion Cam, that app where you get the raw video on certain phones. That is impressive. Very impressive. Jelly says, because I'm so bad at English often, and Meg and I sometimes speak English to each other, because he is a Swede and I'm a Danish, as you know, and I just throw the most sophisticated word out there, and he just goes, how the hell did you know that word? Do you even know what it means? How come you can say that word and know it, but you can't even say what? You can't even say, don't know how to say you don't even know how to say your own age. That is hilarious. I do that with English and like technical terms. Like if I meet somebody and I want to sound like, if I just dropped in on somebody's stream and I know it's like a technical issue, I'd like mention it kind of like quietly or softly. And then if somebody was like, no, I think you're wrong, I would drop the biggest words I know, even if I don't exactly know like what each word is, just to like try to prove a point that I am like particular about stuff. I'm technical. Ad, gotcha. Silly ads. Let me message.
For my lurkers and for anybody that's still watching that is not stuck in the ads, we are going to keep rolling. We had a little fun ramble there looking at some cool shiz. Interacting with the chat. Let me double check my lurks. Glad I did. Glad I did. Because we need to drop. Need to drop a fat lurk on somebody. That sounds weird. Maybe I should just say it. That would be kind of hilarious. Hellaciously out of context. That's not a word. Anyway. Yeah. Had to drop a lurk on a friend. This one is finished up. So we are back. Looking at my live feed. Jelly says, all I see is Fi throwing hand gestures and going beep, bap, bop, beep, bap. Yep. That's me. That's me. Okay. To keep things rolling, let's roll out, literally, let's roll out this camera cabinet. And we got some things to drop in there. I was showing Okie Dokie earlier, these cool 18% gray cards. Hopefully they're still that, because these are looking really old. But what's kind of cool is they mention some contrast ratios, which now modern day is becoming pretty popular on YouTube. A lot of content creators are recognizing that is a way of measuring things. They're getting lighting meters or finding other alternatives to educate about that. So it's kind of funny to see this in like a 90s, 80s era packaging. It's been around forever. Just people relearn it. Okay, says, yeah, the camera is tempting. Of course, every camera is tempting. These are cool. These are from SENSEI, Sensei. They are lens cleaning tissues. They are soft, lentless tissues for cleaning lenses, filters, and other optical equipment. They are safe for coated lenses. These are like blotting sheets. And blotting sheets, for the uninitiated men in my audience, it's a weird way to say it. Blotting sheets are absorbent sheets that people use to blot sweat or excess oil from skin, typically their face. I believe it helps protect makeup because you're not rubbing, so you can kind of absorb and blot away the oils. But this can be applied to lenses. So I think these sheets can absorb the oils from like a fingerprint smudge from a lens without you having to like physically like rub and like almost abrade the
surface. So kind of cool. I've never used these. I have a 100 pack, still haven't used these way. Sus way of saying that, I'm not sure exactly when you came in on that. I was trying to be not sus. Maybe I was still sus. I might have been intentionally sus for the content, you know. But anyway, yeah, we got the great card. We got the lens wipes. Those I think will go in the miscellaneous. Yeah, we got a color checker chart down there. We got our slate board, another option for grade cards that'll go in there. And then we have a multi-tool, which is actually for bicycles, but we might as well keep it. I don't know if I want it in the top drawer. Like quick access, it should probably go in the rigging drawer, which is like where everything resides. Yeah, I'll just put it on top. I do actually have another Allen key that I saw floating around, so that is gonna come to the drawer. You know, one day if I was had like an online store, it'd be really fun to include little things, little extras in shipments. Like if somebody bought something, I'm like, oh, I'll just throw this in there. It'd be fun if it was like camera related or something. I like, oh, I've got 18 4mm Allen keys. You can have one. That'd be kind of fun to repurpose. It's not junk. They're tools, but I don't need 8 of them. But I think Gamers Nexus does that with cables that they get from like all the motherboard boxes that they unbox and stuff like that. You can get some like SATA cables or something thrown in for free. Super cool. Okay, we're gonna slide this out of the way. Thank the Lord for wheels. Oh shit. It's not gonna quite go all the way. We will burn my nose. I will melt. And there we go. We got back. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. It's nice to have friends and not talk into the ether, but guaranteed I will talk into the ether because I record everything and intend to repurpose it later. So worst case, I'm making a video. Have you seen the camera lenses that spins to protect the lens from rain and snow? It's really cool. It's mainly used for concerts in the rain. I think it's also used in just, you know, the film industry if they're filming in the rain. But yeah, it uses the spinny motion. This, I want to call it centrifugal force, but apparently it's not centrifugal. Angular momentum. That's what it is. Something like that. Basically, the tendency of mass when it's moving to want to continue to move. So then if something starts in the middle and it's not contained, it wants to go to the outside concept. There's a Veritasm video on it. Yes, it spins a disc and raindrops that would land on it are just like immediately dispersed and flung out. So you never really see it. Also, it's out of focus. Yeah, those are really cool. Watch me get one in like a month. I'm like, hey guys, so I got a new lens upgrade. I don't have gear acquisition syndrome. I rarely film outside. I don't have a camera that I can film in the rain with. I'm always just filming myself, but I thought I really needed a motorized rain lens filter just for that one time when it might be sprinkling. Now we look at it. Pretty much, that would be me though. Jelly, if you're back, we got a last week, was it? Cool blower that we looked at. Verdict is cool as fuck. I got it instead of buying more little puffer bottles. If the puffer bottle is the perfect solution, this doesn't 100% replace the puffer bottle because it's nice to have that control. It's quiet, things like that. But for anything past the perfect situation, this covers it up until cleaning your sidewalk. But yeah, it's been really handy in here to the point that I regret it when I don't bring it up to the other room with me, but I always end up with like cat hair, dust and stuff, so it's nice to use this bad boy to clean a surface before I start working there. And just displace the dirt into the air so it can settle somewhere else later. But beyond it being a little bit noisy, that was setting 2, it goes a little bit quieter. Yeah, it's super handy to the point that like I'm starting to arrange my desks a little bit more cleanly because this blows everything around. Who says, yeah, I don't have gear acquisition syndrome. Yeah, no, definitely not. It'd be okie dokie. It'd be you and me and like gas therapy. So gas is gear acquisition syndrome. That's the acronym for it. Yeah, we'd be in gas therapy together, just like really not committed to being there, and just like it would be like rocking ourselves, like trying to like, hi, my name's Declan. I have a problem. I have gear acquisition syndrome. It's really been affecting my life. My wife left me over it. I made this really cool TikTok reel though, guys. We just like break the intent of it, and then like the session would be over. We'd definitely be out in the parking lot like, dude, you see this new thing I got? And be like, yeah, don't let the therapist see, but yeah, come over to my car, like, come check this shit out. Be looking at that Instax camera, bro. Be like, this shit's so cool. I need one now. I need 5. I need 3 angles with this camera. You know what? If they made that attachable with a cord to a computer, and then you could live stream from it, that'd be cool as fuck. Like, who wouldn't want kind of like a baked in filmic vintagey vibe of your choosing that just always looks exactly the way you want? That'd be so cool. But they won't do that. Guarantee you they won't do that. Okay, so now we segue to the thing we started out today to do, which, let me look at my sheet, because while I feel very awake now and slightly chilly, I need to make sure I'm keeping on track. So we needed to clean. We've done that. But we also have laser projects on my list, and subtext under that is to work on our world clock calculator. So this is a card, little sheet that I can look at, and if I can get the light right, calculate some time zones very easily. It's kind of just a stylized way of doing a thing I could do on my phone. It's physical, it's nice to hold, nice to look at. Very cheap to produce, honestly, once you acquire the tools to do it, obviously. Even you could just print the thing out, wouldn't be as cool, but we're gonna make it cool and cooler. I'm gonna make one for a friend, just as a gift. This is not for sale. If you're interested, let me know. I'll redesign it in a way that is not ripping Adobe stock images. But yeah, I can look at my current time. I can see the time in the UK, South Africa, and Melbourne, Australia. So handy little chart. It also shows the equivalent GMT time zone adjustments for those relative places. My problem is I didn't make this for daylight savings, or I built this on top of daylight savings for me. So this is going to change by an hour in early March. So that's dumb. I didn't think of that. So we're going to modify this for our friend with their custom time zones. We'll figure all that out. And we're going to try to find a way to solve the time zone issue, as well as make this last longer. Laminating might be an option. Trying to protect the paper best we can, and also thicken it. I want to layer paper. So we have some interesting things to do, which we're about to get started on part of that problem. Another thing we may get to, depending. Any of you that have been here for a while know how stuff goes. See you, Jelly. Good luck making food. I hope it goes really easy and you're done throwing a tantrum. Sounds good. Got time to adult, Jelly. I sympathize. Can we get F's in chat for Jelly? F's in chat for Jelly. Having to make dinner. Respect. Godspeed. You've got this. You can do it. Once it's done, then there's dishes, and then it's done. Have fun. Good luck. Yeah, but eating is fun. Yes. That's true. Okie dokie says, gear acquisition syndrome, anonymous place where? Dude, should I make, so I want to make signs like how Live, Laugh, Love has, what if I said that wrong? That would be so funny. How Live, Laugh, Love is a meme now. I kind of want to make really cool signs that are kind of dumb at the same time. I think it would be funny if we had like a gear acquisition syndrome anonymous sign or something like that. Gasanon. That sounds weird, Gasanon. It'd get a lot of questions like, what the fuck is Gasanon? Is that your brand? That would be a really good sign for me to have though, given my life. So I'm gonna write that down on this handy sheet of paper. Sign, or we'll call it sign or related. I'll just say thing. We'll be really general with this. Sign a related thing for gas or GASA. Gear acquisition syndrome anonymous. Not me looking at how anonymous is spelled. At least I can write without, write without looking at the screen. I put an A instead of, what the hell? Yeah, I can't spell for shit. Okay. This microphone keeps getting in my way. It's very distracting. So next step is going to be paper crafting. And let me just add that into the chat. I won't pin it yet because I only get 30 minutes to pin it. I could refresh it at some point, but I want to set up another camera. We're gonna go all out. I brought the third OBSBot down. We're gonna do it proper like. What? Oh, this has the monitor mount. This is cool, by the way. OBSBot uses magnets on the bottom. There's 4. I got some magnetic paper, which is cool. I can see there's 4 individual magnets. And then their monitor mount just has a steel plate. So it just clips on there. Now your bonus is your camera can stick to steel things. Ferrous metal, iron. Not that it's gonna stick to everything well enough to work, but like a fridge, flat steel surfaces, what a feature. And like without any bugs, like it can't, strong enough, it just can't be bad. So let me throw this, oh, there we go. They do come in handy dandy little boxes or carrying cases, which I very much appreciate. Now comes the task of opening 3 separate ones until I find the one that I took this from. Yeah, all right. Now I'm wondering where that cable goes. I should really collect these cables. Put them back in here before I lose them. Because they're decent length, type C to type C. Kind of something I would snag unintentionally. So we got cable. That's a long HDMI. This is our fiber optic USB. We have, I think it's here. Yeah, our A to C right angle. So that's the cable we were after. C to C for that. I think this is for the Elgato. That's the C to C for the Elgato. And this is an HDMI. Oh, that's a DisplayPort cable. Where did that come from? And this is USB extension. So I'm not really organizing this very well. That feels light. I think we'll just throw this in here just because I'm thinking about it. And that's kind of how I'm going about life at this point. We got these. I'm gonna triple check on my lurks. Got 3 up at the moment. Gotta make sure they're all good. They're looking mighty fine. Hell yeah. Everybody getting hella views. I think they're pretty decent. Very decent, in fact, for some. Awesome. Yep, I'm just gonna keep this cable where it belongs in case I ever need to do something with that. It's got a dedicated space. Why not fill it with the thing that's supposed to be there? Does that sound weird? Okay. Now we have another cable. And we have a challenge. Where do we put and run said cable? Because I don't want to run this across the ground, because I like to roll around on my little rolly chair. But I also don't want it in frame. But we have bought Varipoles. Oh. No, I don't need to do that. I have a heavy duty, I think I've shown you this, okie dokie. But, so I've got the lights overhead, the light mounts, the overhead mounts. Please, there we go. So panning up, these guys, they're really cool. They're just a light mount arm. You exchange floor space for something that's permanently fixed to your wall. Is that kind of the trade-off, technically? To me, it's great. I can fill screw holes when I go to paint in here again, like no big deal. So yeah, it's kind of a no-brainer to me. I've got the 2 there. I'd like them to be separated more because they clash a little bit, but they're amazing. I can move a light from one side of the room to the other side. I've got my spotlight. I can raise and lower plenty, but I got a third one. That's a heavy duty one. That was like half the price of some of these others, brand new, and still half the price of some of these used. Obviously they're name brand, nice stuff. I think it's One Manfrotto brand, something like that. Like good shit. But it doesn't have to be that good, kind of. Like you're kind of just paying for the name at that point. So yeah, Impact, same brand that does the Varipoles that I have, and some light stands and fixtures and things, seem to be putting the value where it counts. And the things that should be metal are generally the things that they are metal, and they should be, basically. They won't look as refined or as stylish, but it's a bulky thing of metal. It's going to do its job still. Love it. Well, I bought their heavy duty boom arm light pole thing, and it has like more extendable sections to the point I don't know where to put it like I've got this row over here, which is kind of cool, but any lower and it might be kind of too low trying to walk under these. Any higher, I can't reach it. So I don't know if I want to replace one, but I really like the two, having two. I could mount one over there if I hadn't put the shelves there. So I'm kind of at a loss. Like, what do I freaking do now? Maybe I sell on one of these, get rid of one, I don't know, and swap it out for the big one. But it is heavy duty, like similar construction, but it has more sections that extend and you can get your leverage supporting arm out way further, which I just got really excited because like, what if I put that there and then I could just mount my camera on that thing and then move it around the room wherever I need to. And then I realized that's why I have a freaking rolling stand. Literally right here. And it's so versatile already. So I chill. But we're gonna run this cable on top of my two light arms over the Varipole, down around the PC, back into the junction box. This is 16 feet long. I think it's gonna work out for us. Let's hope and pray that this works. I'm hoping that this stays out of frame. Why don't I actually put myself in frame to begin with? There we go. Okay. It has kind of the USB cable. This came with the kit, the 3 camera kit. Ooh, I bumped the camera. Yes, this came with the 3 camera kit. So it's like an extra thing. It doesn't come with just the normal camera, but the normal one, it has like a 6 foot, like a 2 meter or a 6 foot cable, which is plenty fine for normal use. But this damn thing isn't fiber optic, just regular USB, like not a super speed, well, or one level of super speed, I'm sure, but not like high end, high speed, 3.2 gen, 10 gigabit, 20 gigabit, 40 gigabit. It's not Thunderbolt, shit like that. It's just enough for the camera to do all of its cameraing. But really, really impressive. They included it. Seemed for a reasonable price. Well, I bought it all used actually. And it's got its quirks, but gosh darn it, it's a beautiful thing. Okay, please plug in. Thank goodness. So I think we have frozen. It is sorting itself out. Hey, I'm surprised we're even back. Thank goodness. So I just plugged the cable in, no new camera attached, and it went like, hell no. Acting like it was gonna freeze again like it did. But yeah, I guess when you plug into this USB hub that they have, it must have some smarts and it's like trying to establish connections and whatnot. Anyway, so we need something from over here that I walked over here for and I have now forgotten. Quick release plate. That should be in this drawer on this other side. I should get some soft rolling wheels for this stool. Again, they were expensive relatively. Like I could have bought a shelf. I could have almost bought a third shelf like these for what I spent on just aftermarket wheels for 2 of them at a hardware store. But I had to get the right weight capacity and I wanted brakes. And they didn't have like ones that were sensibly cheaper. Like it might have even been more expensive for the ones that didn't have brakes. There's something silly like that. But I had to get a wheel that was big enough so that it would roll over stuff and not just get stuck on everything. And it's borderline the smallest I could handle for that. We have a 3/8 mount here. Do we want... That could work. We'll just take the super clamp off for now. One day it could go on the back side. We'll just set this in the rigging bin. We end up buying 2 more of those bad boys. So we are pretty well situated with those. But yeah, I'm just gonna rig up an overhead cam. You guys can get nice and close for this next part. God, I can't spin this the right way. Get on there. Here. I can't remember what I was saying not very long ago. Oh well. I think I'm looking for brushes. Where might I have pushed those? There we go. So the technique I found was good amount of airflow, decent amount of pressure, and then the brush that they provided, it's oh, okie dokie. Last time you were here, I was talking about detailing brushes. I found mine. Where are they? I swear I've been organizing. I think I might have brought them over here. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. I found it. Okay, so I think I was trying to show or describe detailing brushes to chat one day. And in particular, I think to Okie Dokie, these are detailing brushes. They have a flat end, somewhat long bristles, and they're in a round bundle. These are used in like car detailing, car interior cleaning, and I guess exterior cleaning. But they're really good, like if you had a vent or cracks between all the plastic molding and stuff. These help to agitate all that stuff out, so you'd have airflow from a compressor, probably a little blower, and you just use this to get all the stuck on stuff up. So there's 3 sizes. You can get whatever sizes you want, but detailing brush, it's kind of what they look like. I'm gonna keep the smallest one out and start using it to clean, fuck. This one shelf is not quite right height. And start using it to clean stuff. So if I just use the blower on the front glass plate of this OBSBot, it doesn't get all the dust off because it's statically attracted. It's kind of stuck on there. Let me see. I've got my 2 blowers. Big blow. If I do this, I can get more dust off because it's very localized, very concentrated. I would be able to do most of that. But a lot louder with this. The other solution is a little bit of agitation and a constant low airflow just to remove and lift stuff off. And then you just gently brush the surface. That works so much better for the macro shots that I got last stream, I think. I have hence used some of those shots that they weren't filmed like during stream, just after stream. I had to go eat, came back. But of the anamorphic, actually, Okie Dokie, you found my YouTube, right? It should be on my About section on Twitch or under like social links or something like that. My latest video might be up your alley. It's camera related, camera power related. But I show off the lenses. It was the same day that I got my anamorphic lenses. So I showed them off, and then that B-roll, the nicer looking B-roll of those lenses, I filmed last week on the Motorola Edge 50 Ultra with Motion Cam Pro. So it was the raw film, raw recording process. That's how good it looks once it's encoded to like best settings that I know how to find, H.264 for YouTube. So pretty damn good. So I'm just cleaning this off a little bit. Because why not? We're kind of on it. So I like this little brush they gave me. I kind of looked at it and was like, oh, that's cheap. But It's a lot softer than my detailing brush, and I think that's kind of the point of the detailing brush, is it needs to be stiffer bristles because they're so long. I'm gonna probably keep, oh, it doesn't match the black aesthetic that I have going of this drawer. Honestly, that might be a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. Never mind. I was all excited to be like, here's the ultra nerdy specific way of doing something, but it's kind of mid for cleaning electronics. I'm sure it would work for not glass. Like if I wasn't cleaning lenses, I wouldn't care. I'd use it for sure. But here's another pair of scissors we didn't look at. Go figure. Me, more scissors? No way. Okay. Oh, I was saying earlier, and I forgot, that it would be cool to get some soft wheels for this rolling stool so it could roll quieter and smoother and not damage the floor. It literally damages the floor, but I intend to replace this floor, and that will be a whole content spree on its own, I guess. But it might be worth the cost to do that. Like, I know you can buy specific things that are just made that way to begin with, but I don't know, I kind of like to adapt things even if it technically is less cost efficient. I like the custom solution. I think that's literally everything I do. I should rename all of my content stuff to Declan's Customs or Fi's Customs, something like that. Sounds like I'm a customs agency, like I'm verifying products or whatever. We need to rig the strain of this cable. So I have a Velcro cable tie. I'm just gonna find a way that feels kind of close to the position, and if it doesn't have too much strain, I'll go ahead and plug it in. So that feels pretty good. And then I'm gonna wrap the actual cable tightly just to bind it with my Velcro wrap, and then I'm gonna slide it until it's like close to the metal, and then I'm gonna try to wrap somewhere along this bend that moves the cable back and relieves the strain off of that port. It is a Type-C port, but I don't want any undue strain. So I'm gonna unplug it and replug it and kind of feel how much strain there is. I think that's okay. Hopefully the camera is not going on the fritz at the moment. I missed a couple chats here. Okay, says, can we get an F in chat? F's in chat for Okie Dokies gas. Another failed day. Another day we have to build you back up from zero. That's exciting. I want to hear all about, oh, the BlackBerry thing. I thought you were talking about the camera thing. The camera would have been cheaper than the freaking BlackBerry thing, dude. I have seen, I've been getting a lot of Google ads now. Go figure. For similar products. I like how their marketing material, at least the stuff I found, looked like it was actual pictures of a product. All the other ads I've seen for similar things are absolutely look like renders or like one-off prototypes. They do not look like real products. They look way too nice for what they're trying to do. There was one that had like a rubberized keyboard that fit onto like a square aspect with rounded corner screen kind of thing. I was like, he definitely wouldn't go for that. But Similar concept. Okay, let me know how that goes too. I would be kind of curious. I grew up, I'm sure like you did, in the era of that stuff being the cool thing. So it wasn't nostalgia for me because I just didn't use it, but definitely would have been if I used it. So I can understand it being somebody else's nostalgia for sure. But yeah, definitely pay respects to Okidoki. They should there be like a gas counter? Like how many days have I gone? I mean, you can literally attribute it to addictions. It is probably definitely falls under addictions. Not gonna lie, don't want to admit it, but yeah, it would be kind of the whole concept of you're sober, but you're always in recovery because there's always relapse chances, and addiction is forever. You're currently sober, but it's always a struggle in a lot of ways. Yeah, we can start applying that lingo to gear acquisition syndrome for sure. Oh, I need a little bit of water. Yes, this has the most potential. You do have to wait, so this is helping you learn long-term patience. I get you. Yeah, this was the pre-order, wasn't it? Where you save actually a significant amount, if I recall correctly, like $200 or something. Kind of a ridiculous amount. We're gonna start messing with this camera setup. So I think now we can go cam 3. Cam 3. Yeah, pre-order for later this year, hopefully Q3 or 4. Yeah, I have a pre-order for an electric car that was supposed to be done 2 years ago, and they're still not done. Who knows? Who knows? All right, we're gonna hit cam 1. Okay, I'm assuming we're on cam 1. We're gonna hit cam 2. Nothing happened. I'm gonna get closer to the thing. All right, cam 2. Okay, cam 3. It's tempting to cancel this and then go with the cam. I would encourage the camera. You think you need your need to device your gas? Yeah, you need a device for your gas. It would be more immediate. You know, get your little adrenaline spike, your dopamine rush. Need to divide your gas. I see. If I was to look at it from like a practical standpoint, yeah, words are hard. English is rough. In terms of value and usability, it's hard to beat a phone. Those are super usable. But I don't know, I kind of feel like the Fujifilm is going to be a better buy. Like if you were to buy something and sell it, the Fujifilm is going to have way more resale value based on their like last 30 products. If you could get your hands on one of those for sure sooner, that's pretty cool. Tricky part is the film for this. So does it take photos too and it prints them out? Is it a printer as well, or is it just a QR printer for video links? That's what I never quite got about it. I heard differing parts that it prints to. Okay, I have a little, it's not in here. Why am I thinking it's in here? A Kodak multi-pass printer. So it's like the 4-color cyan, magenta, yellow, and a like a clear coat pass. I've got one of those, and it's pretty sweet. We use it at parties. I got the one with the built-in shitty ass camera too, but it's pretty cool. Micro USB, disgusting, but pretty cool all the same. Let me see what OBSBot's doing. Don't know if it crashed. It crashed. At least we're getting a video feed. I may go dark here. I'm trying to restart OBSBot. But you'll still be able to hear me. For some reason you can still see me. I guess it's just pulling directly. It should be set up for the virtual cam though. There we go. Yeah, restarting the software pulled that. We'll let it auto connect. So it pulled camera 2, 3. Come on, pull cam 1. Now it's got camera 1. And then I'll just start the virtual cam. It would be cool if you could, I guess, have it start that automatically. I'm gonna look at each cam. Okay, cam 1 is now overhead. 2 is over there, and 3, that kind of makes sense to me. I'm gonna have to try the ISO recording. I feel like that would be pretty nifty. Okay, remote controller is enabled. This last camera I think is updated, but it may prompt me for that. I don't really want to do that at the moment. Okay, so cam 1 should be behind us now. Now cam 1. Camera 1. Man, this remote is so finicky. Like, I get the blue light. It is radio, like Bluetooth. It's enabled in the software. I'm gonna unplug the remote dongle. Try again. Okay, that decided to unplug. Or at least it thought it unplugged a camera device. So now we're dark again. Thank you, OBSBot. You do impressive things, but annoying setup at the same time. Okay, so I gotta restart virtual cam. Just go to program view, start virtual cam. Okay, so we got that one. Now if we cycle. Hey. What? Why did I glitch out like that? Looked like I was phasing between different realities. Pizza reality and streaming reality, or like not having gas reality and streaming reality. Like, what the heck was that? Okay, so now cam 1 is blown to shit. Back here. I guess we don't have... Yeah, auto exposure is set. We're at 30. I'm gonna set a 60, 1/60th. Dial the ISO down all the way. We're still a little bit, what does it want? I won't say. We can only compensate. We'll do a global exposure and then we'll compensate down like a, is it just too, I literally have 2 spotlights on it. Maybe I should get my lighting in order first. What do we want here? Camera, for sure, I think needs to be more horizontal. So that ends up being a lot taller. I think we need to have this to the side. Does that make sense? Maybe not. Let me at least level this stand. Me now realizing that this is probably the wrong camera view for you guys. Let's go cam 2. Please. There we go. Now you guys can see what I'm doing. So we could drop this. We have that. Why don't I, it's not like I really need this to be mounted atop the same light mount. So now I'm in a pickle. Hick. Let's drop this light for half a sec. There we go. Okay, and then we'll move this up, which actually technically gains some cable length, so bonus there. Kind of want the mount the other way. That's going to be a pain, so we'll just do it however works. Something like that. And then I guess we can swing that. There we go. That works. So just positioning the camera now, and then I'm going to remount this light. I guess we'll just mount it. It's kind of fun having it underslung, honestly. Maybe not the best idea for the cable, though. So let's mount it atop. And we'll instead drop this way down. I think we'll use the little spot as like a side flood. A side flood, like a side spot. Light. So we'll kind of get it close there. I could put it on an arm. I think I've got another grip head and stuff like that. But that's okay. So we'll go wide beam, lower power. Let's try 7. We'll barn door it just a touch. Okay, something like that. Let's set something. I mean, we're going to work with paper. So we've got some ideas there. And let's swap to camera. This is why this stuff needs to be done off air. It takes freaking forever. And I didn't bring up my window again, so I should probably monitor the everything. There we go. Looking good. Let me check my lurks. Sweet. Everybody looking like they're having fun. Yup. Good. That's a cute emote. Snow worries. I love that. It's adorable. Let's get some tissue. Some water. That one is cute. Little puppy dog. Can I pet that dog? We'll slide this back. Which gains us some more cable, which now we can use to slide down. And since we cut off our cable, we are not causing jams. Do we want... I'm getting a weird display artifact on the bottom 5th of the screen. Intermittently. I'm going to press in the connector more. Still doing it. I wonder if the cable could be picking up interference. Maybe it's not shielded very well. Kind of moved around the dock. Yeah, the quick purple lines. They're still there. And then it went black. And then it swapped to another
camera entirely. Is this one still on? That one's still on. Let's go cam 1 again. That's really bad. Really, really bad. I can't tell if that's like an interference thing or just the camera's messing up. I tell you, it's only getting worse. Frame rate keeps dropping out. I wonder if it's the run of cable. Like a signal loss type thing. I don't think the lights, they shouldn't have a reason to have like a high frequency anything. I don't think for the maybe for the transformers, but that's kind of far away. If I turn off the lights, it's very dark in here, and then actually go back to the camera. Where's my remote? Emma! Where's my, oh, it's literally right there. Okay. Go back. Still there. Purple lines of blank fill in the blank. Okay, so it's still there. So it's not the lights. Lights can go on. Does the fill light go back to what it was? I think it was like 7. But it can be whatever it needs to be. So, yeah, we saw we were still getting, yeah, it's frozen at the moment. So I'm assuming it's a signal integrity thing. If I swap the position of the cables, I don't think that would change anything. So it's, why would it do it and not the others? Maybe it's picking up interference. It's not from the lights, supposedly. I do have it wrapped, but I wouldn't think a coil would really do anything. So let me unplug it. Sorry that this has turned into a troubleshooting stream. I was not anticipating premium product packages to provide me problems of a running out of words to rhyme with. Problems of a potent purpose? Can't word. I'm gonna plug it. I want to plug it from a different direction. It's weird that, you know, USB Type-C is supposed to, which camera are we on? USB Type-C is supposed to always, it's supposed to like work both directions. That's like the point of it. And yet, I have found a lot of things that you have to flip around to get them to work. So I'm trying a straighter run of cable, like not wrapping the cable. I don't think that would be it. Like there's no way it's becoming an antenna or anything just because it was wrapped around this thing. But who knows? So I'm gonna wrap it in a couple spots now, a little bit straighter. And then I'm taking care, I've also flipped the connector around the other way. So maybe we're also relieving strain that was causing a partial connection. So there's that. The strain relief is partly for the cable end and partly if I ever bump into it. It helps it from transmitting all the stress to the connector. Another ad! No! We'll be right back. I will take the brief opportunity to go get some more water. BRB. You'll probably still hear me though. I've still got the mic on.
I'm just walking to the kitchen. Walking to the kitchen. Da da da. Walking to the kitchen. Da 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 to get some water. Okay. Please don't splash me. Very good. Fill up my water bottle. Fill up that jug. Fill up that water bottle. Fill up that water bottle all the way. Ah, yes. Water bottle filling stream content. Amazing, amazing. High quality, the best. It's the best, folks. It's the best water bottle filling content in the world. Okay, that's gonna spill water everywhere. That's okay though. Okay, how are ads? 1 more minute. I guess I can drink some of this water. Whew, yep, spilled water everywhere. Little drippy drops. Little drippy drops. Water. Okay, just looking at camera stuff now. Literally worse. Oh no, water. Yes. Yeah, that's literally worse. Okay, we'll do the drastic thing. We will assume it's a main connection issue to the computer. So now we'll be going dark for sure. First, I'm gonna unplug it from the hub. And another camera. I'm gonna plug the last unplugged into the new spot. So basically I'm swapping connections. For some reason, it picked right back up. I was not expecting that. I think we just happened to replug and it worked out okay. So now I've told camera 3 it's gonna do certain things and it's actually not. So my settings are gonna get all mixed up. Unless it's not position based for that. Don't know. We'll adjust. That's what we're good at. Okay, I see all cams. There we go. It still comes in, so it's not the cable position. Each camera gets assigned. That will always be, no matter which cable I use and which position I use, it'll always be camera 1. That's kind of cool. The only thing I'm concerned about is the carriers this thing will/won't support. They don't specifically say yet. All they say is we'll evaluate carriers certification as we approach availability. That's annoying. Yeah, you don't want to have to change carriers. I don't know why, but that seems to have fixed it. A little process of elimination there. Yeah, the towels don't look too terrible over there. So, okay. I'm going to set use position 1. And that's cam 2. So we'll go to cam 1. It's our overhead, and we'll keep tweaking that. Yeah, cam 1's got the proper exposure stuff we were setting earlier. Oh, it's back. Son of a bitch. Is it heat? overheating, and hopefully this wasn't like a problem and that's why somebody sold it. And then a sucker like me comes along and buys it. I'm gonna look to see if there's an update, if this is potentially a known issue. Apologies for the jank of the current thing. I mean, I have one of the top 3 carriers, yeah, but I guess, I forget when I bought my phone recently, I had to look at like carrier support, and there's like one cell standard that's really like kind of antiquated, and then there's the standard one, and I'm assuming it would just be the standard one, and most carriers seem to support that, so you're hopefully be okay. Hopefully be okay there. So yeah, we are having technical problems. So we're gonna bounce through there, and I need to see connection is UVC more. Firmware version is 6.0, well, 12.2. This version is 12.2. This version is 12.2. Fact. On your side, can I figure out what bands my current phone uses? Yeah, I think so. I'm probably under your cellular connections. It would just give you some broadband info. If not even just look like getting like a detailed spec list of your phone. Or even looking up what your current carrier is. Okay, so we've essentially restarted it twice, so it's not like a bug, glitch type thing. It seems to be more hardware based. I want to make sure we don't have some weird hardware encoding, software encoding, recording bit rates, format, that's all fine. General settings, nothing in there. Is it frozen? That there's a frozen image. Okay. Yeah, that sounds optimistic, okie dokie. You just don't trust them though. Oh yeah, I get that. I mean, at some point, life doesn't move very quickly if we don't just trust things. We get disappointed a lot in life, but sometimes we also just need to move forward with the decision just so we can move forward. So it's completely frozen. So I'm looking to see if there's any of like the AI features or anything. That may be enabled, that, you know, could be like overloading it. You guys are literally seeing a frozen image at the moment. I apologize. To be able to look at settings, I have to also... Yes? Ooh. Yeah. Thank you. We have a soda. Soda to try. Ooh, what soda? It is a Popwell. Let me change cameras here. I can show you. This, it's a prebiotic soda. Haven't had it before. I think we just got one to try. I'll give you the verdict. How's that? Always flick my cans. Flick the sides and the top. Some good flicks. It'll never explode on you. You could literally shake it first. Don't test that. This is a citrus, cherry citrus. It's damn good. Damn good. Hits all the markers. Well, shit. That's not what I was going for today. Alternative. Try to run. I don't think I can run these cameras separately. As in, if I have two docked together, I don't think I can run a third. I'm gonna go for broke. I don't need my Bluetooth device that's plugged into the same USB controller. I'm gonna unplug the USB controller. Anybody that's just joining, we are dealing with technical problems. I was trying to set up a sick overhead cam for some paper crafting we're about to do before we boot up the laser engraver and design some stuff, and hit a snag where it keeps freezing. So we're trying to knock that out. Olipop's ginger lemon is the best. I don't think I've had the ginger lemon, but I've had their cola, and that was quite good. And then their cream soda. That's been good as well. No luck on the refresh there. I'm gonna replug it at the camera. Well, we know it's not like a physical like connection issue because we've changed that twice, and you'd think it would get better. So unless it's an actual camera issue, then we should be okay. Okay. So let's swap to camera one. There it is. It's still there. Why is it giving us blue lines? Now in a different spot. And then it quits on us. If I put it to sleep, I'm gonna set it to a 30-second sleep timer. I don't know if it needs to like soft restart. It shouldn't. It shouldn't be a problem. What the fuck? So annoying. The alternative is I just run upstairs, grab another webcam, which would be even wider angle, and plug it in. I just won't get the really cool scene switching and the zooming from the remote. That's sort of the whole point, OBSBot. I wonder if doing a firmware downgrade, not that I'm gonna do that live, I won't put anybody through that. Yeah, that sleep mode did not work. What is switch to mode? Now I just say when switch to mode, the device needs to restart after enabling the device supports connection. You switch to as an external camera extension. Oh, that's a new feature. So you can use it with the switch. That's cool because they sell a camera, but it's kind of crappy apparently. Upgrade guide. I'll go to the download page. We have the Tiny 2. Just checking the firmware version is... Oh! Hey, friends. We're going to continue this struggle. I'm going to just put you guys on the Logitech webcam that I have on the desk, so you can still see me. Logi should be enabled. Let me deactivate. Let me activate. There it is. I will reset the transform. It's only 1080p. Okay, there we go. Lots of flicker. Hello, friends. That's a lot of flickering. So I'm just gonna kind of talk through as I update my not my firmware on each camera. That is updated. That has the latest version. I'm gonna update the OBSBot Center, which is like the app that runs all the cameras. I don't know if there could be a problem there. It's worth trying. You know, you'd assume they fix things as they come up. Let's try it. So I better close it. Yes, I accept the agreement, but I would like to close the old app. Does it hide? It does hide. Oh, okay. We'll assume that closed properly. Accept. I think that's where I would save it. I'd like it to write over the old stuff, not. I can't do it. It'll close OBS, and we are on the same computer. We are not on a streaming PC, like a separate computer to where we could just go black for a minute. Oh boy. Okay. Well, that's a little bit annoying. I was trying to make that work. Okay. Yeah, that's a bummer. Kind of a big bummer. That was... Fuck it. Let's sacrifice a camera angle. I should have done this sooner. I'm going to trade this out for the overhead cam. And let's see if the overhead cam is the one that, if that one works fine, and we'll just do a 2-cam deal. Best case scenario, it somehow works just fine over here, but not over there, and this cam works over there, but I think you get what I'm saying. Please don't fall. Okay, good. So I've taken down the overhead cam, which this will kind of get funny because it's customized to operate upside down, I think. I think I've like mirrored controls or something to get it to work right. But we'll live on the fly. Okay, so now this camera is coming over here. Plugged it. I'll go ahead and install this other one. I guess worst case it just freezes like it had been. I guess that's okay. I'm gonna point this more in the middle of the room. I don't know why I didn't really do that before. Its default should kind of be in the middle of the room. Makes sense to me. Plug in. Okay. Now, in the background, we have oh, that's hilarious. Somebody went live and got me with that notification. I got you lurked up. I got you lurked up. I will say it too. Alrighty. So, going back to OBS. I should always call it OBSBot instead of OBS because that would get confusing. It's separate from Open Broadcasting software. Unaffiliated. Okay, output. Camera 1 is now up there. 2, 3. It's sort of senseless. No problem. Starting virtual cam. Closing the preview window. We'll come back here and enable that camera. And we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch for a second here. So live feed still. Hello friends. We are diagnosing camera issues at the moment. Trying to see if we are getting the purple lines of death on this other camera. So far, so good. Yeah, interesting angle up the nose. How did we orient? So that was camera 3. Camera 1 is now bigger room. I like that it centers in the room now. That makes a lot of sense. So that's good. So this is our problem camera. Nose haircut in 4K. I try to trim that shit. What are you talking about? I try. Not the YouTube average view duration of 12 seconds. It seems pointless to stream to YouTube. It's not like I have YouTube friends. I have all of my Twitch friends. But that is so silly. I've had a couple people drop in there, but honestly, it's so few and far between that sometimes I totally miss the chat and they never get the live experience. That could be pre-recorded for all they know. Okay, this soda is bomb. That's real good. Well, okie dokie, tell me if it's wrong. I have not seen this camera futz. And this is the one that was futzing. I didn't see it in the short little test over there. I'm gonna play for gold here. Watch the other main camera go bad now, like just a totally different one. If that was the case, I would think bandwidth issue at the PC. Not being able to handle 3 cams. Why is this not level? I hate it. Why? I need to get a proper mount. Yeah, it is on level, I know. That's tolerable. That's only 3/4 of 1 degree. Yeah, I'll get a proper mount for back there. It's just on the monitor. The monitor's not level. The monitor has a wedge under it to level it because the table's not level. Probably because the floor's not level. Frame rate's always been a weird thing on these little cameras. It seems like they lag with the encoding. Maybe at 4K, maybe 1080 is fine. Maybe it's the encoding settings. I'll dig into it eventually. But for now, we move. All right, cam 1. Cam 3. 2. Okay. I hate turning away from... I'm gonna put my phone up on a stream preview. I'll just open a stream, close it because I'm already lurking, and then just go to my stream manager. And we will just put this off to the side. Now I can turn my back and feel better about it and mute myself. I would like to view chat. You know what? This is a pretty worthwhile experience. Is it live? Are we frozen? We have frozen. For fuck's sake. I'm not annoyed at all. Not me. So, bandwidth. If it's persistent, because freezing is now the only other thing that happened, maybe just with that one camera, it was partly to blame. I've literally had issues where I've had too many USB devices plugged in before, and it's overwhelmed audio. Like audio wouldn't even play. And I was chasing that down. I thought it was my microphone on my wireless rig, and it wasn't. I just had way too many microphones running muted. We don't have anything superfluous. Superfluous. Wow, I said it right. Superfluous. 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 I did it. We don't have any superfluous. It's not super, it's superfluous. Don't have any any superfluous, thank God. Device is running. I do have some muted, but nothing's like USB based that it shouldn't be able to handle. I'm gonna disable Droid Cam. We could always use Droid Cam, to be fair. I should just do that. For the love of God. No. What if I put it to sleep? And then wake it back up? Frozen image. It's like the device is frozen. There goes an hour of my time. That was a lot of rigging and trial and error and all the things. What we're gonna do is none of what we just did. But we're gonna unmount this, which is a 3/8 mount. I now realize that's gonna probably bite us in the ass. We're gonna do Droid Cam because I forgot about it. Imagine forgetting about the easiest way to do something. We'll just mount my sturdy phone mount. Rigging felt rigged. Yup. Which this also means we have to now flip this rod. So we can undo this pretty easily. And mount that. I don't think that's really worth futzing with, so we'll just throw that in there. There we go. Let's screw this on. This is just a Sirui phone mount. It should probably go on a ball head. Otherwise, we're not going to have any control. And if it is on a ball head, we can tilt it. So what good options do we have? We've got some chintzy ones that are kind of yay sized, and they came with some lights. Like, they were so cheap, they practically paid me to take it. Incredible. But I don't really want to use such a little bitty thing. Our only other ball head is a tiny fluid head, and it's on the orbit rig. I guess
Could I just rig the normal? Because I've got one of these magic arms, and it's a short one. If I had a cheese plate, what do I have back here? What makes sense? I mean, I could do that. It's just kind of janky. But we're getting to the point where something's got to happen. Let's just do the unfortunate ball head and hope it's sturdy enough. So this will just let me point the camera at a different angle than how it is mounted. That will be very helpful. Okay, that's all loose. We can adjust that. I'm hoping this stays decent for us. How do I want to do this? Because now it's kind of at a weird angle. I would have to get a vertical view of it. Unless we do the simple thing, guys. And just move the frickin' stand without dropping my phone. Please. Yep. One more leg. Frickin' cables everywhere. Okay, very nice. So now we've got a light to the side, we've got our thing to the side. I can mount this at 90 degrees. Mount the phone. Let's mount it the other way. Let's actually clean it. I have not cleaned the lenses in a little while. I love how quickly that cleans. It's not like factory clean, but it's so much better than whatever it was coming out of my pocket. I'm gonna check on one of these streams. I got 2 hours left. This one has almost 12. Imagine that. They are just starting. These guys will be going for a while. Triple check we ain't got no more friends. Cool. Kind of a slow Saturday. I don't know if you guys were experiencing this, but last night was really busy on Twitch for me. Lots of friends streaming. But it took a while for people to wake up this morning. Okay. Putting on the phone. This might be a nice way to do this, honestly. Let me re-enable Droid Cam. There we go. We are on the zoom thing. If we go 1x. Okay. Oh, it crashed. It's back. Yeah, overhead spotlight's kind of a problem when you have something in the way of the spotlight. So let's anticipate the angles here. Throw it over there. Angle it out more. We'll put it up just so it can clear this. Actually, we are really trapping the cable. So
So we know it's not the cable. That's good. Something bandwidth related, we're thinking. Is that the ticket? I need to get the app for this light so I control it remotely. This looks like ass. Not gonna lie. And it's because it's in its like macro mode. Droid cam is a little finicky here with, like, I don't mind the wide angle. See, this is full wide. This looks pretty good. We could maybe work with this. But from 0.5 to 0.9, which I cannot dial in precisely to 0.1, skips it, goes 1.3. It just zooms in on the wide angle. So there's a huge loss in quality. 1X Plus looks really good. Which light is it? It's the small rig RC220C. I think you've mentioned that you have something similar and the app is really good. And then above 3X is gonna be the telephoto lens. That's also gonna look really good. Weird contrast on my hand. It's like there's a lot of compression, like micro contrast added. Like you can see the like wrinkles. Don't steal my fingerprints. Sorry, this just looks so trippy. Is it exposure? Maybe a touch of it, but let's say we're using incandescent light. Well, it gives me more warmth, more magenta. It's actually a little more accurate, but I'm just gonna make sure we're in. Yeah, target quality is set to high, so it's not like a bit rate, like a compression issue. It just looks garbaggio. Okay, we're back to EV0. I'm gonna just zoom out. So we're back to our first game. I really wish I could dial in. Oh, I can. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm literally covering that scene, so that's why. I am an idiot. I can just press for whole numbers, 1x and 2x. Imagine that. Imagine that. Okay, we're learning on the fly, friends. The only things new to share today are the things I'm learning right now. But, gotta say, it's starting to turn out well. At least how it looks on this one screen. So let me toggle that on. A Stream Deck may be in my future. This is an interesting process with all the scene switching. So this is kind of what I was looking at doing. If I go full wide angle, trippy for sure. I think we're gonna get a shadow if we go any lower. So I think we just do our 1x and I look at the preview behind me as I'm showing things and doing things. I think that's gonna be our ticket here. I think we'll dial down the brightness on our overhead. So I'm gonna try to swing that over. Can I reach it? Can I? Just about, yeah, okay. So we'll put that back. Can we dial the spot size? That's as wide as it goes. So we've got that, and then we have a bit of a side light. So you should see a subtle shadow. There should be more. I think we're getting overpowered. We turn off the overhead. Or I can just swipe it. Oh, that's why you can't see it. It's huge. That makes a lot of sense. So this will be kind of cool if I lay out... Sorry, I'm just nerding out over lighting at the moment. You know how it goes here. So yeah, if I set that out, we have kind of a cool... I thought that was falling for a second. We have a cool long side profile. I guess this would be our edge light. If we're thinking in like human lighting terms, I guess. Which seems nice. So then is our overhead just too overpowering? What is it at? 8. I'm gonna bring it down. 6%. I'm gonna go for about 2%. Because it is concentrated. That's a lot more balanced. Doesn't look right, but it's a lot more balanced. I think more. On my tippy toes. That might be like 5-6% again, but we can see the side shadow. It's kind of what I wanted. I didn't want to just fill it in entirely. We have one more light around. I just hiding behind the blanket, and I've been rolling over the cord for the last little while. Oh, I'm knocking things over now. Nice. Oh, that actually worked. So my cord is trapped 18 different ways. So I'm unplugging that. I guess, yeah, you're just seeing the one scene. Toggle that off for a moment. This what I'm doing. I'm getting another light, another one. Kind of want it off to the other side. And I would maybe want it to be soft. Just kind of my thinking. As opposed to all this hard light that we've had. Something in kind of like a soft fill-ish. Softer. And oh my God, we have a C-stand. Not a C-stand. A lightweight stand deployed. How dare we? We've been avoiding these. Okay, there's that. Turn it on. Holy! Holy, holy. Very bright. Where is a little modifier? This cute little light came with an even cuter modifier, which I've actually left packed up with its diffusion and light grid. Oh, pop it out, ready to go. Not bad output for this little thing. Always impressed. Why can't I do this? There we go. Okay, it's clipped in. I'm gonna go to HSI mode. I think I wanna mess with colors here. We're gonna go hue. Looking for a blue, bluish. Bordering it on teal. So that's 175. We'll go saturation now. Saturation 45%. Start pointing the light places. Oh, I love that contrast. I can see it. You guys probably can't see it. But now the shadows on this side are filled with this, like the deep shadows are filled with this blue. So if I shade like this, yeah. Hey, I kind of like it. Cool. We'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna actually start on some projects because we have been struggling with the 3-cam setup. So, BRB. Be right back. And then we're gonna laser it. Yeah, close enough. We are back, friends. Oh, welcome back. We are not lasering quite yet. I lied. I need a BRB. I think we need to drop the fill light. I mean, way down. What are we at, 2%? Let's go 1%, just a tiny little bit. Yeah, this, the output out of this little light is more than enough. I would absolutely kill? I'd rock having just a few of these 60-watt lights. That'd be plenty good. Why don't I do a sanity audio check? Cool. Got some lo-fi going. Good, I feel better. Let me quickly check on my friends. Okay, one did raid out. Glad to see that. Still good there. Let's see, did we get... Okay, very good. All right, so I'm facing away from where I monitor everything. So this will get a little bit interesting, but can I drag this mouse all the way back here? There's a reason to have a wireless mouse.
Okay. I think this angle makes more sense. We're gonna enable droid cam. That was instant. Dude, I think, when I say dude, I mean it in the general term, not intending to be gender specific or anything, just like a reaction. This is looking pretty good. So here's my thought. We drag this over. We drag this one over. Yeah. Kind of a split screen. Some pretty dope quality. And now we can talk about things. That light is blinding. Holy. If I am going to look at the preview now, you just see me looking at the preview instead of me just trusting what's happening. All right, let me do a focus test. It's fine if I look back for a focus test, right? My kitty cat is screaming. Screaming bloody murder. AF continuous. Gotta have the top-down cam precise. Hey, that's a pretty good look. That is a pretty good look. Stuttery, as my cat zooms up to the stairs, but I think we could rock that. I think we could rock that. Now, for me to be disciplined and not get distracted looking behind myself, as I do it again, I need a framing assist. So there, the line works for me. I need a stream preview. I just want to turn around and look. I will be right back, friends. I'm gonna go grab a second phone. Is it Winnie on X Games mode? Where's she at? What are you doing?
Sorry, I can barely hear you.
No, you're good.
It's scary.
Sorry. I'll just wheeze as I go up the stairs.
No, I just mean I'm not used to having headphones where I can't hear anything. So I'm just
Yeah.
Good heavens.
They're not even on the noise isolating mode.
Well,
You'd be in for a real treat.
I'm just up here screaming.
I can't hear my thoughts. All right, we got another phone. At least I can see chat and a preview on this and know if anything crazy happens. Okay, so here's the plan. Now that we are hours and hours into this process, sip of my drink. So I grab a bunch of paper. Trying to figure out where to stash some of this shizzwas. I've ended up with more paper than I wanted. You can go up there. Maybe we bring down a... That's why I hate running cords on the ground. Yeah? Kind of works. Okay.
I mean, it's working. What am I waiting for? I guess an ergonomic preview. I will need to watch battery life. I do not want to update. No, thank you. It's windy today. All I need is my chat to load. Okay, this phone's gonna just be randomly vibrating for a while. Okay, let me get my stack of papers like I said I would. I must have lied. And we'll get started. We're 5 hours in. Okay, so I made this on the last stream. Must have been a week ago, maybe to the day. Maybe not quite. Actually, zoom down. This may be good. Just over a little bit, and then more tweaks. More tweaks. This is what I do because I don't have a stable, repeatable setup. We're gonna turn off autofocus. Manually dial that in. Exposure. Will just compensate to a level that I like. And we could add a little fill light. So we're gonna drop it for the highlights. Actually, this is automatic with an adjustment. So we just need to raise our fill, go about 5%. It doesn't mess with our other image too much, but allows you guys to see me a lot better. And then I can drop my compensation a bit more so you can see the table too. Anyway, I'm not tired, you're tired. Nice lighting though. Compliments to myself. So I made this about a week ago. I don't have an official name for it, but this is my clock conversion card. My GMT processor. Not sure what to call it, but it's a design I made inside of Lightburn. And obviously it's just a map of the Earth laid out, and then I've added the different time zones that I want to compute. So I live in corn country, so I am this row over here. Then there's a friend I follow in the UK, or multiple people I follow in the UK, somebody in South Africa, somebody in Melbourne, Australia. And this allows me to look at my time. So my time's about 2:30, so that'd be 14:30. And that would be 8 o'clock for anybody in the UK, 10 for someone in South Africa, and midnight for someone in Australia on the East Coast. So that's what it does. It's a fun little calculator. It's kind of bespoke, kind of vintage inspired, kind of looks like a TV. I like it a lot. And so did one of my friends, and they want one. So I'm gonna make one and send it to them as a gift. So we have to grab some new data, basically. I've got some info from them for what they want for their specific time zones, and also I need to figure out daylight savings. This is based on daylight savings, and that means in about a month and a half, for me, this will no longer work exactly. I will have to add or subtract an hour. I can't remember. So the idea is one side is adjusted by an hour, the other side will not be. But I don't want to just send my friend one sheet of paper. It just feels kind of cheap. Not as substantial of a gift, I guess. But I want to make something better than that. So the original idea was, can I just make this last longer? Can I laminate this? And yeah, I could laminate it. It would make it a little bit stronger, but at the same time, I don't know that we would gain all that much from it. It won't feel as substantial. So my plan is to laminate multiple layers of paper, and I've never done that. So that's what we're going to start out doing today. I have a lot of scrap pieces of paper from lasering experiments. This was one of the kind of original tests, and at this point I kind of wish I'd written down what settings I'd use, but you can see this was the more basic form of the final kind of semi-polished version. A lot of similar info, just kind of formatted differently, but we hadn't put the frills in quite yet. So I need to be much better about framing at the moment since I'm slightly offset. But this is where we came from, where we've gotten to, and there's a whole bunch of other tests. Some of these pages aren't double-sided. Some have weird voids because the laser was running much further than it needed to. These are really cool. These are some really dense, if I can get a good focus there, really dense line patterns. My preview is delayed by a couple seconds. I'm going to assume you guys can see that. But yeah, some really dense line patterns, testing kind of the focal density. Here's some bigger scale rastered images. So these are just dots placed closer or further apart from each other. Some absolutely gorgeous results, in all honesty. So if I find any good sheets, we're going to use that. We're going to pull it apart. At the risk of getting really into the weeds here and telling you all about the tests I do, this is a calibration. So you run an initial test with the lens with no calibration, and you get this grid, which is has barrel distortion in one direction and pincushion distortion in the other direction. Well, you measure distances between these different spots, and it corrects it closer to what you need. So yeah, it's worth setting up on your laser to get a custom profile for your specific laser. I think especially on Galvo lasers, each one's going to be very different. I don't know so much on like a stepper-based laser, like an open gantry, or maybe even like a CO2. That may not be as much of a concern. But yeah, it's kind of fun to go through these. Here's the famous smug photo of myself. Very nice. Maybe even get a little bit closer. I could pull a screen grab from that one day. We have a random sheet of paper. And here's some more early testing of our card. So maybe I rob... Nope, can't do that. I saved some bits from there. I'm gonna try to find pieces to cut from, because I don't like wasting paper. Don't like waste in general. if I can kind of avoid it. So let's rock some scissors. We did a scissor review. Oh my fucking god! I can't believe I said that. We checked out my scissors earlier. We didn't review anything. Nothing was sus. Goddamn biscuits. Okay. I don't want to use that one. Don't want to use that one. Don't want to use that one. This one's too cool. I need to let go of this shit. Goddamn. This was actually cool. I was learning how to drive the laser as fast as possible. I think we could use that. I could spare that one. This has some useful info. I don't like to redo tests if I don't have to, so I try to save a lot of this stuff. So I do have other scraps. I could just grab other scraps, but we're gonna work with something. Gots to. So the back is blank. I think we could just cut kind of where the paper is all solid. Honestly, nice scissors. If I said they weren't the sharpest, I lied. They're pretty damn sharp. So now, hey, why don't we get a little more light back there? We are looking at finding a couple flat pieces to put together. And I'm thinking we could just cut this in quarters. I'll start with half. And work from there. Why don't we even cut this into quarters or fifths itself? So I'm going to guesstimate similar sizes. We got two pieces. Just curious, how good did I do? That's within 2 to 3 mils. That's not too bad for eyeballing. So my goal is to put these two pieces of paper together with glue in a way that feels permanent enough that it should last a while, especially underneath a laminate. And I cannot warp the layers. That seems to be a big deal. It's been fun researching this in a way because you get onto craft YouTube and it's a vibe. It's a very happy place. So we've got a lot of options for glue and I've messed up. And I keep thinking I don't have like your standard Elmer's glue. I for sure do. Man, I've got so much Elmer's glue. It's not even funny. My one phone decided to give up. So we're going back to my preview, thank goodness. We've got glue sticks. We even have types of super glue. We have some acid brushes. We've got whiteout for some reason. Oh, is that where I found my Captain tape. We even have hot glue. Don't need hot glue for this, but thank God it's there. So, I'm over at, oh, I even have UV resin. UV Cure resin. Let me just grab glue. Grab glue. Sounds slightly sus. We also have Mod Podge matte. It's not quite making it into camera, is it? Mm-hmm. Throw a glue stick under it. God dang it. Throw a brush under it. Sort of. And we have a newer bottle of Mod Podge Gloss, and then some more Elmer's glue and some more glue sticks. So I think we've got options. I guess at the end of the day, the goal is whatever works. But what I don't want, since this is like a long-term preservation, we're trying to make something that lasts a long time, what I don't want to happen is to make something that wants to fall apart. I guess if we are laminating this, we're probably gonna be okay. But if we're preserving this underneath like some glossy Mod Podge, which I'm curious to see how that works, who knows? So what do I know about these glues that I can kind of communicate? Elmer's glue, or Elmer's glue, or pretty much also Elmer's glue. These are washable in water, very easy to clean. They're a little bit thick, so that may or may not be what you want. If I'm laying up multiple layers of paper, I would be a little bit concerned that the layers could shift, and I need them all to line up. I can't necessarily laser etch or laser cut through 18 layers of paper cleanly. So I don't know that these are going to be the option, but we may test it out. Why I have 3, I don't know. Mod Podge. You know what? I'm going to look at it. I've never used it. It looks like the same. It's maybe just a higher quality water-based glue. So Elmer's, but fancy. With different finishes. We have a dollar store spray adhesive. This would be a really good idea for this, honestly, because you spray both sides, it's pretty even coverage, and then you just stick your 2 bits together and they dry. There's not a very thick layer for anything to shift. This is the only stuff I have, and it's dollar store, bargain bin kind of thing. It may not work very well. Same with this brand, I believe, unless this is actually a fabric glue, which it is. Honestly, looks about the same. I feel like we have 5 bottles of the same stuff. We have rubber cement. This stuff has been off-gassing in the container, but it actually looks like it's in good shape. Thank goodness I closed it tightly. Let's see, no wrinkle rubber cement. Excellent for mounting photos. So I'm guessing this maybe does not absorb into materials very much. Maybe more like a water-based solution might, though water-based could be convenient because you could thin it. It looks like it says it's peelable. So like once it's cured, you can still separate it. It's claiming no acid, has an applicator already in there, dries clear. Interesting. So maybe that could be an option. What really seems like the ticket would be the UV, because when we use super glue is super thin, but once it goes off, it's done. You will literally tear the paper apart before you separate this. If you get it on your skin, it bonds instantly, so it gets really annoying when you have what feels like a burn, but it's not. It smells a little bit, and then can be difficult to apply. It has some benefits, but it can be tricky to work with. If you put enough on, it won't cure immediately, and then you can set it off with heat, or there are setting sprays. That's a potential option. What I found is it can be a little bit thick, the typical stuff you get that kind of comes in these little tubes. So if you're like laying a very fine like letter down, like, or even just like the dot on an eye, then when you lay that down, you really have to be careful with your application of this. And you don't want to inadvertently move anything as you're letting it sit there and cure. So that can be a bit frustrating. What really seems to be the ticket, though, is UV resin. This will not go off until it's exposed to UV light. So the theory would be it would spread around as thin or thinner than Gorilla Glue, absorbing however much it absorbs. You can position everything, and then to get it to kick off, you just put it out in the sun. It says 5 to 20 minutes on a sunny day, or you can put it under a UV lamp. I don't know if you had a nail curing station, if those can be repurposed and the light can be directed, but that's a UV lamp for sure. I do actually plan to make a UV lamp, which is kind of a funny thing. I don't think I can get at, oh, I can. It's right there. Let's hope I don't knock everything over, and I'll get right back to chat. So I've got a base for a fun project for a UV lamp. It's way back here under the table. Fell down this way. Okay. There. So my thought is to use this. This is a little egg souffle pan. I don't know. It's just a little tiny non-stick pan that you can fry eggs in. The main thing is that it's aluminum, and it has bare aluminum on the base. So I can mount LED chips on here, and it's going to pull the heat away, and it'll buy me time. It won't overdrive or overheat the chips right away. So yeah, I would maybe use some thermal epoxy, find a way of drilling into this and using just regular thermal paste or something, which I do have a lot of. But yeah, this would be my little UV light, basically. This is what I would cure things with. I'd line everything up in a pattern and then shine the light on it. So those are the adhesives I have. Plus glue sticks. I have a lot of glue sticks, as most people that 3D print do. I don't need them as much anymore. The technology has advanced a lot. You don't need glue stick applications, except in certain instances, to actually help break up adhesion. But I think the simplest option might be to do glue stick, and then we'll maybe look at the longevity of that once it's cured. I don't know. Some of these are old, and I want to use the old ones, but I also don't want to test something that may not actually prove how well it lasts. But we have a message in chat from Han. Well, that was fun. After shopping, stopped to get gas, and my truck wouldn't shit. Luckily, it was a battery, so easy fix, but it was acting like battery was fine at first, so I thought about to be changing an alternate. So I've heard, Han, that when one part of that system goes, it can like prematurely wear the other components and cause them to fail sooner. So if your battery's going bad, your alternator's working extra hard. And if your alternator's going bad, your battery might be working extra hard. I'm trying to think, is there another component in there that's potentially an issue? I mean, they should know pretty quick if it was your battery. But if you were just driving it and then stopped for gas, like you said, and the battery went bad, it's probably your alternator. Because then your alternator is not keeping your battery charged. Unless it's a very old battery, but you would probably be noticing slow starts, especially if it's cold. I've also had cables go bad, like the ground lead, the black wire that comes back from the battery. I've actually had that connection go bad lower down by the chassis ground underneath the battery, at least on my car. That was hard. That took like a year and a half to chase, and my car would die in random spots and blow up the radio, and nothing fun. So yeah. You're pretty handy though. So either way, once you've got the stuff, I'm sure you could replace it yourself. Super easy. Batteries aren't bad. Alternators aren't bad. Sometimes just throw on a new serpentine belt too while you're there. It's not too much hassle. I had to deal with that before. I think it was the battery. It was older. Time to change. Yeah. That could be it. Sucks if it's, especially if you've been like if you had a long drive, which I'm assuming you were doing, think it would stay topped up on the highway. That's always the advice to test an alternator, is get out on the highway and make sure the center exciter core or whatever has to get up to a certain RPM. The battery self-excites the inner core, which then excites the outer rotor, the outer stator, and then you get your voltage conversions and everything, but it has to be at a certain RPM for that all to exchange. Something like that. I haven't had to mess with it in a little while, unfortunately, / fortunately. You might also check that the idle pulleys are working. I'm sure it'd be squealing or making a lot of noise, but you might make sure there's not some like simple mechanical thing too, where you can just replace a pulley or whatnot. Okay, why don't we just try some coupons? Try a few different options here. I'm gonna go ahead and cut these to smaller pieces. I'm gonna just kind of treat it as clean-ish. I don't know if I want to use a brush, but it's here. Oh, it leaves bristles everywhere. Oh well. So here's the goal. Find out how to stack these cleanly, have them adhere well, and be permanent enough that I don't think they're going to come apart in time. So we're going to look at glue stick. We'll look at Elmer's glue. So we have two water-based solutions. Maybe we look at the spray adhesive just to compare. And then if this works pretty well, maybe the Mod Podge would work even better. I don't think we can mess with the UV today. And I don't want to die from fumes, so I don't think we'll do the rubber cement. Super glue could work. Potentially, it's just a bit of a pain. I do have the multi-packs of these little ones. So I'm sure I could get enough going. I'm gonna just check my battery level. We're doing okay for now. I may need to rig a battery to charge my phone at some point. Han says, yeah, I'm going to change one of my battery terminals. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna check all the other stuff. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. I've certainly seen and heard those going bad. I have a buddy that does roadside assistance, and he's seen some kind of wacky stuff too. So, how are we doing? I think that's all looking pretty good. Unfortunately, my phone is giving me notifications. Hey, it's kind of some weird deja vu. Myself as well. Check. Am I getting Discord noties on here? I am. Let me check in on something. My friend has been building a PC. So I want to check in on that. Okay. Quickly looking. through this. Okay, there's one recommendation. And we've got the settings net software. Bear with me, friends. Almost done here. go. Okay, yep. Okie dokie. Let me get back to my little Twitch preview, see my chat and everything. Sorry for the delay there. Check in with a friend. Okay. Let's start with glue stick. So, don't know if I want a lot of cleanup here, in all honesty, so I might grab this kind of kid craft paper. I think it's just for drawing. Big ol' roll from IKEA. I can get this to open. And holy stickers. Guys, it's just paper. Oh, it's a lot thicker than I expected. Ha ha ha. I have scissors. I could use those. Kinda, sorta. It's tightly wound. Remember, cut towards yourself, kids. Well, it's annoying that they have a billion stickers on the paper instead of on like the plastic wrap that comes off cleanly. But I'm excited about this paper because it's a lot more useful than I had imagined. It was pretty affordable, so I may end up with more of this in the future. God damn, what's the point? You guys can't see all this, but I've been peeling stickers off this roll of paper, and it's getting on my nerves. Good God, I need like just a knife blade or something to slide along. I do have them, and I just trimmed my nails, so I'm about out of nail options. Oh, there we go. There it is. Wow, that's probably what they want you to do. So, this is just for like drawing and such, but for me, I'm gonna try to use this as like a backdrop, something to get messy, something that can get messy. Let me grab a utility blade. I think that will help. And we can use the self-healing mat. Started and a very light score on the actual tabletop. That looks like it worked. Yay! So time will tell. We'll see how well this works. There goes the kitty cat. If this is annoying as fuck or what. But yeah, glad to see this isn't like printer, like copy paper thickness paper. It's actually, maybe it is, but it's not like crazy thin. It's not like tissue paper thin. So I don't feel so bad kind of going a little bit overboard with it. And maybe we could even use it to test some different things. So I misplaced my little glue stick. We'll use this one. This is a color changing one. Disappearing purple. So name of the game, thinking, is full coverage. So I'm trying to reach the very edges, hence the paper to catch the overlap. And then I want everything in the middle as well, basically everywhere. It's a little bit hard to tell where you've been as it kind of starts to dry. The color change isn't really going to help us with this color paper, and you can see it is curling. So I guess that's kind of the process here is we're trying to find out those things. Why is my stream paused? On my phone specifically. Not the constant scuff. Okay, I think we're good. Let's carry on, carry on. Okay, so it's set a little bit. We'll just throw another piece on top, kind of close. I will smooth it down thoroughly, I guess. I wish I had my roller. I've got a glue roller somewhere. That would be super handy right about now. But I guess we'll just thoroughly press that down and then letting go. It has remained pretty flat. And we've gained thickness. Go figure. Cool. All right, so this, let me get my little white marker. Not marker. Gel pen. So this is purple. Glue stick, we'll just call it. And we'll always assume a thorough application, so I don't need to write that, but we'll just say one side. And I'll say one side application. And it started to curl. At first. W spelling. It's so good. It's not stressful doing that live. So this is a great way of keeping track of what works, because I'm going to set this to the side, do another one, and it's going to look identical. So far we have a little bit of curling still, which might just be part of the process. One idea that I could write down if I had more room or on the back is if we apply glue on two sides and put the curled pieces together, wouldn't it just cancel out, kind of like how they build They orient the grain for plywood so that it cancels out any warping or most warping. Looking good so far. I'm going to double check battery life. Dropped 6% or so. Han says he bets it would ripple. That's what we're here to find out. Because if I'm going to start gluing up these things, I don't want any surprises. And the main surprise I don't want is to find out that it delaminates. That would be a bummer. So we're going to start small, try to find a process that seems like it works, and then we'll apply it towards building up some thickness. Let me see if this says a cure time. It's kids glue, so it's maybe not going to get that precise. I do have a heat gun I could try to use. Not sure. Let's try this expired, probably spray adhesive from the bargain store. Some warnings. Gotta shake, shake, shake. It sounds like you want to spray both materials, both sides with this stuff. So we're gonna shake. Don't know how much. It says vigorously. How much is vigorously? And does this look absolutely sus as fuck? It's just in the wrist, guys. You just gotta twist right. So it mixes. Okay. I'm assuming this won't spray immediately, okay? That came out like in a glob. So I guess we'll back up a bit and spray across as if we were spray paint. I feel like that's too much. Guys, it smells like freaking Elmer's glue. Do we just have Elmer's glue times like a million? Spray a uniform thin coat of adhesive. I'm gonna assume that we can spread this with a brush. It's lifting the dye off the paper. It's soaking in and everything is a mess. It's not looking good for this. I don't want dye shifting on parts. Okay, so cool. Now we have a brush that's contaminated. I'm going to try to move this to a cleaner area. Both of these have curved absurdly, way more than the glue stick, but I'm going to try to line them up along an edge, and we have our Under Armour logo. And I'll just put the bigger piece underneath, and I'm going to work from the middle and give it the good old rub down. As I go too far, I'm picking up some of the wet adhesive still, and it's spreading onto the top. We'll have to see if that discolors anything, because again, we're going to have an actual printed image on top, an etched image. Don't want that. Maybe you would do it with the etched part down. So not looking good for spray adhesive, at least not this stuff. Assuming I mixed it properly and followed all the directions and such. But I gotta say, it's pretty flat. It's got a little twist. It's pretty flat. I'm gonna let this dry for a minute before I get on it with a pen. But yeah, that is our spray adhesive. Why don't I put spray adhesive next to that and glue stick right there. Get that in frame all the way. There we go. Drink some drink. Okay. Well, you can see the effect it's had on this paper. Hans said he thought it would ripple. Han has kids. He's probably seen this stuff firsthand in use. It's been a while since I've used this stuff. Not for 3D printing, so yeah, sure does seem to do that. Soaks through. Edges remain wet, so if there's any squeeze out, that might get tracked around. I did kind of leave like a fingerprint worth of glue on the front, which you can't put water on that to clean it. Have to rub it off damp, I guess. Maybe you can dry. I don't want to hit these with heat and affect anything. Maybe until I know that that's the way to do it. If I can heat something up and cure it really quickly, and that doesn't change anything, cool. But we have to find that first. I don't want to just assume and build in errors to my testing, because this is important. This is not just one project. This is potentially every paper project in the future. This may be the way I construct every single project. So, a little bit more exploration. I'm kind of tempted to do the Gorilla Glue. This bottle may be off. Squeeze. Oh, it's not. I'm gonna deposit this in a far corner where I can't reach and get my sleeve in it. It's still seeping because I pushed way too hard. So super glues typically get advertised as like better ones are thicker. I think the Gorilla Glue, yeah, this is Gorilla Glue gel. I don't know that I care about the gel, so I'm gonna swap that out for a different brand. HTF I get from Harbor Freight. Go figure, it's Harbor Freight Tools abbreviated. This is pretty affordable for super glue. It's nice having these single-use cartridges. They can dry up and you don't have to care. You just grab another one. Would recommend. I'm pretty sure it is all the same stuff. PVA glue, is that the like official term for it? The actual CA, cyanoacrylide or something like that. The actual type of glue that this stuff is. You can get big bottles of it, different thicknesses. They have different rates of going off, how quickly they cure. I'm getting a little bit paranoid about my battery. We're at 35. I think that's as far as I want to push it. So I'm going to grab a charging battery. And a cable. And figure out where I want to put all this. We may just luck out and it stays out of frame if I just loop. Sorry for the shakes. Loop that there. She's charging now. And you can see it a touch in frame, but that's not too bad. Make sure audio's looking okay. Nothing's really changed, so good deal, good deal. Okay, we're gonna try super glue next. Before before we do that, I better write down this last one. Kind of feels damp, like the moisture's bleeding through, which makes me think if I were to build up layers of this, the center may not dry out very quickly. If it's water-based, then it would cure based on evaporation, I'm assuming, whereas CA glue may cure based on heat. May also be evaporation, I don't know. Okay, so this was, we'll call it budget. Spray adhesive. Both sides. And it curled a lot. Okay. Could I just write felt damp? Still sticky on the side there. So cure time seems to take a while. This one, not as damp feeling. It does have a curve now as it has dried, so I think you would want to apply it to both sides in equal amounts before sticking it together. Good to know, good to know. We've learned 2 things. No, we've learned 3 things with 2 tests. That's the way to do it. All right, let's get some more paper on deck. Kind of do a wider one, and then we'll make it similar, and then use this little strip as a spreader. So I will cut these again. Okay, now we've got good old CA glue. So this, you know, it's got a vapor that comes off of it as it cures. You will smell it. It's manageable. It hurts your eyes if it gets in it. Sorry, the vapor does. For the love of God, don't get this stuff in your eyes. Man, I don't even know what you would do if it glued your eye shut. Go to the ER, get an eye surgeon, an eye specialist, something. Yeah. Maybe it's to the point you just really don't want to accidentally get this shit in your eyes. Maybe wear eye protection with this stuff. I don't know. I'm going to try to leave a thin bead. God damn. This feels like way too much. My finger has glued itself to the side. This is much thinner. FYI, to those that are looking at the Harbor Freight brand. I'm going to try to spread this with another piece of paper. Kind of works. And again, we need to get all the edges. And I would probably be wearing latex gloves. Or maybe handling it with some kind of tool, like a toothpick or something. Bizarre, it seems as though the paper is absorbing this. I don't know if that's bizarre. It kind of seems normal. There's the fumes. So that, you know, went quickly. Ooh, my eyes hurt. Dropping this on. quickly working that on. Pressing, pressing, pressing. I mean, ideally we'd have the roller so that we're not applying friction to the surface. I guess you could have an intermediate layer of wax paper or something. Wax paper might be a good thing, honestly, in general, for working on top of. It did not seem to penetrate through the black paper, which is good. It feels pretty sturdy. It's already gone off quite a bit, but I still see some wet edges. So I think we'll leave that to do its thing for a little bit. Now my my left fingerprint is gone because we have put enough glue on it. I was trying to be careful. Look what happened. In the name of science. All right, so I don't know that we're gonna see much difference with Elmer's glue, but I kind of feel like we should do it to see. So why don't we? Nothing really to it but to do it. Got our other piece here. I'm gonna put two clean sides together. That's already gone off. Cool. I guess I'll do both sides. That makes sense. We have this one from the spray adhesive. I don't know if I trust the acid brush. I feel like I feel like the acid brush is just going to leave bristles, and then you're gonna have air gaps. So we're gonna open up the Elmer's glue. Feel like a kid again, and try to leave a thin bead. Okay, my instinct is saying that's too much. I was supposed to do it to both sides. We're gonna do it to one side because I feel like I have too much. We're gonna spread this with another piece of paper, which would be economical. Although maybe plastic would be worth it. Plastic scraper of some sort. This maybe is the right amount. If there's a little like layer, won't be too bad if we aren't treating the other side. I think I'm just gonna ignore the corner. Maybe that'll be our peeling corner. Now that I've spread it everywhere, I'm gonna try to remove the like super excess. Move it to a slightly different place. This is rippling as fuck. I'll drop on my other piece and find somewhere to do the massaging. Picked up a little bit of the wet glue and it got scraped across, left a mark. We know earlier that we don't think that's going to be able to be washed out. Hard to say. I'll have to see how that kind of sets up. I think our super glue is probably all good. So let's write it down. We'll just call it CA glue. We did one side. And I believe it curled a fair bit. And it set quickly. Got a little bit of Elmer's glue on it too. Good deal. Let me check through my lurks right quick. Yay! Friends are still going. Great. And we have a new friend going. Fan-freaking-tastic. Ads are in progress, friends. Probably can't even hear me. Apologies for the break in the live feed. I think this one may be ready for demo. This will be Elmer's. One side again. Curled. I wouldn't say it's like noticeably damp necessarily. You can kind of tell, but nothing like the spray adhesive. Not really worth writing down. Lots of over glue there. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, so we've made some progress here. Now I just kind of want to know what the Mod Podge is like. Let me see if there's a shelf life or like an open life. This is from 2003. So this is about 2 years old. I guess we could try it. I mean, how old is the newest bottle that I bought? 2005. 2 years newer. So, I guess we could try the old stuff. I mean, I don't know how long it's supposed to last. Yeah. Don't know. Drink some more drink. Let's chug a little water. I think I need some extra. With all this talking. I honestly like the super glue. It's such an immediate reaction and it's so strong. Like this actual thing feels stronger. Like, whoa, I think I got some water on it. More than just its component parts. Like we've added almost a plastic layer to this. So kind of inclined to lean that way, but if we did double application of the Elmer's, that would be probably acceptable. Or if we did single on 2 sets and then double between and canceled out the curl, that might be a good idea, honestly. Beat it with orientation. This was the 2 curly sides, the spray adhesive that we put together, and it has now chosen a direction to curl. I'm gonna flip this over and see if it flattens back out. It curled up. I wonder if that's just how it's exposed. Potentially you could dry this under an iron, maybe? That would be flat with heat. Hopefully not steam. Steam probably wouldn't help. Okay, let's try Mod Podge. So we'll get a couple more coupons cut out. Try not to drop them in the Elmer's puddle. Sus puddle over there. So happy to have little scraps of what I work with. Just makes sense. A bit of a struggle towards the end here on two layers. Okay, Mod Podge. What do we want to spread this with? I don't know that I want to use a brush, but maybe we just will. Let's use a brush. We have one. We've kind of used it already. I did see about this stuff called Yes Paste. I think that might be kind of interesting because it almost gets to believe it or not, a paste. When it kind of dries out, it stays in a paste. Then you just add water onto a brush and run the brush through, almost as if you're lathering up soap in a sense. And it will apply a thin film to your brush, and then you get to brush that on. So it would be fairly water-based, obviously. So that would maybe be the concern, is how much water are you applying? All right, let's try this 2-year-old Mod Podge. Seems like the container's been stored quite well. There's stuff right at the top. I'm just gonna grab it instead of making my brush super dirty. And we're kind of running out of room to work here. So working from the middle. Honestly, this brush isn't too bad. It doesn't apply too much. Not much is for sure. Do we just do one side? I need to learn more of the uses of Mod Podge. It seems like it's kind of a wonder material. A lot of crafters seem to use the heck out of it for all kinds of things. So we've spread out a thin layer, and then we've kind of gone back over and uniformly spread that in. That looks really freaking cool. Hopefully that's a high enough resolution. It looks like grass or something. Cool effect. And then we'll do the normal massage for the middle out. I almost said the inside out. And make sure we're reaching all the corners. We did a really good job making sure we spread the glue to the corners. So that is good. It's gone down well. Lift it up, see if it still peels. Seems to. I think we had some spray adhesive that was still tacky there. So first impression's good. It spreads really well. Maybe it was just a thinner application, so we kind of got away with it easier. I'm assuming with this brush, if I just kept it in water, I could probably just keep reusing it, though we'd be diluting everything else. These are relatively cheap, but they're acid brushes. They're made for working with like caustic materials, things that are corrosive. So, I don't know that our spray adhesive one has changed at all. It doesn't look like it started to curve back. So I'm gonna just pop it back the way it was. I guess we'll do another little check-in here. Purple glue has its curling amount, but feels pretty decent. See, A glue feels the strongest so far. It's very dry on all the edges. It's glossy now on the edges, but nothing seemed to bleed through. We saw it spread really evenly, and we only did one side, and it set off really freaking flat, like impressively flat. I guess another consideration too is I mean, we're not making something that's intended to be recycled or composted, but I don't know that you can compost CA glue. So that's maybe a consideration. I don't think it's a big consideration considering the way the world is, and there's bigger fish to fry than whether something is able to be biodegradable or not. That may or may not ever need to be gotten rid of. The Elmer's glue is pretty straight for a one-sided application. Pretty happy to see that. Maybe another thing is how you dry it. If you dry it between layers and that traps or evens the moisture out between the two layers, maybe that allows it to cure flatter. I'm sure also if you let it cure underneath, a weight and something that's flat, it would probably be pretty good. Mod Podge is looking really good. Very flat. We only applied a very thin layer to one side, and damn, that looks good. I guess eventually it may come down to a bit of a strength test. Try to pull these apart and see what happens. There's nothing else really to try except a different version of Mod Podge. Why don't we try out our glossy? I'm just curious. Having both, what that's going to look like. Let's see, are there instructions? Apply with a brush, clean while wet with soap and water based non-toxic, and then complete instructions. So it doesn't say anything about shaking, so we're going to shake it. And then I guess we just reuse the same brush. Very similar things, right? Let me make an incision, doctor. Scalpel. Now my knife's messy. What the shit? I'll just wipe this off. Not the glue. Okay. Now, find a clear enough spot. We will dip our bristle brush in. We got something on there. And start spreading. Would be curious, how the brush works for us or against us. This acid brush honestly seems to work quite well, but there's the annoying thing is those bristles. I'll grab another dab. I think we're going to end up with a fair bit more this time. We'll leave this corner clean again. And then again, we're going to spread it out evenly as like our final pass, kind of filling in any final voids. We're going in different directions so we can see the pattern change. We've only applied to one side. It's curly like a motherfucker. So trying to find somewhere flat to press this down. Get into each corner. I almost wonder if this process in itself, just the rub down, can help flatten out. I guess that would kind of make sense. Like if you were using a roller on a soft surface, it would probably curl under the roller. So this seems to be good. We'll have to do more testing with the Mod Podge. I may even use this little piece from we just stuck that in the Elmer's glue from earlier and just run this brush out on it, because it's supposed to be glossy. You know what? The real way to do this, the good way, would have been to write down what the hell it was and then brush over it. Because then you'd find out if it lifts colors or anything like that. So we've got our glossy there. I think this one's curling a little bit now. Interesting to see. It had been quite flat. So now I'm going to write down, this is Mod Podge Matte. We'll say it's old. What a good name, honestly. Might end up using this just because it's called Mod Podge. Old Mod Podge, one side. We acid brushed this on. Could be relevant. If the brush matters. And it did curl initially. Curled. Okay. Matte. We need to add matte. Matte. I just realized. They call that one gloss. Oh, it's English, Spanish, and French. I'm not going to finish that sentence. This one is the glossy. We'll just call it new gloss mod podge. Silly me. Yeah, we did one side. Acid brush. I'm gonna write rust. What the fuck? Same as matte. Just so we know, in case something looks identical, that maybe it was because we used the same brush. And then it did curl. I love these gel pens. They're so freaking cool. Okay. The glossy, you know, if you wanted texture, this is dried with the brush texture. I'm hoping this focuses for you guys. Yeah, you can see that texture. That's really neat. Really annoying at the same time. Because if you wanted a thin film over it, it's cool if you could get that effect, but getting it... So that was a light application. Let's say gloss light. And then let's, well, my brush is still damp, I guess, do a much heavier application and see if we can get the film to filmatize. Get it to form a fluid layer. So we are putting, god damn, that's so much. I don't want to do that. We'll add up if we need. So I'm gonna leave a little gap. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen with this brush. It's just too thick. It removes the material if it was gonna add it. So I guess I'll run it off over here where I'll probably inevitably put my shirt in. Will be kind of cool to see that too. I love the texture though. I think maybe that's part of the point, is you can build this up in layers, build up these really cool textures, kind of like acrylic paint, how it has that like that visceral texture. Not really sure terminology for stuff like that. Okay, we have a variety of tests here. I think we need to just wait and see down here what the results are going to be. We need to give it, you know, an adequate amount of time to cure or dry, whatever's the official term here. But at this point, we're probably like an hour into our Elmer's, which I do believe was a thin application. I think we had a pretty thin application. Mike is still going. Thank goodness. I will have to keep an eye on that myself. Maybe it is worth. We are six whole hours into this stream, so good on the mic for getting us this far. But I think we're due a mic swap. So I think maybe towards the end of this stream, we will take a look at the new microphones. But that's something you want to hear. So I will want some A/B testing on it and find out what works, like I have done with this other one. So I'm plugging in my receiver to charge. Which it is now charging. I'm going to swap microphones, so hopefully you guys can see how quickly this goes. So old one off. It will turn off when it plugs in, so and I swapped to the new one. Took a few seconds to connect. So now theoretically, if they have the same performance, this one will last another 6 hours. Okay, let's do an audio check to make sure we haven't added in some kind of audio issue into the good. We're good. I have used a battery plate adapter before with that same battery, and when I adapted it off of the battery plate and plugged something into it, I was getting an audio static. It's kind of static, kind of ripply sound. So good to see that that works just off the battery. So now we have days of battery life on the receiver. All right, I think it's time to start tearing these apart. So we have our purple glue stick. We applied to one side. We had a very even application and all the way to the edges. The one side that we applied it to started to curl at first, and it was a very thin application. I keep rubbing my fingers together because I got all kinds of super glue on my finger. Gosh. Okay, so now we want to see how strong this is. It's been curing maybe an hour. That's interesting. In some places, it was strong enough to tear the paper, and in more than 50% of it, it just pulled apart. The glue was not stronger than the paper. It looks to me, I'll try to get a good reflection for you guys. I do have a little bit of delay on my view, so it's a little bit tough, but yeah, something like that. Looks to me like there's some areas that are dry, like we maybe didn't apply enough. Also, with this tear, it runs in a line. So it may have just been we started a tear, pardon me, and it just tore down. Had we changed directions, it may have peeled up anyway. So this is not the strongest. Also, having wet fingers, it's reactivated the glue. So I'm thinking maybe not enough. We maybe want to apply to both sides for like a proper strong connection. But again, for what we're doing, is that enough? Don't know yet. So this is the Budget Spray Adhesive from Budget Store. We did spray both sides. We just had them laid out like so. They curled an absolute shit ton. But what we did was we put the two curls together in the hopes that they would kind of dry back flat, like they would cancel each other out. What it seems to have done is curl. Anyway, and I almost wonder if just because it's been sitting down like this, if there's been less airflow underneath, and that's just how it's formed. All of these that may not have dried straight, we can maybe fix by drying it underneath something. Whether that's trapping moisture or applying heat or pressure or a flat surface. So let's try to find somewhere we can start a peel. And I've got here, okay, it's ripping the paper, it's not separating the glue. That's good. Like I cannot get it started. Oh, okay, maybe there. That's a good result. That's a really good result. This is what I was hoping from the glue stick, because the glue stick is really easy to use. So the way this failed was it would not start tearing. It was really hard to get it to start. Like it was bonded all the way up to the edge. When I finally got it to split, it was literally tearing into the sheet of paper. We don't see a glue layer. The glue layer is this line here. That's where the two papers separated, and it transferred the tear to the other sheet of paper. So this is perfect bonding. It probably takes the longest to dry, but that may not be a concern for us. I think that might be just okay. Okay, very exciting because it's easy to use. You just spray it, spread it, stick it, good. Okay, CA glue. Stuff's Wonder Glue. That's why they call it super glue. But my God, it's a pain in the butt. I have little bits of it on my fingers. I'd have to wear probably gloves, probably also glasses. I really wouldn't want this stuff to get in my eyes because it bonds instantly to skin. I can't imagine gluing my eyelids shut. So I left this corner undone because I didn't want to touch it. Maybe I could leave corners to be able to handle things if I knew I was going to super glue it, but then again, who knows? So, we glued one side. We did a couple thin beads. We spread it with a piece of paper, kind of as a spatula, and it spread really evenly. It burned my eyes a little bit. It smelled bad, but you know, CA glue comes with the territory. So I'm gonna try to split it. That is worse than glue stick. Interesting. So maybe I didn't apply enough. Maybe that would be something to look at. But it seemed like the layer here did not really saturate the other layer. So that would be my guess, is they just didn't bond together. Now you could apply it to both sides. That maybe is the best way to do it, but with how finicky, how quickly this stuff goes off, that's a little bit annoying. You could use a thicker glue. Maybe it wouldn't absorb as quickly or at much to at all on a piece of paper. Maybe you could even put a big glob in the middle of the gel and then massage it out in some sort of way. But from that test, the way we applied it, that is the worst result we've had so far. Not expecting that for how firm it felt. But you get quick results with that stuff, that's for sure. Okay, we have Elmer's glue, just generic Elmer's glue. We applied it to one side, it did curl. The result now is that it has curled a little bit. Again, we can probably just dry this in a certain way that keeps everything flat. Or if we end up having a couple sheets that are curled away from each other, just put those together. Hopefully that will work. So I think, yeah, I left this corner open. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there because it's torn so thinly into this layer that we're absolutely gonna lose our lettering. Really good result. The boundary here where I had stopped applying it is pretty defined. So where the glue was, you know, it seems like it's strong. It's not like it had a gradient there, I guess. That's a great result considering how easy it is, cheap and plentiful. Impressed. I mean, CA glue's not for children. It's hardly for adults. This stuff is water-based, the Elmer's glue, and it's literally advertised for kids. You can probably eat it. You can add stuff to it and make goo, slime, whatever. That's a badass result. That is really badass. I am excited for that. Boo CA glue, although I love it for other things. Okay, Mod Podge matte. So we applied to one side. We used an acid brush. It did curl. We did this pretty recently. This was the second to last one we did. So it feels pretty firm. You can see it has curled a little bit. Nothing too crazy. What I'm hoping, the spray adhesive, the glue stick, the Elmer's glue, and the Mod Podge all smell really similar. So I'm kind of just, they're all water-based. I'm thinking it's all the same shit. But I'm curious to see if these act any differently. I'm basically hoping the Mod Podge is worth the money and it's better than Elmer's. It's like high-end Elmer's is kind of what I'm hoping for. So we've got a corner that we can get started. And we got pretty far. I'm gonna stop there. Looking here at the edge, I'll try to reflect kind of the texture for you guys. Hopefully that focuses. Yeah, camera, go camera. Phones are great for this. Awesome. So yeah, you can still see the brush texture. So we didn't actually get this to adhere here or all the way right up to this edge. So it started the split there, but it just tore through the paper the rest of the way. So the bond was strong enough the rest of the way through so far that it didn't want to give up. Let me try this other corner. Pull it for a bit. And yeah, we're just pulling paper apart. So the bond is stronger than the paper. It literally can't get any better than that. That is our limiting factor here. So matte Mod Podge that is 2 years old, thumbs up, will work for this project. All right, now we have a new bottle of Mod Podge, and this is the Gloss Mod Podge. We applied it to one side just like the last time. We used the acid brush again, which seems to give us, honestly, a pretty nice thin application. And it was the same brush that we used as the matte. So honestly, it probably had a little bit of the matte glue mixed in there, though not all of it. You can see the edges are nice and shiny, which is kind of cool. Different look. It looks like the super glue. but I'm not afraid of it. I don't need to wear PPE with Mod Podge, so that's good. Let's see how this tears. This was our last application. We did this just last. That corner looked really good. Likewise with this corner. I would say this is another winner. We maybe didn't get the best adhesion all the way right up to the edges. Then again, we could have been a little bit thin, or we didn't apply pressure quick enough. So that could be an application error. But anywhere that seems like it is in the middle, where we got good pressure, it is just tearing paper, and it's honestly tearing very evenly. Could just be how it works, or that could be a sign that it's soaked into both layers very consistently. This was one-sided, the application. So another great result. I'm really excited. I honestly thought glue stick would suck. It kind of did. Okay, glue stick sucked. 70% sucked. The budget spray. Why don't we let's rate this. We got a pen, we got some paper. So the verdict on glue stick. Do I do a 1 out of 5 scale? I think we do a 1 out of 5 scale. No need to get so precise. So I'm gonna say glue stick, compared to everything else, is not the worst. So I'm gonna say it's a performance of 2 out of 5. Okay. We had our budget store spray adhesive that seemed like watered down Elmer's glue. It worked out impressively well in terms of its adhesive strength. I guess this is a comprehensive score. How about that? Comprehensive score. So I would want to use the 5s out of this. So we, if something stuck super well, but it curled to absolute shit, that shouldn't be a 5. This worked really well. I'm gonna give it. If I consider the ease of application, that was really easy, but the curling was kind of insane. I'm gonna give it a 4 out of 5, maybe even a borderline 3 out of 5. I better not do a 3.5 out of 5, but we're gonna call this a 4 out of 5. Pretty great adhesion, but a little bit miffed about the application process there. Okay, CA glue. Now this is how we have applied it too. We could maybe do better, but CA glue, it's really hard to work with. You've probably been watching me rub this finger. It feels like it's burnt. It's not. It's just the glue. This is probably going to last a week. It's annoying. not a big fan of it, but I bear with because it's generally pretty great stuff. So the adhesion was awful. We clearly didn't have enough, but I also feel like it absorbed so much into the paper that it would have maybe even come out the other side. So we'd need to use a gel. I don't have as much of the gel. I want to use stuff that I have and have plenty of. So that's not great for it. Also, it didn't glue for shit. We got the least adhesion. We have a little corner up here where it actually tore paper. So partly application, yes, but I was being conservative. It's not like I felt like I was putting down less than the other materials. I think I may have even said, wow, that feels like way too much. That's what she said. So looking here, then I think this has to be our 1 out of 5. This is the lowest performer. It can't possibly be any better, especially considering its other drawbacks. 1 out of 5 or even 0 out of 5. Do we make this a 0 out of 5? It fucking sucked. I'm missing a fingerprint. 0 out of 5. Fuck you, CA glue. Okay, now we've got just our old school Elmer's glue, washable no-run school glue. Beyond that, nothing else crazy. Excellent adhesion. We literally left a gap so that we could apply it, not to our fingers because we had just had that happen with the CA glue, and it immediately, as soon as the glue appeared, it tore into the paper. The bond was stronger than the paper was. And you can't possibly get any stronger than that, so there's no need to have something stronger theoretically like CA glue. Good deal. Even trying at other corners, you can maybe get a spot started, but it is always going to be pulling paper fibers apart. So there's no obvious glue texture. It is covered in paper fibers because it's just pulling the paper into two pieces. It's maybe borderline though, compared to our Mod Podge. Mod Podge just absolutely obliterated the paper. But looking at this, it's maybe not the best. Maybe not the best as I had thought it was, but I do remember after CA glue being really impressed by that. Thank you, Choose. Appreciate that, man. Thanks for dropping by. We are looking at we're building up to some bigger projects. I'm trying to develop a process, a gluing process, find materials that work, that are affordable, that don't hurt me and piss me off, and then develop a process for building up some stuff. I've made a laser etched time converting tablet, the Rosetta Stone of GMT. We haven't named it yet, but I live in corn country here in the Americas, so I've got my time. I just look at the list. It's 1400 for me. No, sorry, 1600 for me. 4 o'clock. So I go across. It's 10 o'clock in the UK, midnight in South Africa, and 2 a.m. in Melbourne, Australia. So I have friends that live in these different places. I'm always kind of thinking about like what time is it there, and this is more fun to look at than pulling out my phone and Googling every time. But yeah, we made this last weekend, and it's all a custom design. I guess the outline of Merca and other lesser important countries and continents. No, just kidding. But yeah, this actual outline is traced from like an Adobe stock image. I could make a custom one if I ever wanted to sell this, I guess. But yeah, this is all otherwise pretty much my design. Came out pretty well. The problem is a friend of mine wants this, but customized to their time zones for the people that they care about. And I forgot about daylight savings. So this is based on daylight savings. I need to make one that isn't based on daylight savings. So the thought is we put it on the back. Okay, cool. Well, I don't want to send my friend a sheet of paper. I want to laminate it. Well, then I thought, well, if I laminate it, isn't it still kind of thin? Like a lamination will add some strength, but how much? Probably not much. So then I thought, what if I build up layers of paper, make this like a thick card? By adding more and more layers, you could even do different colored paper, so it kind of look like a composite sandwich or something. So that's where we're at now. We are exploring glue types and trying to establish a combination that works. Something cheap, something that's easy to work with, dries quickly, and we have honestly some surprising results. I was not expecting Elmer's glue to work so well. Based on these tears and how much I remember putting on, it's a good adhesion result, but maybe not the best. Maybe not the best. It's definitely less than our spray adhesive, so that's something fair. Our spray adhesive, it performed at a 4 out of 5, we ended up deciding. So I wonder, should we sprayed it last. Would this be a 3 out of 5? Or does it have a redeeming quality? So in the application, you can actually see where we applied the spray adhesive. The overspray was excessive. I mean, it just got everywhere, got messy. I'm going to mark this down to a 3. Just for that. It's messy to work with. I don't feel like it's easy to use, like easy to apply, but then a pain in the ass to use right after that. So I'm going to mark that to a 3 out of 5 just for that fact, because this is it's comprehensive measurement here. So now we're looking at the Elmer's glue. I think this has to be our first 4 out of 5. The adhesion was like right on the edge of perfection, as far as we can tell from how we applied it. It's very easy to work with. I'm not worried about my eyelids getting glued shut, and it was easy to spread. So yeah, you kind of have countering points here where the adhesive spray doesn't really need spreading. Then again, I did spread it anyway, I think. So it's like kind of the same thing, just less mess, the Elmer's glue. So very cool. Chusifer says, oh, you live in the last of the Wild West? Nice, nice. Idaho. No, I would guess that to be more like Wyoming. Maybe some thin MDF or thin wood. That's not a bad idea. Wood, I think MDF would be better just for like seasonal, like you wouldn't put a veneer on something that's not stable. Like MDF is stable. HDF, high density fiberboard, is stable. Plywood is stable, but you wouldn't want to put a veneer on regular wood. It would just pop off, I think. So probably an MDF. I have hardboard, which is just basically slightly better than MDF, I guess, in terms of density. That could work. It does kind of delaminate, like the outer layer when it gets wet kind of swells. It never really goes back. So I don't know if water-based would work, but maybe like an acrylic-based spray that wouldn't absorb the same. Potentially that could work. It's not a bad idea. It would save me a lot of time. But then again, I guess the point isn't saving time. Like I want the process to be efficient, but I don't care if it takes a while to make something nice. But that's a good idea, because you could even, MDF can kind of be polished, I think. I've seen burnished, maybe is the better word. So you could almost form the outside of it to have like a rounded edge or something. That could be kind of cool. Be interesting to work with. Or even thicker cardstock. Yep, I do have, I've got some white core paper and some thicker paper. I could probably get kind of whatever I need and save time. Yeah, this stuff is cardstock, really. I mean, you wouldn't want to send it through a printer. I guess you could, but it's what did we find? 0.1 mil, 1/10 of a millimeter, which I think is somewhat thick. I don't remember. There's densities for paper. There are densities. I need to look that back up and maybe make a card that shows density comparisons. Okay, let's move on to Mod Podge Matte. This is a 2-year-old pot of Mod Podge. This is the matte version. We applied it to one side. We used the acid brush. It did curl. I mean, this is water-based. We kind of expect that. It curled on application. I think it held its shape quite well, like surprisingly well for a while, and then it did curl a little bit. I think that's all addressable. Pretty much all of these have curled, so not too big of a deal. On the adhesion test, pulling this apart, there's maybe a tiny spot where I can still see some glossiness and some brush marks where it didn't fully adhere. It may have just been that I didn't get enough on there for it to penetrate to the other side, because I see no visible brush marks or even really any kind of like it saturated the other side. So I think that is just where we didn't get enough on it. That is at the bottom. So we would have been running out of it anyway. So that kind of makes sense. But for the adhesion, it's on par with the budget spray. Maybe not quite as much, because it didn't actually physically tear the whole sheet, but it did get really thin, so it's obviously been kind of transferring. It did really well. This would be probably our first 5 out of 5 if our Elmer's glue is 4 out of 5. I'm struggling not to put 4.5 out of 5. I hate using a like 1 to 100% scale and then you're just rounding to 20ths. Like, why not just use a 1 to 5 scale? So I was being an ass, and I was like, I'll just use a 1 to 5 scale because everybody else is stupid, and now I want to do a 4.5 out of. God damn it! I should have counted how many I had and set a scale based on that. Anyway, I'm going to look at the gloss to compare. The gloss, honestly, is about the same story. Maybe I didn't get God damn it! Thank God I write on these things so I know which one's which. The gloss, we stopped tearing. I guess I could keep going. So it does completely separate. I'm gonna leave it just together. So there's some spots where it didn't adhere, though I can see on the other side it just was barely applying to the other side, so we didn't have enough. We could maybe apply to both sides, put them together, or we could just do the one side like we did, just slightly heavier. Adhesion is perfectly good. I would say the result is a little less good than the old shit. The matte, maybe about the same. They failed in slightly different ways, or the application was slightly different, which is no problem. I'm going to say these are both 5 out of 5. So I think that's our conclusion. For this test is we don't want to look at CA glue. Stupid. The spray adhesive is a pain in the butt for the amount of cleanup. The overspray for how many layers you're trying to do, it doesn't really make sense. Excuse me. The Elmer's glue stick, purple stick, technically we used, just didn't adhere very well. And it had the longest time to dry. So it's out. Looking at just the regular Elmer's glue, not a bad result. I mean, it might technically have had the best adhesion out of all of it, though I think it did end up curling a little bit. But honestly, a solid 4 out of 5, borderline 5 out of 5 with its adhesion strength. Crazy that it does better than CA glue, given what I felt like I was putting on wasn't too much. Same with the CA glue. I was worried I was putting too much CA glue on. And yeah, one's for kids and one's barely for adults, like I was saying earlier. So yeah, I think we're looking at our Mod Podges, the matte and the gloss. We have an absolute shit ton of it. Why not use it? We can get in there with a brush that we need to use to spread it anyway. We could do a whole bunch of pieces, sandwich them up and stack them, put them under an iron or something. So I think now we're looking at kind of the next steps of the process. Here's our gloss results from the gloss. There was a light application and then a heavy application. I wanted to see what the texture would be. And what we've seen is it does not create a layer of, it does not create a fluid film on top. It just stays in the kind of the brush texture, which tells me even if I used a finer bristle brush, I would just have finer marks. So I don't think I want to use this as a sealer on top of the project. I don't think we necessarily want that brush texture because it's just not, it's organic, but it's not going to be even enough for what I can do on top of this paper. And then you'd be completely saturating it to the point that maybe you would start displacing the dye. You wouldn't have as crisp lines. So I don't think Mod Podge as a sealer is going to make sense. They do have acrylic sprays that are like a clear spray paint. That might be something we consider. Yes? Okay. Oh, sorry. So that is good to know. I do actually really like the effect. Maybe we would use that at some point. I'll have to compare with the matte as well. So I think we'll be looking at building up thicker layers and seeing how that process goes, seeing what kind of intervention we need to prevent curling, trying to find a simple way to manage that. If that all goes well, then we'll start looking at laminating. How thick can we make it before the lamination doesn't make sense? And things like that. So we've completed some variables. We know our glue. So we've got our glue variable, I guess. We need to find our thickness. And then we need to find our protection. So why not make a Venn diagram? Because that's kind of cool. So we're trying to find the perfect result here that hopefully is on screen. Can't quite tell because I have a stream delay. It looks okay. So we're trying to find the perfect solution here. But if we end up here, 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 I'm okay with that. We just have to find something that isn't, just a super well-adhered thing that is super thin and has no protection. We need some combination of all of these. Ideally, I guess we would definitely have protection and glue. Thickness is maybe our variable. So technically, we need to be here as a minimum or there as a maximum. Yeah, because if it doesn't stick together, there's no point to the thickness. It needs to have protection, otherwise the thickness and the glue make no sense, and it can't just be all glue and protection, because well, it can be. It can be. We can sacrifice thickness. Pick two, can't have three, unless you get really lucky. So yeah, that's gonna be our continuation of this process. Let me check in. Every time I open this phone, I get 105 billion messages. But let me catch up on the chat. What you were thinking was a thin wood, stain it, use your laser to design and then seal it up. Now that's not a bad idea. I could use MDF or a hardboard. That, yeah, start with something thicker is basically what you're saying. Not a bad idea. So it's the simple solution. The limitation isn't necessarily much of a limitation. I do have another laser that could cut it. The laser that's going to do the image work is not a cutting laser. It would not have the desired result. It can cut very thin things very, very quickly, which is, I think, kind of why I got myself stuck on let's build up lots of thin layers, because I can very quickly, and that's kind of exciting to me. So I think we're going to definitely continue down that road, but I do want to make this out of brass at some point. So let me grab a sheet of metal. So one of the lasers I have will affect metals in an effective way. The other one just doesn't really. So this is a copper plate. It is 0.8 mil thick. I don't think it was terribly expensive. I mean, obviously, you're paying well over the actual like raw value, and copper has gone up considerably. But you know, for a one-off project, it might make sense once you have a process down. So it kind of has a brushed look, probably because it got like rolled flat. But usually, it would come relatively flat. That's not what they're selling you, though. They're not selling you something that's perfectly flat. That's just kind of how it's made. So you may get curled edges, dinged up edges like we have here. May not be perfect, so maybe you can't use the whole shape. You have to use something within it. That can get frustrating. I don't think this laser is ever going to cut through almost a millimeter of metal in any kind of sensible time. So I'm relegated to just fine surface layer etching. I can create a mask potentially, or even a slight divot that I could put some kind of contrasting ink into, and then put a seal coat over that. That's potentially an option. Brass is a little bit more exciting. I don't know, I like the yellow, I guess. Maybe it's because I live in the Midwest, but this could be bronze, but I think it's more brass. It has some weird oxidation over here. I don't know what it's from, but the thought is if you polished it, you etched it, you put some kind of enamel inlay, or even a like a thermoplastic, like what do they do when they coating, ceramic coating type thing? What is it? I'm blanking on it. When they spray us like with a static gun, a film, a dust, and they bake it. I'm blanking on the term. I should know it, but I'm tired. You could even do that and bake it in, get some adhesion. You could even remove part of that layer. Again, like you could run over it with another pass, add some contrast to it, more detail. There's some options. This, I guess, would be the end goal. This would be my MDF. Start with something substantial, thick. You can dress the edges, you can polish it, do all your work, and then you would seal it so that it would last, or just let it weather. It is kind of a retro design, for sure. Definitely a retro design. It looked pretty cool. Guys, I think I'm gonna pause. Dinner is ready. I'm not done. We've been at this for 7 hours, but I'm not done. I'm trying to get through this stuff. We've made a lot of progress. We have some winners. Really excited about that. We've learned a lot. We're achieving some goals, exploring some options. So I'm going to take a break. Don't know how long. Less than 30 minutes, we'll call it. And I will be back. We have a microphone to look at. So it'll be a first impressions unboxing of the SmallRig S70-A kit. Excited to take a look at this. I think it's going to replace my current mic that I'm actually on, and then at some point that will free that one up, hopefully, fingers crossed, to do some kind of giveaway back to the community. We did hit 100 followers today. Thank you, Mel, for following Jellylicious, as she's currently named. So that's absolutely fantastic. Super excited for that. So we're just going to take a break, try to keep this train rolling, and try to get back. You know, I'm still going to take a break. Need a break. So here we go. Enjoy the lo-fi tunes and the hey poobs. Welcome in. Maybe you caught. Thank you for the first time chat. We're about to take a break. I need to eat some dinner. Spend some time with the lady briefly, but we're going to try to keep going. In case you didn't catch it, when we get back, we are going to look at a microphone that just arrived today. Okay, you say, yep, like you heard it. Awesome. Good deal. You gonna come in? You come in. Come look. I know it looks like I haven't been cleaning, but I have, I swear. Well, thank you to the lurkers for keeping number up. Appreciate it. My kitty cat is going to do some exploring. What do you think? Thank you, Chusafar. If you go through the paper in glue root, definitely. Oh yeah, paper and glue root. You definitely would want to use clamps to keep everything nice and flat. Yeah, I'm thinking like something flat, like putting something between two books. Basically, obviously we wouldn't do that because the glue would shape so terribly. But yeah, something like that. Maybe a metal or wax paper layer between it, something like that. Would probably work quite well. I'm gonna put up the metal and have a think about how I want to proceed. You find anything cool, Winnie? Hmm? Do you want to meet the stream friends? Or are you just too skittish? You're just too skittish. You're not much of a papa's girl. I don't get to pick her up. She she runs. She's like, hell no. Not the papa. Not the papa. When I was locked up, I used a stack of books to achieve a rudimentaries result. Interesting. Yeah, I figured that would probably work. I don't see why it wouldn't. I mean, pages are pretty flat by themselves, so yeah, something flat, glass. I have glass, mirrors. Yeah, there you go. Probably wouldn't glue to the glass. Glass is hard to glue. Glue glass. Glass to glue. So yeah, that could probably work pretty well. I guess I better. We know that we're probably going with Elmer's / Mod Podge. So I think we can put the other glues away. Let me turn off break time for dinner. There we go. And good. I'm gonna plug in the other phone just in case we do this overhead cam again. We have another friendo to lurk on, and we could check in on a couple streams. I want to close that. Okay. You guys finished up. Catch. Awesome, looking like fun over here. What are we doing? Gotcha. Okay, still going. Awesome. About 30 minutes left on bro. Everybody having fun? Good deal. And we have friend over here. Looking good. Okay. Lurks are checked on. Good deal. Good deal. All right. We'll carry on here. So we found the glue. Maybe we keep playing with glue. Glue's fun. I feel like a kid again. We've got our results. We've streamed it. We've got that captured. So I'll grab my 3 best and throw away the rest. We'll get the kind of cruddy paper out of here. Is this? Yeah, toss that too. Would be kind of cool to be able to recycle some of that scrap stuff into other things, but I think for now we're doing good. Doing good. Okay, we're gonna keep these glues handy, and we're gonna put the rest away. I'm gonna stick my paper back there. Got that. We want to keep this guy handy. We do have contact adhesive. Works on wood and paper. Holds in just seconds. Hold up. It says 24 hours for a full cure. I guess that's not a problem. And we're not really strength testing it, but that could be something to look at some point. All right. When I used the Mod Podge on top of Elmer's, for some reason the Mod Podge would eat the Elmer's. That's fascinating. I wonder if it would work the other way, like if it's just a water-based thing, or if there's something else going on, some kind of component that helps that happen, I guess. That doesn't quite fit. I really do need to test out the UV resin. I think that's going to be end game for sure. We'll keep that sheet handy. Make sure these are closed. I think we're good there. We can get this out of the way. Where I want to put it, I'm not sure. So I'm just going to stick it there for now, right next to the 200 Nerf darts. Super cool. Okay. That drink is done. We've got that. I think we pop on our droid cam. Clean the lens again. I did not close it. That up before I lose it. I dropped my pop. All right, let's get an idea of how we want to structure this. Maybe I just get the paper out of here, and then I can properly blow the area. Nice and clean. Drop this up there. Gotta get logged in. Let me log in. Oops. Now watch this drive. 6. Yeast. Good deal. Let's pop on Droid Cam. And I guess we have moved things. Ooh. So that kind of makes sense. Let me pin a message. Okay. Getting set up. Got some preview. Got a super delayed chat on my screen. Let's get our preview up there. How do we want to do this? I think we'll just move me over. And why don't we zoom in for this one instead? And then this layer we'll keep about there. And just do something like that. Something. All right, need a little bit of lip balm. All this talking. And then, okay, we are just about ready to roll. Choose First says, I would make stands from cardboard, and I would use crumpled up construction paper over the top of the cardboard glued into place. I would apply the Mod Podge a few days later to apply sheen and protection. Interesting. But the glue would come up, so I had to use things to hold it down and to dry again. Interesting. So it would almost release the like the Elmer's. That's fascinating. Very fascinating. I'll have to keep an eye out for that if I'm mixing my glues. I think we need a little bit of camera right. Cool. Of course, we have Mod Podge in the background. Wild. I guess we'll just put that on the ground. A little bit distracting in particular. The rest of this, hell no. Looks fine. Okay, so we are gonna look at a new microphone from SmallRig. This is the S70-A wireless microphone. Comes in a charging case. Very excited about that. And I got the one that comes with like the camera receiver as well, which obviously is kind of a no-brainer for me because I will be using it for that at some point. So this is a clip-on style microphone where the transmitter is mostly hidden behind, and then you have a small microphone that sits in front. I'm excited to see how much of this stuff fits inside of the case. I do have a microphone from Hollyland to compare to. And we'll be drawing some direct comparisons. The Hollyland one comes in a carrying case, but does have a charging case. And there's the dead cat that it comes with. And you know what? We might even also compare to the Rode Wireless Go Deuce, my first wireless microphone. So let's get dug in here. We'll start by unboxing this, and then we'll take a look at these other things to draw some comparisons. And I will give you my opinion on why I bought this to begin with, why I'm so excited to use it, and why I'm really, really hoping it lives up to its claims. So I guess we could look at the outside of the box. The packaging isn't terribly descriptive, but we do have advertised long battery life, wide operational range, high fidelity recording, and invisible wearing. Cool. Same as many brands. Many brands do such things. So it looks like it runs in the 2.4 gigahertz band, which is very common, but you're also going to see most of your interference in that band range. It's been around the longest. I guess I can give you a couple quick views of various sides. We'll look at the bottom again because I think we just looked at it, but I'm not 100%. Here's the front and the side. Very cool. Okay, let's open it up. Smaller rig usually has like more eco-friendly packaging, which I appreciate. They use a lot of paper packing instead of like foam and stuff like that. Always appreciate that. User manual. Hell yeah. That is smaller than expected. I don't know why I expected it to be larger than that. That's super exciting. They have a lot in there, I think. Let's see what else is in here. If we have charge cables or anything, and that appears to be the end of the box. Let's put that away. Is this a little bag? Okay. Let's see. What did they not fit in the case? Okay. Making sense so far. There is a divider down the middle, so you can throw maybe your windscreens in one side, cables in the other. That way they're not mixing. Though the divider is not all the way down at the bottom. So, yeah, it's not a separate pocket. It's just a divider that runs halfway. Anyway, that's the bag. Who cares about the bag? You get your audio out cable, your 3.5mm aux cable, essentially your line out. Looks nice, honestly. Gold plated, a little bit longer than some tend to be. And I do like this coiled style for sure. I really appreciate not having a like permanently bent cable. I find this easier to work with myself. We get a short USB-A to USB-C charging cable. Nice to see. Don't know that it's necessarily for data transfer. I wouldn't place any bets on it being that way. We get a phone receiver, which this one is for Lightning. So I'm hoping there's a USB Type-C in there, and I haven't misordered anything. Set that to the side. 2 dead cats, or windscreens. These are essential. If you are even outside, you should probably use one. I like this a lot, actually. I have to make sure it doesn't sound terribly weird. It shouldn't. It should sound fine, but I guess you always want to make sure. Something you're putting on the microphone. There's like a rubberized mounting place for the actual microphone capsule. And then the fur is very, very fur-like. I don't know. It wants to stay puffed out, which is probably absolutely going to help with rejecting wind noise. So that's exciting to see. It looks like it'll be pretty easy to identify where you want to install it, and then removing it won't be as tedious, and you probably won't be pulling out as many hairs trying to work around it. So you do get 2. There should be 2 microphones in this kit. So good to see. Okay, moving on to the microphone charging case. I mean, really, it's a charging case for everything. I think I might just tear along here. It feels pretty dense. Like either there's a lot of batteries or a lot of different stuff in here. So I'm curious on the bottom here. And I'll just read what it says. It says 3.8 volt almost 2000 milliamp hour or a 7.41 watt hour battery for the box, and then associated battery capacities on transmitter and receiver. Good to see. All right, opening up the top here. That is very tidy. Love to see it. We had a little charge light show up, so it's half capacity. The top is a kind of a nice gloss. I haven't seen glossy black plastic in a while. Honestly, not a bad place for it. Everything is held in magnetically and really quite firmly. Very cool. Okay, so this is the microphone. Ooh, I like it. It has a nice shape. I like that there's kind of a larger gap to the top, like your collar could fold over, or you could have kind of a seam that would fit into here, but it's not like super tight like right there. That might help it fit. We have a button on the side, which looks like it's for power and to mute. That's maybe exciting because I guess I wouldn't always want the microphone on. Normally when I need to mute, I have to go over to the computer quickly. So that's cool. You have your little charging pins at the bottom. They put a little insulating tab there for shipping so it's not overcharging. The capsule is there. Looks like, I mean, I don't think it would necessarily need to be a unidirectional thing. So there's just not there's not venting on the sides. It's just all in the front. It's like a soft touch plastic for the logo. Hopefully that lasts a long time. Typically soft touch is pretty nice for a while. Maybe after a few years it can get a little bit gooey on some things, but that seems good. The spring to this is very strong, but it still is easy to open up pretty wide. It feels like you have a lot of leverage to pry that back. There's grippy rubberized teeth on the inside there, and also on the back side of the transmitter as well. Cool. So you get two transmitters. You also get the phone receiver. So this is going to be your USB Type-C. We have mono versus stereo selector switch. We have our microphone. Doesn't show mute. Maybe the other one doesn't show mute, or maybe this one doesn't function as mute, or not too sure there. The other symbol maybe is for its EQ or its noise canceling that is advertised with this. But it's nice that they include both. So I have the Lightning, I have the USB-C. I appreciate that, especially considering the price. Then we have the receiver for the camera. Has Type-C charging, possibly data transfer. We have our mic out, our line out. We have a very cool knob to adjust our gain with 5 different positions from -10 to +10 decibels. Has a cold shoe mount and kind of in the Rode Wireless Go 2 style. You have a cold shoe, hot shoe mount, and it's also a combination clip, which is very cool to see. We do have some indicators on here. Your transmitter, which channels you have connected. We have our power button and some other symbols here. Looks like we have mono stereo, and stereo, potentially. Very cool, very cool. And then the charging case. With its glorious glossy plastic that hopefully won't look filthy in no time at all. I do like the ribs that they've put on this. It's very easy to snag. Open. The lid opens and shuts very firmly as well. And as you saw earlier, everything holds in there magnetically. So it's not going anywhere. And likely you would keep this in the bag with everything else. So it probably shouldn't be accidentally opened. This hinge at the back is actually very nicely made. See how that kind of nests in there, and it has the different layers. You have your charging port, and then some rubberized feet on the bottom. Very cool. I'm gonna dig into the manual, try to get a better idea of the specifications. Zerotic says, hey, Fi, if you're sticking around tonight, I could try to guide the Karoku raid. My wife also would like to know if you can fix her Stream Deck. If she sent it to you instead, because they messed up her touchpad. Interesting. I've never worked on a Stream Deck. Touchpad. So like with the programmable keys and everything, have they refused to fix it? Like they've said they didn't said something like it wasn't their fault, or have you tried to follow up with them, or is it a situation where you just don't trust it anymore? Yeah, I have some experience fixing electronics. Usually it's just something that's disconnected, like didn't get reassembled properly. I'm sure I could potentially fix that. I would have to put some consideration to that. I don't have like a PO box or anything, and it'd be interesting trying to figure out shipping. I'd have to look at that, since I wouldn't really want to ship it to my house necessarily, but potentially, or maybe I can help research. I don't know for sure. No, we literally got it back yesterday. They're having us diagnose it more. They totally messed up. Oh my gosh. It reminds me of a buddy. He got like some transmission work done, and when he got the truck back, the transmission selector, like the drive selector, didn't index anymore. It just like flopped around. And he's like, it wasn't like that before, so now you guys need to fix it. Crazy what people try to do sometimes. Yeah, it is a nice case. You like the sound, I guess. Here, juice. I will probably be around for a little bit. I guess especially if I got raided. I could see myself being around for another hour or so. And he's probably wrapping up. He's probably within 10 minutes. 10 minutes, 11 seconds. Hey, I got a sub badge. That's cool. Oh, hang on. I gotta respond. Thank you for the sub. Thanks for guiding the raid, dude. He's not obligated, of course. Well, I guess he is now that he's now that you've redeemed it. Just remind him if he forgets towards the end, just so that you're getting your points spent properly. So I'm going to kind of dig through this manual, see what I can glean from it quickly. I remember looking at kind of the headline features on this microphone, and it sold me to the point that I ordered one within like 5 minutes of seeing the features, what they claimed. So some interesting stuff on the operation guide. Over slightly. Some stuff about what all the flashing LEDs mean. Sometimes that can be difficult to keep track of. Okay, yeah, so all that so far makes sense. I'm curious, a couple of things I'm curious about. Specific transmission information, like distance, things like that. I know the quality is supposed to be like 24-bit, which is quite good. Well, not the absolute best, but about as good as it gets. Yeah, so we have all the different buttons, different ways of connecting. Okay. And that is now in Canadian. No, Chinese. What am I saying? User manual. Well, that was not a letdown, but that was it. Okay, let me bring up the product page since we have everything here, and that'll help guide my continued discussion on this. So it is coming soon, though I got mine directly from Small Rig, so it came early, though it took a minute. They had, I ordered it on the 5th of January, and they advertised maybe, how long did they advertise? Like it'd be there like the following Friday or something, and it took another like whole week, and I couldn't get a tracking number. Well, I had a tracking number, it just never had info, and it always said, well, if this is the case, then it probably hasn't shipped it yet. I'm like, a week still? So I think they just had a little bit of a delay. It was a weird setup. Okay, checking briefly over my lurky tabs. Looking good. Okay, so I brought up the product page, and there's some things to go through. I guess we'll just look at the overview and kind of scan through there. So it supports 48 kilohertz 24-bit audio recording with auto-limiting abilities. So I'm assuming it will kind of range the gain for you, or give you not clip as quickly. So normally a microphone, when you get it, doesn't have any smarts to it. You basically have to add those yourself with some type of processing, either live or in post. So this seems to maybe have some features like that. So that's kind of cool. There are 9 preset EQ modes, so you can kind of shape the sound. 3-level noise reduction, and we saw the 5-level gain control. Oh, interesting. So the mode, the MS, looks like mono with a safety track. So that is likely an additional track that is recorded at a lower rating, so that if something were to go crazy and clip on the main track, you've got that backup that hopefully will protect it for you, which is good. Like, who needs 32-bit audio recording or 32-bit float recording if you have a safety track? You should, all I've ever heard is you should be able to get it with 24-bit. There's already so much headroom. So with those two combined, there should be kind of a no-brainer. So built-in battery in each transmitter powers the unit for up to 8 hours at a time. I'm not sure what they mean by powers the unit. I'm assuming this transmitter is the unit. So theoretically, 8 hours of battery life out of this little guy. That's crazy. And you can extend that runtime to over 40 hours using the charging case. So guys, 40-hour stream when I hit 1,000 followers. Let's go. We're gonna test these mics. Wait a second. Is that per mic? Would that be 80 hours? Hold that thought. We'll decide when we get there. They're advertising an ATS 3031 chip for the recording with the auto limiter. If I knew more about audio stuff, I would probably care. Okay. Interesting. So some of the things that jump out to me as being interesting is the safety track, the long battery life, and the 48 kilohertz 24-bit audio. That gives me a lot more range, a lot more latitude to recover things if I miss the mark a little bit. I would be curious about the noise floor, the quality of the amplifier in the receiver. You know, what good is 48 kilohertz 24-bit audio if the noise floor is very apparent? So that would be something interesting to look at. The only other thing I was really curious about, the auto limiting is cool. You know, I get pretty loud on here, but I do run this through a limiter and a compressor on the OBS side. Okay, buddy, I'm getting off. Got to start talking to Bullet here in a minute. Yes, Han, get it. Han and Shala, if you don't know them, are a streaming couple. Han has kind of like a Viking theme to his streams, which is a lot of fun. And Shala is just straight up gangster, absolutely wrecking all the noobs in Fortnite. They've been playing a lot of Fortnite lately. I stumbled across them through another community. They're awesome people, a lot of fun to play with. And they are going to be on a podcast this evening. They'll be getting interviewed Upon Bullets podcast. And man, I would like to kind of watch that, but I can always catch the VOD for sure. But yeah, I'm definitely going to lurk on those guys tonight. Super exciting that they are getting the chance to be on them. It's super cool. Okay, coming right back. So I do want to find out the transmitting distance. So 2.4 gigahertz, which is a busy signal range, but pretty long distance. So far, it's re-saying most of the same things. Omnidirectional microphone. So omnidirectional just means it picks up every direction, essentially. Something you would want for a lavalier. You wouldn't necessarily want it super directional. Good battery life. Okay, nothing that I can find about the transmission distance on the B&H website. B&H usually has really good listings for stuff like that, though yesterday I don't know that they even had any information on there beyond just like the heading of the listing. So they've just updated it. So I'm going to try to go to SmallRig's website. And see if they mention any more specs that we may have missed. Currently only for sale in the US, EU, and Japan. So maybe they have kind of a soft release. Okay, so they do list some more features, maybe in more marketing terms, but it'll be kind of interesting to go through. So the EQ levels, all the EQ presets that you can select, is tuned by a Grammy Award winner, Luca Bignardi. I don't know the name personally, but they probably shaped the individual EQ profiles to really well suit whatever they're trying to target. They claim Pro Sound in 360-degree clarity, 120 decibels sound pressure level, and a 70 decibel signal to noise ratio. That seems quite good. They're also claiming this technology eliminates sound distortion in various environments, delivering clear and detailed audio. So there's some processing going on. Maybe it's artificially increasing the signal to noise ratio. I personally don't know enough to know if 70 is like absolutely crazy, but that's a lot of volume for sure. 70 decibels is quite a lot, which would be a good thing. Small profile. The 3 levels of noise reduction, which is nice. The one I'm wearing now has noise reduction that I can enable. Let me try to. So if I click the button, if I can find the button somewhere. Here, I'll just take the mic off. There we go. It's on the side, I can see it now. So I think when it turns blue, it goes into its like noise canceling. It's AI mode. No, when it's green is when it does it. So we've had it active this time. Basically, it cuts the noise floor out, and it helps to reduce ambient background noise. You can set in the app, I think 3 to 5 different levels, but you have to do that from the app. So you have to sync it to the app to change that. I don't know if the receiver syncs or if it's each individual mic. It'd probably just be the receiver, now that I think about it. So you may need to put the phone dongle in, something like that. Not necessarily the easiest deal. If I can set it on the device itself, that would be pretty nice. Then they're talking about the long battery life. I'm not seeing much here about the transmitting distance. I think that was the main thing that got me initially. Everything else was kind of like icing on the cake. But let's break this down now. Let me bring my chat up over here so I don't miss anything. But here's what we're going to compare to. So we have the small rig up in the left. We will bring out the Hollyland, which I'm currently using, which also has a bag, which has a divider, and the divider goes all the way through at the bottom. So not a pocket, just a divider. So not that it's all going to be totally relevant. The packaging is slightly different, but I guess there will be some conclusions to draw for sure, because there are some pretty interesting points here to be made. So what is currently missing from over here is one microphone, and then the like the camera receiver. Let's say, is my phone frozen? Is the stream still good? Looks good on that side. Why phone be silly? There it is. Okay. It was paused and it said it wasn't. So bag shape, oddly similar bags. I guess if I had to take a bag, I'd take this one. It seems easier to carry. But this one has more space. Not very important. Bags to the side. You get a longer USB-C cable with the Hollyland. Probably doesn't matter. You do get 2 dead cats. They are a little bit smaller. The fur is shorter, but you do get kind of that rubberized locating spot, which I had pointed out pretty significantly on this one, thinking that this one didn't have it. They both do. But where this one kind of wants to run away from my hand, this one seems to fit. I don't know, it's like the length or the volume of the fur. This one seems to reject and move around with less friction. I don't know what that does for sound, but I would imagine this one maybe isolates a little bit better, though this one seems a little denser. Hard to say for sure. So they both have dead cats, that's cool. Cables. This is much longer, at least this portion. Well, it is longer. It's maybe overall twice the length of the one that comes with the Hollyland. This currently, for the Hollyland, is plugged into the PC. That's how you guys are hearing me right now. This would plug a lot easier. The one for the Hollyland is like plugged into the PC's mic in at the motherboard, and then I have to like hook the transmitter up on top of the PC, and it stretches the cable just slightly. It's not ideal. This would have slack. I prefer this myself, but it's not the end all be all. As for the transmitters, they're actually very close in size. Damn. Very close in size. That is... I thought this would be much bigger. But they are very close. Obviously the mic capsule is a larger shape. Whether, one contains more microphone than the other, I don't know. The bridge here on the Hollyland is much thinner. And they do both have that kind of shape at the top here. I do hope, because this microphone has probably reconnected. I don't know. Yeah, we are talking into the wrong microphone. So we'll quickly wrap up this this look, and then we'll get back on the right microphone. So they both have buttons. This one is for power and to toggle its noise canceling mode. This one is for power and mute, I believe, and maybe also it's noise canceling. If it has mute on it, I love that. I love that. That would be really handy. I'm gonna put this one away. You get transmitters, but on the small rig, you get two. One for Lightning, one for USB-C. There are physical buttons, or I guess the additional dial of mono versus stereo on the small rig. We also have a function maybe for EQ, also for microphone, so combo function, and looks like we have a combo function over here. That may be a pairing symbol to trigger pairing. That's probably what that symbol is. So very similar, USB charging out the side, so you can still charge your phone. It's funny, these are mirror images of each other, probably for copyright infringement. Yeah, it's literally probably what it's for. I do like the three buttons, or the three lights. I wonder, we could look in the user manual again to see for sure what that all does, but nice to see more lights. We do have just an indicator of transmitter 1 or 2 connection over here, and likely the color would change from blue to green depending on the noise canceling mode. So cool to see as well. The transmitters, that's the tough thing to show you. There is a cold shoe mount on the Hollyland one, and hey, Cade. Oh, thanks so much for dropping by, dude. Go catch Upon Bullets stream. I'll definitely be lurking there. If not able to actually listen, I'm really excited to see how that goes. So yeah, we have USB-C. I don't know if that would be a data connection. It would be cool if you could hook this up to a PC and use this as a wireless receiver for a PC. Though, of course, you can line out into your computer like I do currently. Looks like we have EQ and pairing. We have our mono with safety track, and stereo. I love this dial. Getting our 5 different settings for our 20 decibel range. And then some lights to indicate everything. I think the main difference would be our gain dial. We don't have to do that in the app. We have our safety track. We would have probably the EQ modes, and also we have the clip, which is very nice to see. Very cool. The cases pack the same amount of things. You'd be using your bag to carry anything extra. So here's the kicker. I'm going to quickly look up the current price of the Lark M2. I thought it was the M2S. It's probably just the M2. M2 Duo combo. That is not it. That is a different one. Is it discontinued? Nope. I searched M2S, didn't come up. So it looks like the M2S now is advertised to come with the Lightning adapter. Maybe when I bought mine, what I had selected was just the USB-C. I definitely would have. I don't need Type-C. So it's nice that it comes with it automatically. I'm sure it doesn't cost them all that much. It is no value add to me, though. The M2S also advertises 48 kilohertz, 24-bit audio sampling. They claim up to 1,000 meter transmission distance. Sorry, I said meter, I meant foot. So they're advertising a lot of similar things. To me, the thing that I saw was the 1,000 foot distance, and it's my fault for not comparing. And I even said at the beginning, kind of thinking that this had the Hollyland had the 1,000-foot distance. I'm hoping that the small rig can do 1,000 feet. I don't care if it does 1,000 feet. I care if it does 20 feet when my back is turned. That's all I need. My Rode Wireless Go 2s do it, so they've been my backup, but they're not easy to work with. So that will be the real determining thing. It looks like they compare well on specs, though the small rig has more maybe creature comfort things, more customization to get a more catered sound to what you want out of the box. You don't have to do processing in post or in the chain at all. The safety track, kind of a big deal. I like the gain knob. Physical controls are always nice. The battery life seems quite good. Let me see if I can't find the battery life very quickly for the Lark, because we've run it for 6 hours straight just today, and it did fine. Claiming 9 hours. Receivers claiming 8.5, so that's your bottleneck. 8.5. So really, they do compare quite directly. So to me, it does come down to if the small rig can work when my back is turned. I don't care about line of sight transmission. I care about if my back can be turned and I can walk across the yard. That is where I hit the limitations. Now the real kicker, I think Hollyland has some competition here, because you're really getting everything on paper that the Hollyland can do, and then some creature comforts, and maybe some critical things with the safety track or the auto limiting. The Hollyland is $114. The small rig for the same kit is $89. That's what I spent before shipping. That is an incredible price. When I bought my Hollyland, it was about $140. It was a newer product, more cutting edge at the time, so I'm sure their price will come down. So the small rig has more features on paper, has some really, I feel, important features with if you are recording, and it's cheaper by quite a bit. Why don't we, since this is my channel, we do math here. Let's do 90 into 114. It's 90% the cost. Sorry, 70, basically 80% the cost of the Hollyland Larks, but with more features. So that's really, really impressive. Hollyland has a Challenger. The Challenger has arrived. The main things we'll have to compare is the audio quality, the signal to noise ratio, the cleanliness of the output from our receiver, maybe the in-app experience, maybe not so much of a concern, though if you're forced to use the app on one and not on the other, that's a big deal to me. You don't want to rely on things that you want to keep for a long time if it requires app support. So price is in the small rigs field here, as well as features. It'll remain to be seen if they sound as good or better, and is it going to transmit through a human body when your back is turned to the camera. I will also have to compare again and validate that that still happens. Being on the 2.4 gigahertz band, it's what things are affordably made for at the time. Some things are spanning over to 5 gigahertz for higher data throughput devices, but 2.4 gigahertz is very congested. Everybody's Wi-Fi has a 2.4 gigahertz connection. All kinds of things have 2.4 gigahertz connections. So potentially, it may not be as much of an issue anymore. Maybe the issue has resolved itself in the sense that maybe there was a Wi-Fi network that happened the times I was recording to interfere with the recordings that I was trying to do. But very excited. The goal of this is to get something that I can record the backflips again outside and not worry about it flying off my shirt. These are very lightweight. They can do that. The Rode Wireless Go's are a different story. So let's look at those next. Okay, so the Rode Wireless Go's that I have, I'm not recalling the price that I spent on these, but I think it was in excess of $200. I got the 2 microphone kit, and I did not get the charging dock. So this was the first wireless mic that I purchased. I did not want to buy a DJI product, so I stuck with trusted Rode, and well, my experience was kind of varied. These were kind of cutting edge at the time, but I think things have kind of expanded. Maybe there's not so much like necessarily advancement, but they have definitely expanded. I think I probably have one of these charging cables misplaced. It came with 3. So you could charge all 3 devices all at once. But why don't I pull up some of the specifications for the Rode Wireless Go 2. Hopefully there's still a decent listing. They currently go for about $185, which is not that much more if they can prove that it's worth it. The claimed range is not as far as the Hollyland, but in my actual use, these were the only ones that would actually get an audio signal through my body back to the camera. So that's why I've kept them around and used them. They've been kind of my reliable backup. The The battery life is similar, claiming 7 hours. There's a lot of things in here about uncompressed audio if you're using their app. I, to be honest, wasn't aware that it had recording functions. Versus, I thought it was more of just a transmitter for this version. I would be curious to see if maybe that is the third version of these, because I do not recall that being the case when I was picking these up. I think that would have been important to me, but maybe I missed that feature. They do advertise that you can have a lot of microphones on set, claiming up to 8. I don't know that you can even connect 8, or maybe they're just saying you can have 8 active and they can find their own frequencies to not interfere. So it's kind of similar specifications between these. You've got your 48 kilohertz, 24-bit audio quality. They're claiming 32-bit float in the features. Transmitter can capture uncompressed audio with a maximum resolution of 24-bit 48 kilohertz. Using Rode's companion app, you can export the files in the same recording resolution or other settings such as 32-bit float, which only offers compatibility with DAWs and other. So, okay, that's where I got confused. I saw that little tidbit. I was like, there's no way it's doing it on this. I knew it was a later version. So yeah, they're just claiming that you can export it if you use the app. Big whoop. I don't care. I would just export it in whatever native recording it was. It doesn't need to be upsampled because you're not increasing the quality. You're not creating anything that isn't already there. It does claim low latency, 3.5 to 4 milliseconds, which is fairly snappy. So yeah, it does sound like you can actually record on the receiver. That's cool. Then you could kind of wear this as more of a more in your pocket type situation. And we do have a mic input on the Rode Wireless Go, so you could run a lav. That is where these would differentiate quite a bit. The little microphone, the S70, or the M2S from Lark, they're basically a lavalier microphone on their own with a tiny transmitter bundled with it. The Rode is a recorder in its own right, but it's pretty bulky. It's really meant to have a solid connection back to the receiver, but you can plug a lavalier microphone cable into it and then place that much closer. You can get a pretty high quality lavalier microphone for relatively cheap and get some really, really good audio simply because proximity is king with audio in many cases. So they do serve different functions. The little ones are kind of a convenience. The big ones are more of, you're starting to break components out and really maximize and target, a stable low latency signal, and options like having a continuous backup recording and lavalier microphone. However, I wanted to get a lavalier microphone for the Wireless Go 2, and I may be misconstruing it with the DJI. That is possible, but I understand one of the brands would not fit I believe it was a Sennheiser, oh, I bumped the camera, dang it. A Sennheiser lavalier microphone that is very popular. Now my freaking thing is rolling away. I'm gonna just reframe everything. Thank you, rolling stand. I guess this is what happens with rolling stands. They roll. Gosh dang it. So yeah, that's interesting, is that your certain well-known brands of lavalier microphone, almost industry standards in a sense, would not securely plug into the connector. And I can't remember for sure, to be fair, if that was the Rode Wireless Go 2 or if that was the DJI. I don't know if it was intentional, but that really, really sucks for anybody that has to deal with that. So I personally haven't put a lot of miles on the Rode Wireless Go 2s because they suck ass to wear. About the only thing you're gonna do is clip it on a hat, or maybe if you're wearing a starched collar, will you be able to have this thing support and not absolutely flop over? I took from having my collar draped down very annoyingly, which bothers the heck out of me, to trying to clip it on my shirt. But there's no direction to that, so the mic would just point straight ahead and look fucking ridiculous. So I'm not sure what the point was. I think it was just a technology that they were pushing. It was the new thing. Everybody started holding them like these instead, and some people would clip them on hats. They found workarounds. But for actually wearing this thing on your shirt, it's stupid. It's like not even a feature. The clip is nice because it can go in a hot shoe or a cold shoe. About it. Dead cat, I don't know. It's not that inspiring. I don't know, it just kind of looks like a Muppet head. So, the other thing, kind of a minor deal, I guess, not a deal breaker, is the audio jack cable that you would patch into your camera. Is like a memory wire shape. I can see how maybe somebody would want that, but let me actually put that in frame so you can see. But yeah, it bends and holds its shape, and it's kind of rubberized. It bothers me so much for some reason that it bends and holds its shape. To me, it feels like it's going to bend and then break. Like I'm gonna bend it too many times and then eventually it's gonna break because it always has these tiny little kinks in it. I'm sure it's fine. It just doesn't feel very nice to use. So then when I ended up with these spring cables, I was like, oh my God, this is a breath of fresh air. I can route this any direction I need, twist it, plug it, it's perfectly fine. So that's the comparison. And these are the microphones that I have owned and now own. And it's very exciting to see the evolution of these things as companies release a kind of an industry-defining product. Then other companies are going to copy them, release their own versions. Competition wins out the day, which is what we all want, and we get new features. These are fundamentally different microphones for different use cases and classes. You're never going to plug the Hollyland or the small rig into a lav. It is the lav. You're never going to get the transmission latency necessarily or the stability of the connection as you would on the Wireless Go 2, the Wireless Go 3. And again, they are different products. So it's hard to directly compare them except for the fact that I am the common denominator here. I am the person that uses these, and the Wireless Go form factor and anything like it is utterly miserable to use if you don't wear a hat. If you wear a hat, you're probably fine. Probably fine. So I like these little lav mics. What remains to be seen is the quality up to snuff. Do the features work? Is the app invasive or limiting? How does it pair with your phone? Does your phone pick it up right away? Do you have to mess with settings, things like that? And the transmission distance or strength through things. Key things for me that I care about. So eventually, assuming the small rig wins out, I will be giving away the Hollyland. Granted, you know, that may not happen depending on the how this all pans out. And one day, I do not think I will need the Rode Wireless Go 2s. Some of these things do get outdated relatively quickly. It may not be worth my time to try to sell it on. It may be more fun to do giveaways for some of this stuff. So if you aren't following or subscribed already, please feel free. There will be more of this type of stuff coming. Giveaways and such will be on their way as things chug along. So it's been really exciting to look at this stuff. I'm gonna have to break this out off stream to where I can actually listen to some sample recordings and we can take a proper look at it. Breathe. I think we might take a look at our Fwins here. That's awesome. So we do have some of the things in the works that I'd be really excited to get a good look at. Let me sip some water here. Hey, thanks, Jucifer. Appreciate that. Appreciate your lurk. Keeping the number up. Always helpful. Keeps a little bit of motivation for sure. Just knowing somebody's watching. You've been listening while cleaning. That's the way to do it, man. Be productive while someone else is yapping at you. Yeah, that is a lot of fun. So I think we'll swap back. We might keep. How do we want to break this out? Yeah, we'll go full screen. It's like a body double for you. Yeah. Stupid ADHD. For sure. All right, transform, reset. Oops. Silly OBS. Okay. So, that's been a bit of a marathon of a stream from ol' Fineworth today. We got some cleaning done. We had a really beautiful start to the stream. Lots of people dropping in. Early Saturday morning, I was one of the few people live, it seemed like. So that was lovely. Lovely to chat with everybody, see everybody, all the new faces. We ended up hitting our 100th follower, which is a little bit crazy to me to be able to say. To me, it feels like we're still at 30. Not because the community hasn't grown, but that's just where my mindset is kind of stuck. I guess I didn't expect that to grow so quickly. Though I did hit affiliate within a month, just about. So I guess that might have been a sign that people like dropping in on the weird stuff that I look at and things I try to make. So that's absolutely been wonderful. So we took a look at the new small rig microphone because it showed up today. And that is really exciting to see some competition in that market. We did test out glues, which were really surprising. The Mod Podge won out. I guess, you know, if you listen to what everybody uses, that would make sense. But the, yeah, some surprising results from the CA glue, for sure. I expected super glue to do really well because I've used that in the past. But I think it was borderline going to soak through the paper for the amount that we actually needed. It was just so thin. And the gel, I don't have as much of the gel, so we're sticking to things that we have that don't glue our skin together is the main thing. We had talked about trying to go through projects, like a list of projects, yap about those and ideas, and start putting those down on paper. And we'd use the process, the act of doing something a little bit complicated, a little bit involved as a filter for those projects. I wouldn't want to put the work in for a project I wasn't as excited about, so there would be a natural filter to pare down the insane number of projects that I have, but we'd also gain kind of curated list of the projects that I do want to get to. And I was thinking about also incorporating tasks in that, things that are creative still, but they're not necessarily like making something, like video editing. I have videos to edit, so I would kind of mix in these different things. This would give me a physical representation of ideas on cards that I could sort through, and then they would all hang together in order of priority. Obviously, your 1 through 5, they could all be the same priority, but you've got to have one on top. The one at the back is still very important. You want to get there one day, but you probably shouldn't be starting it before you start the things on top. So it'd be a physical way of sorting through ideas, seeing ideas. And the main thing is when new people drop in here and they're like, hey, what do you do? I'm like, man, I do everything. Like, I make it all. Pretty much. I make a lot of stuff, or want to. So with all of my hobbies, can I almost advertise the things that I want to do? And I could just pull out a stack of things. If I had a nice overhead camera set up, I could just lay it out and be like, what do you think? I hate regular lists and notes, so you use the Zettel-Kasten method. Gonna look that up. German for slipbox. I should have recognized that as being German. Personal knowledge management system and note-taking method developed by. I'm going to research this. This is really exciting, actually. This is probably what I'm trying to do. I just don't know it. Sounds like what I'm trying to do. So thank you for naming it, because I need to know. So much of what I struggle with is like terminology for things. That I'm always trying to find the right word to describe things, because where the heck, I thought I had a thing there. That's how we communicate. Terminology. If we don't know what we're talking about, nobody gets communication done. So having words and backup words for the backup words to break through language barriers or understanding barriers and help everybody get on the same page is incredibly important. So I try to keep my vocabulary up so that I can communicate all these crazy ideas that I have. So I think we're going to wrap it up there. Silly old Twitch is counting 1 viewer, which is typically what it goes to when it's just me. So it may not let me raid my initial target. I do not need to anymore. They have raided out. Fantastic. So let me look through briefly. Exactly, Chusifer. Unless it's counting you exclusively. But we just had Zerotics. They may have popped in and popped out, no problem. They did also mention they've been trying to bring the raid, which is very much appreciated. and they spent some bits on it. But Kroku's subathon keeps on going. So I'm taking a look at who we've got. Trying to find somebody that's not like about to finish stream, so that there's a chance to give everybody a little bit of chance to hang out if they so choose. So I do have a few options. But I doubt the bigger streamers will be. Oh wait, we are ending. No, Viridian. We don't have to. We can hang out. Oh, yeah, no, we can hang out. I wasn't just looking to see if I could raid Dana. No, I'm sure that's not where you just came from because she just raided out. Yeah, I forget the threshold that she had mentioned yesterday. Of I think it's been a long night. Yeah, silly Twitch. Let me reload my page. Now it says 2. Now it says 2. Silly. Yes, Viridian, I am looking for a raid target. Most of the streams that I've had up for a while are on their way out. Yeah, she ended to spend time. I would hope she already was like 25 minutes over the 6 hours. She should absolutely like not stream at all until he leaves. She should get as much time as possible. Let me see if I can take you guys to Commercial. We will give that a shot, an honest try. It'll be a little baby raid, but Commercial is wonderful. Full of positive vibes. Whenever I'm feeling down, I turn up Commercial stream. So I will cue this. It's not a guarantee that it will work, but we're going to give it an honest shot. So as that loads, I'm going to wrap up here. Oh, KG raid. What? Oh. You confused me. I was like, no way, he's not done yet. I would raid to him, but he's about to finish himself. Oh, Dana's in his chat. Lovely. Bouncing around. Okay, yeah, I should wrap up here and get off. It's been 9 hours of this, and it has been a long day, a long night. But thank you so much, everybody. Let me lean to match the camera angle. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining in today's shenanigans. We made a lot of progress. Some of it slow, some of it quickly, on a variety of projects. I'm really excited to have made that progress. We got a special delivery that was a bit of a surprise. I knew it was coming, just not today, mostly because it was supposed to arrive like a week ago. But we took a look at a microphone. There's more investigation to do there, but we got a little bit of B-roll. We looked at some comparisons of features, got some of my ideas out, which is excellent. We did run into a problem with one of my cameras, so we'll have to investigate that further. That is a little bit frustrating when things don't work 100%. But there's the stream. Bye-bye.